Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku inherited Jack Sparrow's curse? Part 2. This story is Izuku Sparrow by Kuchufleta 2099. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Pav. Of an unknown person. The image remained black, not a soft black, but a dark black, the darkest black imaginable. But in those moments of darkness, someone could be heard asking a question. Psychologist. Keep. Close your eyes and tell me, Mrs. Bakugo, what brings you to this place? Mitsuki. Well, Nara Mitsuki, since I was little I have had an aggressive and impulsive character like my sons. I thought that because of this I would never have friends, until I met the person who would become my best friend and my son's godmother. Her name was Inko Midoriya. We were inseparable, we did everything together. In fact, it was thanks to her that I met my ex-husband, but from one day to the next, everything changed. Psychologist. And why is that? Mitsuki. She died in a fire along with her little boy. When I found out, I was devastated. My best friend, my partner, my sister from another mother, had died just hours after speaking with her. I was crying in my ex-husband's arms, but I couldn't. Because her little daughter, who was having a sleepover with my son, appeared at the door, asking for her mother. I told the little girl that everything was fine, that her mother sent her regards and wished her good night. I lied to her that night and in the days that followed. I didn't want the girl to cry and suffer the loss of her mother and her little brother. I couldn't let her know. Psychologist. So he didn't tell her the truth until long after her mother's death, right? Mitsuki. I didn't have to tell her until the day before Inko's funeral. I told her that her mother and little brother would never return, but that they loved her with all their hearts. The girl understood immediately and began to cry. Psychologist. A normal reaction for a girl. Mitsuki. At the time of the burial, her mother's coffin was closed so that no one could see her charred body, but her little brother's coffin was open. Psychologist. And why was that? Mitsuki. The forensic experts said the fire reduced the child to ashes. That's why there was no one at her little brother's grave. The only thing there was a photo of the child. The little girl began to cry in front of the grave of her only loved ones, where she made a promise to become the #1 heroine, in honor of her mother and brother. Psychologist. I see, but tell me, did the girl's father show up at any point? Mitsuki. No, he never introduced himself. To be honest, I never met him. Inko always said he was traveling the world, but I never ran into him, and that's what led me to adopt Izumi. I didn't want to see my best friend's daughter end up in a shelter, never. Psychologist. I see, but what about your husband, ma'am? I keep hearing you mention your ex. Anything to say? Note. Just to clarify, we are literally seeing the entire conversation through Mitsuki's eyes, which are closed, so I'm not mentioning movements or actions. End of note. Mitsuki. Well, Nara Mitsuki, there were 4 of us in the house, and due to bad investments, we gradually ran out of money. My husband worked double, almost triple, and I did everything I could to help him, until one day he snapped and left home. Because of that, I was forced to work, and I worked very hard to support my children, and I succeeded, since both of them got into UA and now the money. Narrator. The woman's speech was interrupted by the sound of an alarm signaling the end of this therapy session. Mitsuki felt the psychologist take the clock that was triggering the alarm, which suddenly stopped ringing, and the psychologist's voice could be heard. Psychologist. Mrs. Mitsuki, you can open your eyes now, our first session has concluded. So, you can open your eyes now, Mrs. Mitsuki. The ashen-haired girl opened her eyes, revealing red pupils that showed a noticeable weariness. The first thing the woman saw was the ceiling of the psychologist's room office, a lime green bin that matched the walls of the place. In the latter there was all sorts of decoration, from photos of the psychologist with his family to diplomas verifying his degree as a psychologist. The room had several more pieces of furniture with various other things, but we will not go into detail about this as it is not important. Mitsuki, in a movement that denoted tiredness, sat down on the sort of sofa bed in which he was. As she sat down, she looked up at the psychologist, a man with glasses and gray hair. He had a mustache the same color as his hair and round, optical glasses. Mitsuki. Excuse me for asking, doctor, but don't you think the session was too short? Psychologist. You're absolutely right, but this is due to my quirk and a measure I've implemented. The first session is for getting to know the patient and their problems. Based on that, I can use my quirk to develop a strategy to help the patient quickly, but this process leaves me exhausted. That's why the session is so short. Mitsuki was listening expectantly to the doctor's explanation. Psychologist. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to start developing a strategy to help you. You can take the next hour of the session in the secretary's office. Some time later, the same ash-haired woman was walking through the streets of Musudafu, which were being soaked by a light rain that had started. The woman was walking in a fixed direction, her mind racing with the thought, I'm not going back. She said this because she didn't feel the therapy was working. She had scheduled another session for a week later, displaying her explosive yet weary temper. She had begun mentally berating the psychologist for not providing the immediate solution she desired. Mitsuki was tired. Her job, the guilt of not having been able to do more for her best friend than raise and care for one of her children. The woman also felt sorrow. Sorrow for her failed marriage. No. Sad that her children no longer lived with her. No. The woman felt sorrow, a sorrow that had accompanied her since she learned of her best friend's death. But what had caused this sorrow to persist despite all the years that had passed? It was simple. Little Izuku, or Izu-chan as the woman called him. She knew Izuku was different. Not because he hadn't awakened his quirk, but because he was something more. She and Inko knew that Izuku was different. The little black-haired boy didn't want to be a hero like everyone else. The boy didn't want fame, power, or fortune. He wanted to be a pirate. But not like everyone in the world had made him out to be. Izuku wanted to be a pirate because of that yearning for freedom he felt, because he didn't owe anything to anyone, nor did he want to terrorize people. Izuku just wanted to be free. The boy always seemed sad, trapped in an ordinary life or one directed towards that point, and that's why the boy wanted to be different from what the future held for him. He wanted to be a pirate. The woman was pulled from her thoughts by the noise of televisions behind a shop window. She looked closely at the noise, and saw what it was. It wasn't just noise, but a news broadcast on all the televisions in the store, and this news program was discussing a topic that had become very popular in recent weeks. News report. It's been a week since the pirates of the Black Pearl arrived on our shores. According to witnesses, they were in a small boat, guided by their infamous captain, Jack Sparrow. The moment the name was said, a photo of Jack's face appeared on the screen, showing a young man with dreadlocks and hair as black as night. He had a mark under his left eye, an X that looked tattooed. In the photo, he appeared wearing his characteristic tricorn hat, with a mocking look and smile as if nothing mattered to him. Upon seeing the picture of Jack, Mitsuki thought about Izuku again. She didn't know why, but she wasn't going to dwell on it over a simple photo. The gray-haired woman didn't have time to form another thought because it started to rain harder. This forced her to quickly continue on her way. Mitsuki walked quickly through the empty streets of Musudafu, cursing herself for not bringing a coat or an umbrella. But as if it were a divine sign, a shop appeared on the side of the sidewalk, a shop that said 24/7. Having no other option, Mitsuki went inside to get some shelter from the rain. Upon entering the store, the woman saw a series of aisles, each with its respective items. Above the aisles were signs indicating what was available in them: food, cleaning supplies, vegetables, liquor, etc. The ashen-haired woman walked down the main aisle that led to the cash register, where there was no one. When the woman arrived at the checkout, she found it empty, which was strange because the store said 27/7 and was open. Mitsuki assumed that the manager was in the bathroom or taking a short break. I rule out the latter because I hear the sounds of bottles moving in the liquor section. The woman wasn't scared, and it was no wonder, since the store was quite clean and decent, with lighting covering all parts of it. The woman walked wearily towards the liquor section. The closer she got, the louder the sounds of bottles clinking became. Mitsuki was tired and just wanted to buy an umbrella and go home to bed. So she turned down the liquor aisle, only to freeze when she saw a head of hair as black as night and styled in a messy way, like a certain younger black-haired boy, who was kneeling, taking bottles from a case to put on a shelf. The dark-haired man, feeling watched, turned his head with his eyes wide open. When Mitsuki saw the black-haired boy's face, she had no doubt whatsoever. The young man standing before her was Izuku. She had never been more certain of anything in her life until this moment. Upon seeing his face, she noticed the 4 freckles characteristic of the Midoriya family, and to further confirm that it was Izuku, his face was exactly the same as when he was a child, except that he no longer had the baby fat on his cheeks, he had an X under one eye, and he held a bottle in his mouth that read, aged rum. The teenager and the adult woman stared at each other, each with a different expression. The woman's eyes were teary and filled with joy at being able to see the black-haired boy again, while Izuku looked more relaxed, seeing that it wasn't one of his superiors who were going to bother him for drinking the store's liquor. And with that scene of the two of them looking at each other, the first chapter of this second season ends. Nara Gibbs. I've been with Marty and Jack since I was little, they're like brothers to me. I still need to get to know Jack better. And I think he needs to get to know himself better too. Before we met, Marty and I also had lives we remember. Living in an orphanage wasn't the best memory, that's more than obvious, but at least we were someone. But Jack doesn't even know who he is. He doesn't remember his real name, or the family he might have had. Simply, nothing. As far as our dreams go, Marty and I have already achieved what we wanted, escaping the orphanage and having a family. It's true that we're not related by blood on the Pearl, but I still feel like we're a family. But Jack still doesn't know what his dream is, although something tells me his dream starts with the Pearl, or rather, it used to. But since we're no longer on the Pearl, Jack seems sadder, more depressed. Jack really found something on the Pearl, something that everyone else doesn't notice. Come on, he noticed it. When the Kraken really attacked, I thought Jack was going to sink with the Pearl. I think even Jack thought so. But something in his face, or rather, something in our faces, managed to dispel that thought of Jack's, although I can't figure out what it is and I don't think he'll tell me. Well, it's been a week since the Pearl sank. For now, the few of us who remain are taking refuge in a forest by a river. Most of us were afraid of what we would do, we knew society didn't want us back. But then the captain we remembered, Jack, stepped in. Leaving his sadness behind, he spoke to us, motivated us, and gave us a plan. He divided us into groups and gave us orders on what we had to do. Marty, Conton, and Anna Maria would do the project that Marty couldn't finish on the Pearl. Pintle and Raggety would be in charge of trying to set up a temporary base, and finally, Jack and I would have to gather information and some money for the next part of the plan. Because yes, Jack was still planning to open the UA safe, although for that we first needed equipment and some money. That's why Jack and I went to look for some work, although first we needed a change of appearance. We cut Jack's hair and shaved him. He looked like a normal teenager, and for my part one shaved and combed my hair, looking like an old man. I got a job with a millionaire family, the Jarorosis. Or was it the Yaoyorosis? I can't even remember the name. Anyway, I work as their gardener, and Jack is working at a 24/7 store on the other side of town. I don't know what the future holds, but I hope we all stick together and everything turns out alright. Narrator. It could be observed in a 24/7 store. A woman with ash blonde hair stood with a very surprised expression, in front of a black-haired man who was calmly drinking from a bottle of rum, crouching in front of her. The black-haired boy known as Jack Sparrow or Izuku Midoriya stared intently at the woman in front of him. He didn't recognize her, so he just assumed she was another customer among the hundreds who visited the store weekly. But the dark-haired man felt uneasy about the way the woman was looking at him, so he decided to turn around to see if anyone else was behind him. Maybe the lady was looking at someone else. That was Jack's thought, which changed completely when he turned around and saw no one behind him. So he turned around again to look at the woman, who was still staring at him. The black-haired boy was about to ask what the woman needed, but he couldn't speak because a clock started ticking, indicating that Izuku's shift was over. After the clock finished chiming, a person appeared at the shop counter. Noticing Izuku's absence, they went to look for him where they expected him to be. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Jack removed the apron worn by the store workers, then moved past the woman, who remained motionless, staring at where the dark-haired man had previously stood. When Izuku saw a head of red hair peeking out from around the corner of the liquor aisle, he threw his apron over its head, preventing it from seeing. Then he quickly walked past his counterpart while saying, "Izuku. Shift change, Natsuo." The one known as Natsuo was struggling to pull the apron off his face while saying, "Natsuo. This is not the way to change shifts, Midoriya." Natsuo's complaints and the sound of Midoriya were enough to snap Mitsuki out of his paralysis. The ash-blonde girl blinked a couple of times, then remembered why she was acting that way, so she turned around and ran after the black-haired boy. As the woman passed by Natsuo, she gave him a push to give her more space to run, causing him to fall to the ground with a scream of fear as he felt himself falling. The woman ran towards the store door following her instinct. Upon arriving and leaving the store, she looked both ways to see if she could find the black-haired boy, but she was unsuccessful as Izuku had simply disappeared in the rain. Unwilling to give up, the woman began to jog through the streets, looking all around to see if any trace of the dark-haired man appeared. Mitsuki trotted for 5 minutes looking for any clue, any trace, but found nothing. Finally giving up, the woman stopped walking, breathing heavily from exhaustion. The woman was not used to running at her age. Perhaps she was when she was younger, but not now. The woman was lost in thought, trying to clarify the situation, trying to convince herself that she had simply mistaken him for someone else, that Izuku was still dead, but deep down she knew that wasn't the case because she had seen him, she had heard them calling him, but the way he disappeared wasn't human or real. Mitsuki was pulled from her thoughts, due to the sound of a car horn approaching her along with some lights that blinded her. Mitsuki didn't move. She simply remained static in place, waiting for an impact that never came, because before the car hit her, she felt someone push her out of the car's path. The woman, noticing those few seconds that passed before the impact, saw him. She saw the dark-haired man she was looking for, the one who had pushed her, who had saved her. However, something caught the woman's attention, and that was Jack's eyes, because instead of being worried or scared, he just had a bored look. The woman couldn't get a better look at Izuku because he was thrown about 10 meters by the impact of the car. Upon seeing this, Mitsuki quickly composed herself and headed towards Izuku's body. Izuku's arm was bent in an unnatural way, blood was seeping from a cut on his head, and there were other injuries hidden by his shirt. The ashen-haired woman, seeing the black-haired man's condition, put both hands to her mouth, her face showing horror. However, the woman heard Jack's voice. "Izuku, Jack. Do you know where Yaoyorozu Bank is?" Upon hearing the voice of the dark-haired man, the woman simply knelt beside the boy's body, not caring that her clothes were getting wet. As she bent down, she rummaged in her bag while saying, "Mitsuki. Don't talk, Izu-chan, I'm going to call an ambulance." Jack raised an eyebrow at the nickname and took a closer look at the face of the woman in front of him. The dark-haired man briefly remembered the woman. In the memory, he could see 2 women, both sitting on a park bench. One of these women was the same woman who stood before him with a desperate expression, but in the memory, she had a different expression, one of happiness. As for the other woman, Jack couldn't see her face, which was already being obscured by a whitish mist, preventing him from knowing who she was. Mitsuki had finished giving his address to the lady behind the phone who had said that the ambulance would arrive in a couple of minutes. As she heard the phone hang up, she turned her gaze back to the dark-haired man who was still lying on the floor, but this time he had a look of fear on his face that the woman perceived. "Jack. Who are you?" Upon hearing the black-haired man's question, Mitsuki tried to speak calmly and without stumbling so as not to worry him. "Mitsuki. I'm Izu-chan, I'm Aunt Mitsuki." "Jack. Chitia Mitsuki." "Mitsuki. Yes, Izu-chan, and now try to hold on, the ambulance is coming." Having said this, in the distance they could see lights coming directly towards them with the characteristic tone of an ambulance. Scene change. Location. House of the Yaoyorozes. Well, when I say house, I really meant Mansion XD. In one of the mansion's many hallways, a person could be seen walking around. This was Gibbs, dressed in a servant's uniform. Gibbs felt a little uncomfortable seeing the luxuries of the place. He felt like he didn't quite fit in. And although he was tempted to steal some of the things he saw, being caught would complicate Jack's plan, so he didn't take anything for the sake of the plan. Gibbs had finished walking down the corridor as he had reached a large red door with a few gold details. Gibbs took a deep breath and then knocked on the door. I waited a few seconds for confirmation that I could go in, and it was, because from the other side of the door I heard a male voice giving me the go-ahead to come in. Gibbs mustered his courage and opened the door. The first thing he saw was a round white table with a gold floral design. On it were 2 cups and many desserts to enjoy. Behind the table stood a black-haired man and woman, both waiting for Gibbs. Gibbs walked fearfully through the room, which was filled with luxuries, until he stood before the couple and gave a brief reference while asking. Gibbs, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu, why have you requested my presence? Mr. Yaoyorozu, well, look, I don't want to make a long story short, so let's get to the point. Upon hearing this, Gibbs swallowed hard, fearful of what his boss was about to say. Mr. Yaoyorozu, I know your job is to prune the garden plants and keep it clean, but I'm going to ask you to do something else for me. I'll need you to drive my daughter tomorrow, as she'll be leaving UA to go to the mall, and to be honest, I'm a little worried about those dirty pirates running loose in the city. Gibbs listened attentively to his boss, confused by the fact that he had to drive, but when he heard the part about the pirates, he frowned briefly, until he asked. Gibbs, excuse me, Mr. Yaoyorozu, didn't you already have drivers? Upon hearing this, the man lets out a small sigh before replying. Mr. Yaoyorozu, you're right, but the driver hasn't answered his phone for several days and we can't reach him, so would you do that for us? Gibbs, giving another brief bow, replies. Gibbs, it would be a pleasure and an honor to be the driver this time, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Scene change. In a hospital waiting room, an ash-blonde woman could be seen pacing back and forth with wet and dirty clothes, waiting for the doctor to finish attending to the boy she was sure was Izuku. Mitsuki, seeing a man in his 40s, wearing a doctor's coat and glasses that made him look more intelligent for the sake of the plot, I mean. Upon seeing the doctor, Mitsuki quickly approached to check on the condition of the black-haired man. Mitsuki, Doctor, how is Izu-chan? The woman's words betrayed her desperation, while the doctor spoke in a comforting and kind tone. Doctor, well, Mrs. Bakugo, young Midoriya is out of danger, but there is something worrying, and that is the amount of scar tissue he has in certain parts of his body. There is also the matter of the internal and external wounds he has on his body, some of which are not apparently from the crash but were present before, as well as his arm, which was dislocated in the crash, but the X-rays that were taken also showed that it was broken. Upon hearing that the black-haired man was out of danger, Mitsuki let out a weary sigh, accompanied by a sudden wave of relief. That relief, however, plummeted when she heard the doctor's diagnosis. It left her deeply troubled and uneasy, wondering what the black-haired man must have endured. Mitsuki, can I see it? Doctor. Of course, Mrs. Bakugo. Young Midoriya is sedated because he wouldn't stay still and wouldn't let us treat him. However, before you go in, you'll need to fill out some paperwork. Please follow me. The woman simply gave a small nod and followed the doctor. 4x Con Gibbs 4x. Gibbs could be seen inside a limousine inspecting a book that said, Limousine Manual. Every time the pirate looked at a page of the book, he would look away from the book and stare at parts of the car, until he finally got fed up and threw the book out of the limousine window. Gibbs. Damn it, what do I do now? Driving a boat is easy compared to a car. Wait, Marty knows about this stuff, maybe he can help me. Gibbs said this without realizing that a small, jet-black-haired boy was watching him, hidden behind a bookshelf. However, that wouldn't be Gibbs's biggest problem. He was now facing another battle, and that was, how to use the phone. From the first moment Gibbs started working with the Yaoyorozu, he was reluctant to use a cell phone because it was a technology he wasn't willing to learn to use, something that was now taking its toll on him. Gibbs. The last time I was with Marty, he told me how to use this thing, but now I realize it's more complicated than it seems. What would Jack do in this situation? When he asked himself that question, the image of Jack in a car came to mind, but not in the best way, since in Gibbs's mind he could see Jack with a bunch of rum bottles around him and a completely charred car behind him. Gibbs shook his head to clear that thought, and as he did so, he noticed that the other son of the Yaoyorozus was standing in front of the car. Zuo Yaoyorzu was a 6-year-old boy whose hair was always slicked back by his father, who ordered it to be styled that way. However, at this moment, his hair was shaved, and he wore a black pirate hat. Zuo possessed the signature quirk of the Yaoyorzu clan, creation. This was the power to create things using his body fat. Gibbs was certainly worried that the boy had heard something he said, so as he slowly got out of the car he spoke. Gibbs. S. Sir Z Zuo, W. What are you doing here? The little boy took a few minutes to answer. Zuo. Do you need help calling your friend? The boy said it shyly, blaming it on not having friends because he studied from home and couldn't leave the Yaoyorozu residential complex. Gibbs swallowed hard and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied. Gibb. SC. Zuo. W. Well, B. But first you'll have to tell me. Are you friends with Jack Sparrow? Gibbs jumped at the boy's scream. Gibbs. Shish, lower your voice. The boy, realizing he had shouted, covered his mouth and then bowed to apologize, before asking again. Zuo. Are you friends with Jack Sparrow? Gibbs. N. Zuo. Don't lie to me. I heard you say it was easier to drive a boat than a car, and from what I've researched, you don't have a boating license or any experience as a sailor. Besides, you don't know how to use a phone, a basic technology that everyone knows how to use. And then there's the fact that you said, what would Jack do? That makes it clear to me that you do know him. Gibbs was certainly amazed by the boy's analytical ability, but then he remembered who he was talking to. The youngest son of the Yaoyorozu family, one of the most intelligent and wealthiest families in the Western Hemisphere. Furthermore, he had given the boy clues that immediately linked him to the pirate. Gibbs, feeling cornered, decided to tell the truth, much against his will. Gibbs. You're right, I am Jack Sparrow's brother, but keep it a secret, okay? The boy already knew that Gibbs had something to do with the pirate, but he didn't expect him to be the pirate's brother. Before he could ask anything else, a maid from the house appeared, looking for the boy. Maid. There's young Master Yaoyorozu, please don't run away again. Having said that, the maid extended her hand towards the child, with a calm expression, waiting for the child to take it. Zuo looked at the maid's hand and then at Gibbs. He repeated this 4 times until he sighed and took the cell phone from Gibbs's hand to make a call to the only number on the phone. And while the cell phone was ringing, Zuo returned the phone to Gibbs and walked towards the maid, but not before saying a few words to Gibbs. Zuo. You'll have to tell me more of the story, sir. Having said that, she left the place with the maid. Gibbs sighed wearily but quickly recovered upon hearing the voice and seeing Marty on the phone. Marty. Hey Gibbs, how are you? It's been a while. Marty couldn't finish speaking because Gibbs interrupted him. Gibbs. Whispering desperately. Marty, we have a problem. The limo driver isn't here, and now I have to drive, and I don't know how to drive it, and I have to drive tomorrow. What do I do, Marty? Marty listened intently to Gibbs's words until Gibbs finished speaking. Marty. Raggedy. Come and pay me, the plan worked. Gibbs was confused by the dwarf's words, but occupying his brain he thought. How mysterious that the driver disappeared just a week after he arrived, and it's even more suspicious since in Jack's plan I was supposed to be the driver. Gibbs, realizing this, quickly asked Marty. Gibbs. Marty, do you know what Jack did to the limo driver? Marty. What are you talking about? Jack didn't do anything, but I did. As he said that, he turned the screen around, revealing a man in a formal suit tying her hands and feet, with a handkerchief over her mouth to prevent her from screaming. Gibbs whispers. You kidnapped the driver. Marty. Kidnapping sounds awful. What I did was give him a vacation against his will, but now's not the time to complain, it's time to worry. Gibbs. Worried about what? Marty. Jack hasn't shown up for 2 days now, nobody knows where he is or what he's doing. Gibbs. Nah, Marty, don't worry. Jack is our capital. He's probably gathering information about the opening of Yaoyorozu Bank. He's about to appear. Marty. I hope so. I hope so. Location. Heroes Academy UA. For a Saturday, there was a lot of activity at the Academy complex. Some students were training, others were just hanging out, and still others were waiting at the gates of the complex for someone to pick them up. But for the moment we will focus on a specific location, and that will be the office of the Academy Director. In which there were 3 People, talking. One was Director Nezu, another was Toshinori Yaji, and lastly Detective Naomasa. The first two were seated. They were talking about Sparrow's next moves. Toshinori. Nezu, I appreciate you considering me for the plans to capture Sparrow, but why do you need my help to know Sparrow's next moves? Before answering, Nezu took a sip from his teacup, then replied. Nezu. Look, Toshinori, I've already formulated and noted down every one of Sparrow-san's next moves, but within all those moves, there's a factor I still don't understand. Toshinori. And that's it. Before the director could respond, Tsukauchi spoke up. Tsukauchi. Sparrow's behavior. Toshinori still had doubts, but they were instantly resolved thanks to Nezu. Nezu. As the detective said, Sparrow's behavior is something I don't quite understand, since he's always doing things that just don't make sense. Or at least they don't to me. And that's where you come in. Or rather, your successor, Izumi Midoriya, his twin sister. Toshinori opened his eyes, impressed that Nezu didn't know someone's next move. It was simply astonishing, but upon hearing his successor's name, his expression relaxed and he replied. Toshinori. Excuse me, Director, but Izumi won't be able to help us with that. It's not that she doesn't want to, but rather that, in Midoriya's words, young Sparrow was a normal child when he was little. The only noteworthy detail Izumi mentioned was that her brother had a certain obsession with freedom. Upon hearing the blonde-haired man's explanation, Nezu could only let out a small, tired sigh. It was no surprise that he gave it up, since ever since the pirate arrived in Japan he had tried to track his movements, something that hadn't been working. Toshinori. But the young Melissa spent a week with him, didn't she? Just like the heroine Yukio, although she spent a little less time with him than the young Melissa. Nezu. It would be very difficult for Melissa to help us at the moment, since she has to catch up on the assignments and projects her teachers have given her. Remember that she joined UA a week late, and the dragon heroine is. Tsukauchi interrupted the rodent due to receiving a message from one of the police officers under his command. Tsukauchi. The heroine Yukio, along with members of her agency and police officers, are at a hospital where a person named Izuku Midoriya was admitted last night. XXX in the hospital XXXX. In a hospital room, a black-haired man could be seen opening his eyes. The black-haired boy known as Jack Sparrow or Izuku Midoriya, depending on who you ask, was lost in thought. Thinking of Jack. I want some rum. Our protagonist averted his gaze from the ceiling, focusing more intently on the place where he was. The place was a typical hospital room, a white room with those typical machines for monitoring heartbeats and the usual things, but the black-haired man noticed something out of the ordinary. And this was the ash-colored hair of a woman who was leaning against the bed. Jack could only see the person's hair due to his position. The pirate tried to touch that hair with his hand, only to see that his entire left arm was now encased in a hard cast. And the dark-haired man was puzzled about what that thing was. But she had no time for doubts since she needed to leave that place and gather information about the opening of the Yaoyorozu Bank. Jack, trying to make as little noise as possible so as not to wake the person in the room, managed to get out of bed, then went towards a chair where his clothes were, a little wet from the rain, but in the end they were fine. Jack put his clothes on in a few simple movements. This consisted of a long-sleeved white shirt and black cloth trousers. The clothing was sponsored by Gibbs, or rather his bosses, who gave him several identical uniforms for work. Once he had dressed, he turned to look at the ash-blonde woman. The moment he saw her, the same memories from yesterday came flooding back to him, something that left the pirate quite shaken and speechless for a couple of seconds until he shook his head from side to side to deflect those memories for now. The captain took a few steps towards the door, ready to go out and fulfill his mission. Just as I touched the doorknob, I heard the woman who was leaning against the bed talking in her sleep. Mitsuki. Why yo te quadere Izu-chan? The pirate felt sorry for the woman, sorry for not knowing that this, Izu-chan, had died to make way for Captain Jack Sparrow, so as a last act of goodwill towards the woman, Jack approached the bed, took the white sheet that was on it, placed it over the woman, and walked back towards the door. The pirate was about to grab the doorknob again, but that action was interrupted because the door opened abruptly, revealing a light blue-haired girl in a superhero costume. Light blue hair. Excuse me, but, Is this Izuku Midoriya's room? Jack, analyzing the woman, replied. Jack. Who's asking? The light blue-haired girl didn't take long to respond to the pirate. Light blue hair. I am Najire-chan. Note. That is her hero name XD. The one known as Najire-chan continued talking. Najire. We're looking for Izuku Midoriya because we suspect he's Jack's spa. The light blue-haired girl couldn't finish speaking because her mentor, a blonde woman whom Jack knew very well, had appeared running straight towards them. Or rather, straight towards him. Yukio. Sparrow. Jack grimaced at the way they had called him, since the name was indeed correctly pronounced, but something was missing, so before Yukio could lunge at him, he raised his index finger as a signal for her to stop running, and under Najire's watchful gaze, Jack responded with a shout just as loud as the blonde's. Jack. Capitan, Capitan Jack Sparrow. Having said that, he turned around and went back to the room, noticing that the ash-haired woman had woken up because of the shouting. Jack, ignoring the woman, climbed out of the bedroom window, breaking it in the process and causing the three women to stare in terror at what the dark-haired man had just done, and it was no wonder since they were on the 4th floor. Jack's thoughts. I don't think I thought that through very well. He thought these words as he fell towards the street, preparing for his fate, which turned purple due to a purple portal that absorbed him before he could continue falling. Scene change. Through the city streets, a limousine could be seen in which Gibbs was sitting in the driver's seat, dressed in a black suit, driving with a tired and angry expression. The tiredness was due to spending most of the night learning to drive with Marty, and the anger stemmed from the fact that the person, or rather, the child, who was next to him kept taking pictures of him, something that made Gibbs uncomfortable, and of course he was going to let him know. Gibbs. Zuo, could you stop taking pictures of me? He said this in an angry tone. Zuo. No. Having said that, he continued taking pictures of Gibbs, who could only sigh and remember why the boy was with him. Flashback. Gibbs could be seen walking wearily towards the limousines. As Gibbs got into the limousine, he heard the passenger's side door opening. The pirate listlessly turned to see who had climbed aboard next to him, only to see the boy he had bumped into yesterday who had discovered his little secret. Gibbs. What do you need, Mr. Yaoyorozu? Zuo. Call me, Zuo, and I'm here for you to keep your promise and tell me the story of Jack Sparrow. Gibbs, reluctant to speak, said. Gibbs. But I can't right now. I have to take your brother. The younger black-haired boy didn't let Gibbs finish speaking. Zuo. I know, so that's why I'm going with you. Or do you want me to tell everyone your little secret? Besides, I doubt you know where Ua and the mall are, so let's go. Drive. Hurry up, old man. Findel flashback. Zuo was about to take another picture, something Gibbs wasn't going to allow, because the moment Zuo pointed the phone at him, Gibbs stopped the car dead, causing the phone to fall. Gibbs. I don't usually get angry over such small things, but now that I haven't slept at all and I have to worry about some crew members who I don't know what they're doing, and that bothers me even more, plus they don't know where Jack is and he can't give orders, so please stop taking pictures. Gibbs said these words wearily, not in an angry or shouting tone, just wearily. Upon hearing Gibbs's complaints, Zuo remained silent for a few seconds until the pirate calmed down enough to speak. Zuo. Better. Gibbs. Much better. Having said those words, Gibbs resumed driving normally towards his destination. 4x. At the entrance of UA there was a girl with black hair, a girl with purple hair, a girl with pink hair, and a floating uniform. These were the students of 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ishido and Toru Agakar. They were waiting for the limousine that would take them on their shopping trip, and luckily they didn't have to wait long, as a black limousine with gold accents and a prestigious brand name pulled up in front of them. Gibbs got out and, without further delay, hurried to open the limousine door. Momo was confused when she saw Gibbs get out of the limousine because he wasn't the same driver as always. As Gibbs opened the door for him to enter, he gave a small bow, awaiting entry into the limousine. Momo. You're not the same as always, are you? Gibbs calmly and politely replied. Gibbs. No, Miss Yaoyorozu, the other driver had to go see a relative. Saying this, he recalled the conversation he had yesterday with Marty, in which he showed him how he had the limousine driver tied up. Momo wasn't entirely convinced by what the man was saying, but this changed in an instant when her friends pushed her inside. The moment the other girls entered, Gibbs closed the door and went to the driver's side to await orders from the ladies, who were impressed by how luxurious the limousine was. Too lazy to explain what the limousine was like, so here's a picture of the future. You're a lazy piece of shit, you joke from the past. Due to Zuo's height, he could not be noticed by either his sister or his friends. The raven-haired girl's friends were impressed by the interior of the vehicle, but that would soon take a backseat because Momo asked her friends something. Momo. Girls, what do you think about the incident on Thursday? Upon hearing the question, the floating uniform replied. Toru. Are you referring to the incident with the journalists? Momo. Yes, that's right. Toru. I think Ua is largely to blame for not having more security. To join the conversation, the purple-haired girl began to speak. Kyoka. I agree with Agakar. I mean, for UA to be the most prestigious academy in the country, its security seems a little neglected in some aspects. Momo. Yes, I thought the same thing. Feeling excluded from the others' conversation, the pink-haired girl said something in a tone that startled her friends a little because of the curiosity it radiated, and which in turn caught their attention. Mina. But I think the strangest thing is that no television network showed the images of what happened. Kyoka, with a drop of sweat running down the back of her neck, spoke. Kyoka. I didn't know you watched the news. The pink-haired girl replied in an offended tone. Mina. Hey, why do you say that? One always has to be well informed. Although all they talk about in the news lately is that pirate. What was his name again? Paylone. MMMMNNNN. Momo. Sparrow, Jack Sparrow, that was his name. Toru. Oh, if that pirate and his crew were supposedly rejected by society. The purple-haired girl spoke in her typical bored tone, while looking out the window. Kyoka. I think the recent transfer to the support class lived with the raven-haired girl sighed as she uttered the last words of the conversation. Momo. I feel sorry for her, I mean, having to live with a guy who pretends to be a pirate and is actually a thief. I'm sure his so-called crew are just using him. Narrator. Upon hearing the words of the young ladies in the back of the limousine, Gibbs couldn't help but grip the steering wheel tightly and become angry. After all, who were they to speak about his captain in that way? Who were they to insinuate that we used Jack? These and other thoughts raced through Gibbs's mind. He was on the verge of stopping the limousine and turning around to confront them for speaking ill of his family. But that action was stolen from him by the small, raven-haired boy next to him, who stood up in his seat, stuck his head out the window to look back, and shouted. Zuo. That's not Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow doesn't pretend to be a pirate, he is a pirate. He steals from the rich and gives to the poor like Robin Hood, and I know his crew wouldn't use him. This surprised both Gibbs and the ladies in the back. Gibbs felt a sense of gratitude towards the boy, who in his opinion seemed very honest with his words. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl, the pink-haired girl, and the girl in the floating uniform were confused and had only one thought. Who is this child? The raven-haired girl, on the other hand, was very confused to see her brother there, so she asked. Momo. What are you doing here, Zuo? Scene change. Jack found himself on the floor of a bar, illuminated by a light that revealed the place. It had the typical drinks in its typical bar. The only thing that didn't fit was that there was a giant TV that was turned off and a smaller TV that had a video game console. Besides that, there was a table in the center of the place, with armchairs on either side, on which sat a man whose skin was white due to dryness and whose hair tried to hide his red eyes. The most striking thing about this person, apart from his skin, were a series of hands that were around him. Behind this person was a kind of purple, humanoid smoke, dressed as a bartender. Upon seeing these two people, Jack was about to use one of his waves to leave the place until he got a better look at the liquor store, so he decided to stay. Jack. That's better, heroes. You could have done this from the beginning, and I would have surrendered. He said this in a mocking tone while placing his hands on the bar floor. The young man sitting in the armchair frowned as he responded when he heard them call him a hero. Shigaraki. Don't compare us to those so-called heroes. We are superior. We are the League of Villains. Jack. What a ridiculous name. Shigaraki, confused by the black-haired man's words, asked. Shigaraki. Sorry. Jack, as he got up from the floor, replied. Jack. Is it? League of Villains. Seriously, couldn't they have come up with another name? Even League of Flans would have been more acceptable. Before Shigaraki could answer, he was interrupted by the shadow behind him. Kurohiri, future joke. Look for the name, excuse me, Mr. Spa. Jack. Captain Jack Sparrow, and emphasize the Captain. Kurohiri. Excuse me, Captain Jack Sparrow, but the young master has a proposal to make to you. After saying this, he went to a bottle of rum he had already prepared and took it to the table, placing it in front of the pirate. He raised an eyebrow and then gave a lopsided smile. Taking the bottle of rum, Jack first brought it closer to him, observing it very carefully before uncorking it and taking a very deep drink. After the deep drink, Jack moved it away from his mouth in a quick motion, causing the remaining rum in the bottle to spill to the side of him, falling onto the floor. Kurohiri was about to go clean, but Jack interrupted his walk by raising his hand and then saying, Jack, what do you want from me? Shigaraki. I want you to join my league. The dark-haired man sighed softly and replied, Jack, a pirate working with a villain. That doesn't seem like the best idea in the world. Upon hearing that, Shigaraki gave a small, satisfied smile, then said, Shigaraki. It wouldn't be the first time I've worked with a pirate, besides, I already know what you want. Jack, raising an eyebrow in doubt, asked. Jack. Oh yeah, and what would that be? Shigaraki, his smile widening, replied. Shigaraki. You want treasure. You want silver and gold. You want the society that marginalized your crew to fall into ruin, and for that, I can help you. Jack, taking a long sigh, replied. Jack. I'm not interested. Shigaraki was confused, so he just asked. Shigaraki. What? Before answering, Jack got up from the armchair and stepped over the spilled rum so as not to step in it, then turned around and replied. Jack. Not all treasure is silver and gold, my friend. Besides, I don't want the destruction of society, because if that were the case, I wouldn't be able to obtain the greatest treasure of all. And to top it all off, you seem like an idiot to me. These last words provoked Shigaraki's anger, causing him to rise from his chair and lunge at the pirate, who remained motionless. Shigaraki ran with his hand raised towards Jack, ready to disintegrate him. But to Shigaraki's great misfortune and Jack's great luck, Shigaraki stepped on the spilled rum, falling face first to the floor, and in the process touched it with all his fingers, disintegrating it a little. Jack, seeing this, can only say, Jack, thank the rum god this worked. After saying this, he kicked Shigaraki in the face, then turned around and ran out the bar door. As Jack left the bar, he found himself in an alley with only one exit. With no time to lose, Jack kept running. As he left the alley, Jack bumped into someone wearing a black hat with a feather. The hat obscured his face, but it wasn't as if Jack had intended to notice, so with a simple, sorry, he kept running. He caught a glimpse of the stranger's voice, a voice that sounded very familiar, but the dark-haired boy didn't have time to waste. Long time no see, Jackie. Some time later, Jack had finally found what he was looking for, the Yaoyorozu Bank. Or rather, the Yaoyorozu Bank coming soon. This bank was being covered by a black tarp that obscured every detail, but Jack didn't care. With both hands on his hips and a look that said, now I can finally buy a case of rum, he stared at a giant sign in front of the tarp that read, coming soon, Yaoyorozu Bank, grand opening next Wednesday. Next to these words was a picture of what the bank should look like. The pirate could no longer admire the place because a voice he knew very well was calling him from across the street. Gibbs. Jack. Time before. The day had passed very slowly for Gibbs. It was already hard getting used to not being on a ship sailing the sea without rules to follow, but here he was waiting for the girls to finish paying for their purchases. The pirate Licia looked tired, his shoulders slumped and his arms, laden with bags, hanging limply from his body as if they might detach at any moment from exhaustion. Next to him, Zuo was the same, with bags and in the same position as Gibbs. Anyone who saw them would think they were grandfather and grandson, something completely different from the reality. Gibbs, with a look that showed weariness and pity, turned to see a black car parked behind the limousine. Inside were 4 men in suits and dark glasses. These were the guardians of the Yaoyorozu family. The driver, when his gaze met Gibbs's, could only offer a small nod as a sign of respect for their great sacrifice, which caused the older pirate to sigh again. Gibbs could now be seen driving the limousine. The front of it was completely silent compared to the back where the girls were talking. Gibbs certainly preferred it that way, since at the moment he didn't want to talk to anyone due to the accumulated fatigue, and Zuo was asleep with his head resting against the window by the door. But as if it were a curse like the one Jack had, Gibbs's tranquility was interrupted as he heard the pink-haired girl ask him, "Mina, can we go for a coffee?" Gibbs, with no other option, gave a small nod and continued to follow the directions on how to get there. Gibbs drove calmly, as it was only a matter of meters to reach that acclaimed cafe the pink-haired girl talked about so much. It wasn't hard to spot the coffee shop, as it had large letters across the top that spelled out, "Coffee Club," and next to those words was a black cat figurine. However, this wasn't the only thing that caught the pirate's eye. Across the street, a large building was being covered by a black tarp, along with a sign that read, "Yaoyorozu Bank coming soon." Gibbs was certainly intrigued by the bank. It could represent a new opportunity for the crew, a new beginning. But these thoughts took a backseat when I heard Zuo. "Zuo, what if we go in?" Gibbs replied without interest. "Gibbs, why?" Zuo replied in an anxious tone. "Zuo, you need a little energy, and right now we have the opportunity to buy coffee to give you more energy. And they also sell desserts that are, delicious." Gibbs, with a drop of sweat running down the back of his neck, replied. "Gibbs, you want to go because you want dessert, right?" Zuo, see. Upon hearing this, Gibbs sighed softly and said, "All right, let's go." All Zuo could do was give a victorious smile and get out of the limousine, following Gibbs. Upon entering the shop, the pirate found a warm and cheerful place, with people chatting and enjoying themselves, just like in The Fertility Lady. This brought back a lot of nostalgia for Gibbs. But this was overshadowed when he heard Zuo say, "Let's go with my sister and her friends." With no other choice, Gibbs had to follow the little boy. Luckily for the pirate, the sister and her friends were very kind and friendly, so there were no problems with the two of them accompanying them. Gibbs was a little uncomfortable with the small group, but he went along with it and remained silent, something that wouldn't last long because a waitress had arrived at his table. A waitress he knew very well. "Rita. Call me ladies and Miss Gibbs." Gibbs was so surprised that all he could do was ask, "Gibbs. Rita." 10 minutes later. In these 10 minutes, Rita and Gibbs chatted happily, recounting their various adventures. Rita invited Gibbs to speak with Mia Mama, who was in the kitchen. Mia was happy to see him after so long. Gibbs wanted to continue talking with both of them because he noticed that many people had arrived at the shop and that they were short-staffed, so he decided to help. Gibbs was going back and forth from the kitchen carrying desserts and cups of coffee, until he saw Jack across the street, watching what appeared to be the Yaoyorozu Bank. Gibbs, unable to stop himself, quickly left the store and yelled, "Gibbs!" Jack, the dark-haired man, upon hearing his name, turned around. Not to acknowledge that was his name, but to correct the person. "Nara Jack, honestly, I never thought being in a city would be so overwhelming. At sea, most of the time you only have to worry about 3 simple things. 1. Knowing where you're going. 2. Having the leadership of the crew so they don't mutiny against you, and the most important, in my opinion, always have rum, or well, if you'd asked me that before the talking octopus showed up, I would have said that. But now, worrying about the octopus-faced guy, the other one with mollusks on his face, and the beast that was chasing me. To be honest, I still prefer the sea to this dump. At sea, I can be free, happy, do whatever I want, enjoy myself, have peace. Not like this place. Looking for work, looking for information, worrying about the crew mutinying, getting tools for the dwarf to work with, worrying about the heroes who are looking for me, that woman who took me to that place where they heal people, that other woman who was looking for me, that idiot who calls himself a villain, and now the idiot who recognized me and yelled at me from across the street. Right now, I'd like to be on the Pearl with a bottle of rum by my side. Narrator. These were Jack's thoughts as he heard someone call him again that day. And that again, they had called him by the wrong name. He dismissed the person. He took a long sigh, then turned around with a bored expression and said to the person who had called him. Jack. Is, Captain Jack Sparrow, pig without manners. The dark-haired man, realizing that the person who had called him was Gibbs, raised his hand in greeting to his company captain. Gibbs did not return the greeting, he just looked at him seriously. A few seconds passed before Gibbs took any action, and it was just a gesture for him to come closer. The dark-haired man didn't think twice and, putting both hands behind his neck, began to walk with a relaxed gait towards his right hand. Jack walked along peacefully, without a care in the world, as if he had nothing to lose, and this became clear the moment he crossed the street, since the dark-haired man didn't check if a car was coming, he just crossed. Gibbs couldn't maintain his neutral expression, due to the worry and fear that overwhelmed him as he watched his captain walk down the middle of the street and saw two cars speeding towards the dark-haired man. Gibbs could do nothing but close his eyes as he watched the cars about to hit the black-haired man. The moment he closed his eyes tightly, he heard horns blaring, followed by the sound of metal bending and plastic breaking. Gibbs, fearful of his captain's condition, opened his eyes very slowly, dreading the sight of Jack. This fear didn't last long, however, as Jack continued walking towards him with the same bored expression. A couple of steps away from Gibbs, Jack stopped and, in the same bored manner, turned around slightly to check the condition of the cars behind him. They are stuck together facing each other, with broken windows and smashed front bumpers next to the hoods. Jack gave a brief, bored look, then turned to Gibbs and said, "Jack, I thought they knew how to drive around here, but I was wrong, they drive like on that island where it's." The dark-haired man couldn't finish speaking because Gibbs, who seemed very angry, punched him in the face. Jack didn't even flinch from the blow, he just stared at Gibbs, confused, and asked him, "Jack, your punches are weaker than usual, are you sleeping well?" Gibbs, realizing what he had done, quickly apologized and then answered Jack's question. "Gibbs, the truth is, I didn't sleep well, I spent the whole night learning to drive." "Jack, you learn fast, don't you? Now you'll have to learn how to fly an airplane." He said this in a mocking tone. But Gibbs rolled his eyes at the dark-haired man's question, and with gestures of denial and a shake of his head, replied, "No, please." Seeing Gibbs's concern, Jack chuckled, then glanced behind Gibbs and noticed several tables with people inside. He decided to walk over to Gibbs and ask him, "Jack, I'm hungry, aren't you?" Gibbs, with a drop of sweat running down his cheek, replied, "Gibbs, you're always hungry." "Jack, there was no need to be so hurtful, you know." Gibbs couldn't help but smile and approach the door, then open it and say, "After you, Captain." Jack said nothing, but his face showed the satisfaction of being called Captain. "Jack, there was no need to be so hurtful, you know." Gibbs couldn't help but smile and approach the door, then open it and say, "After you, Captain." Jack said nothing, but his face showed the satisfaction of being called Captain. Jack ignored this, although he would be lying if he said that the boy's gaze didn't pique his curiosity a little. But that curiosity was completely overshadowed when he saw Rita. The black-haired man's face showed surprise, and small tears could be seen forming in his eyes, something that hadn't been seen since the fateful day Oris died. Jack stood motionless, afraid that it was all an illusion and that if he moved, it would vanish, but he didn't need to move, because the white-haired girl, upon seeing him, ran to him with tears in her eyes while repeating his name, and the moment she hugged the black-haired boy, she burst into tears that were accompanied by the same black-haired boy who hugged her back. Most people in the bar didn't care, except for the UA students and the little boy accompanying them. This was because of the name the white-haired girl had mentioned. Mina and Toru thought it was pure coincidence that the person's name resembled a certain pirate they were looking for on TV, but Momo and Guro felt that the black-haired man in front of them had some connection to the pirate. They had no way of verifying this information, but they had a strange feeling. As for Zuo, he already knew that the person in front of him was the real Jack Sparrow and was eager to get his autograph and ask him a favor. The couple remained embraced, regardless of the fact that Rita had to continue delivering orders to the tables, regardless of the fact that Jack was being pursued across the country, regardless of anything, and despite the fact that they both knew the conditions they were in, it didn't matter to them. But the one who did not care was the owner of the cafe. As she came out from behind a door behind the counter, she had an irritating look, which she abandoned for a few seconds when she saw the couple. But that only lasted a couple of seconds, because, his tired and annoyed face returning, he yelled at Rita. "Mamma mia! Rita, I don't mean to bother you or your boyfriend, but you have work to do and I also need to talk to young Midoriya about a few things." Upon hearing the first part of what Mama said, Rita blushed and quickly separated from the black-haired man, then continued with her work as a waitress, but before she left she whispered to Jack, "We'll talk in a bit, I have so many things to tell you." Jack was initially confused because Mama knew him. She knew his name was Jack Sparrow, and not Izuku Midoriya. The black-haired boy simply didn't understand until he locked eyes with the older woman, because upon seeing her eyes, he received a mental message due to Mama's power. Message: "Are you an idiot, kid? They're supposedly looking for Jack Sparrow, and in all the years I've been here, no one named Jack has ever come. Anyone who's a detective or something like that would put two and two together." Upon hearing the message that echoed in his head, Jack gave a calm half-smile, then spoke directly to my mother. "Izuku. Of course, that's me, the one and only Izuku Midoriya." But both the smile and the calm tone with which she said those words were overshadowed by a fearful smile and surprised eyes when she heard the students who were with the child say, "Mina, Momo, Toru, Guro, Midoriya." But both the smile and the calm tone with which she said those words were overshadowed by a fearful smile and surprised eyes when she heard the students who were with the child say, "Mina, Momo, Toru, Guro, Midoriya." Location: League of Villains Bar. In the League of Villains Bar, Shigaraki Tamura could be seen kneeling in front of a television that projected the image of a man with a black mask. Shigaraki: "Sorry sensei, I acted rashly and allowed Sparrow to escape. I couldn't recruit him, and I couldn't capture him either." The man on the screen didn't utter a word, only his breathing could be heard, breathing that sounded like it was done by machines, and that silence was enough to make Tamura feel intimidated by his master. This situation and Shigaraki's fear took a back seat when he heard the voice of a man sitting in an armchair. "Barbosa. Don't be so harsh on the kid, he's still learning. Besides, Sparrow wouldn't have joined for anything in the world. He's different, not like those pirates you recruited years ago. I assure you, Sparrow must be hatching some grand plan right now." Scene change. Location: at the Cat Cafe. Jack could be seen sitting in the middle of a pink-haired girl and a floating uniform. The older black-haired boy had a bored look on his face, and it was no wonder. He had to invent a fake life story with his supposed sister, and a guy who looked like a Muslim, from how they met that guy, to how he and his sister took the UA entrance exam, which surprisingly he hadn't gotten into but his sister had. Most of the people at the table believed the story, except for Gibbs and Zuo, who already knew the truth. Or rather, half the truth. The ones who were reluctant to believe him from the beginning were the raven-haired girl and the purple-haired girl. This was only at the beginning, as Jack told the story in such a realistic way that they ended up believing it. Jack's boredom didn't last much longer. As if it were a divine sign, Gibbs's phone rang, saying he was needed at the mansion. This forced the young ladies to leave, but not before arranging another meeting with Jack. As a courtesy, Jack escorted them to the entrance of the cafe, and while he watched them get into the limousine, Gibbs and Zuo approached him from behind. "Gibbs. Jack, I mean. Izuku, this kid is Zuo, the youngest son of the Yaoyorozus, and he also knows who we are." Jack knew Gibbs was a bit careless, but he never expected it to be so blatant that just a kid would figure out who he was. This disappointed the younger black-haired man, but that disappointment turned to confusion when he heard the kid, who had sighed deeply and then quickly asked him, "Zuo, can I join your crew?" He said this while looking at the ground, with his eyes and fists clenched. Jack didn't know what the boy had been through, but he knew that by asking him that, he was looking for something he wouldn't stop looking for until he found it, no matter who he was with, to achieve his goal. So he answered calmly under Gibbs's gaze, "Jack, tell me, kid, what are you looking for?" "Fame, money, power." Zuo, lifting his head to look Jack in the eyes, replied. "Zuo, And no, I'm not looking for any of that. I want to be someone. I don't want to be known only as the youngest son of the Yaoyorozus. And I know that in your crew there are people who are also recognized for their merits, like the twins. One is missing an eye and the other is going bald, but they're the best at infiltrating places, or like the creator, the one who makes the upgrades for your ship and the equipment you use in your heists. I want the world to know me. Jack just stared intently at the boy, and he saw him. There was something in his eyes that reminded him of himself. Although his dreams were different, the yearning to achieve them was the same. So, with a smile, he said a few words the boy would never forget. Jack. Jack Sparrow, as your new captain from this moment forward, give you your first mission. And this is, live your life. These words left Gibbs and Zuo with many doubts, which were immediately resolved by Jack, who continued speaking. Jack. Live life for the members of this crew, for the great years they lost, for a life they always dreamed of and never had. But, since I suspect you won't be satisfied with just that, I'm giving you another mission, to gather information. Information about what, you might be wondering. Only time will tell. Zuo looked at Jack with a happy expression. Not at his captain, who had entrusted him with carrying all the team's knowledge, so he replied. Zuo. Si, mi Capitan. But their conversation could not continue because of the limousine's horn, a signal for them to hurry up and leave. Zuo bowed to Jack and ran off towards the limousine, followed by Gibbs, who overheard some words directed at him. Jack. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Upon hearing this, Gibbs could only smile and reply, leave it to me, Captain. With that, he climbed into the limousine and drove off. Jack watched intently as the vehicle drove away, his mind occupied by a single thought, something that filled him with nothing but. He longed for it and its perfect relief from the hunger he always felt, and this was it. Rum, the pirate, how he wished to taste a little of this elixir that gave him life, but there was no time, the desire, yes, that was what there was, but time. That was gone. Ready to return to his crew, Jack walked through the streets that were already growing dark due to the setting sun and the rising moon. But as he walked, he couldn't forget what his mother had told him while he was at the table surrounded by people. Flashback. Jack could be seen between the pink-haired girl and the girl in the floating uniform, who were talking non-stop about how their day had gone and how their stay at UA was going, but the older black-haired boy wasn't interested in the slightest, he just wanted to leave. But these thoughts faded into the background when Jack heard Mia Mama's voice echoing in his head. Mia Mama. I'm glad you're okay, and I know you have questions like, where are the Nom crew members? And I also know you're wondering how I can talk to you mentally, but since I know you're an idiot and the time I was telling you about my quirk, you were in your own world, oh well, my quirk allows me to talk to people I'm looking at mentally. Upon hearing this, Jack turned his head around, searching for Mia Mama, who was staring at him with a neutral, though admittedly intimidating, expression. Luckily for the pirate, the people at the table were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice his sudden head movement. My mom. Now stay still and listen, child. When we arrived here with Nom's crew, it was complicated at first, mainly because we had nowhere to stay. But that wasn't a problem for long, since Nom and his crew started working with some kind of organization. He never said what it was, but you don't have to be a genius to figure out what they were doing. At first, it was necessary, but once we had enough money to settle down and open this place, Nom was already thinking about other goals. He thought, we all thought you and yours were dead. And even though he'd hate to admit it, he was the one who was hurting the most. So he looked for ways to gain more power. We haven't seen him or any of his crew in months. But I'm sure of one thing, he's not a pirate anymore. He no longer follows the parlay and only seeks destruction. I'm telling you this so that when you meet him, you won't have the parlay in mind. End of flashback scene. Jack pushed these thoughts aside, placed his hands behind his neck, and continued walking, watching the sun slowly set. As he saw the moon appear on the horizon, another thought came to his mind. Jack. Sister, the truth is I don't remember her or how we parted ways. Although that doesn't matter anymore. She must have forgotten about me by now. And I don't even know what she looks like. Not that I care, it's just that I have this strange feeling, like David Jones. Will you need it? Jack didn't turn around to look at the spirit that tormented him. He just walked on, trying to ignore it, which was impossible. David Jones. Don't you want to remember your mother? Or be able to see and spend time with your sister? Don't you want to remember who you are? This last question made Jack stop suddenly, giving the spirit an opportunity to continue speaking and try to convince the younger pirate. David Jones. Think about it. You could find out what your sister is like. You could clear up all your doubts about who you are. Or you could even find out why your mother abandoned you at that orphanage. You can be there for your family. Having said this, David Jones thought he had the pirate right where he wanted him, that Jack was ready to help him. That he was at his service, but what he didn't expect was to hear the younger pirate laugh and answer him in a bored manner. Jack. First of all, I already know what my sister is like. I don't know what she looks like, but I know what she's like, thanks to her crewmates who told me. Being there for your family. What are you talking about? I'm already there for my family. My crew is my family, and they need me. That one you say is my sister. No, and the only question I've ever had in my life is where I'm going to get rum, so leave me alone. Will you? The spirit could sense in Jack's words that nothing was a lie, that Jack truly didn't care in the slightest about his blood sister, and that his only question was where he would find Ron. But despite this, David Jones wouldn't give up and would continue trying to convince Jack, but for the moment it was best to withdraw and leave him alone. A rather accurate choice, since just as the spirit disappeared, another person, or rather hero, appeared, who wrapped Jack in a yellow scarf. Jack, tired of everything, tried to use his quirk to free himself, but nothing happened. The pirate was confused as to why his quirk hadn't worked. Could it be the scarf? Or could it be? Jack understood, so he gave a half smile and spoke. Jack. Did you really want to see me again, hearsay head? You know, I'm not in the mood and I'm a bit tired, so why don't we leave it for another day? Although, if you have some rum. The pro-hero appeared before the pirate, wearing the same clothes he had worn in the last fight, but unlike that time, the hero had a kind of yellow goggles covering his eyes. Head, as he walked towards Jack, spoke. Aizawa. Jack Sparrow or Izuku Midoriya, you're under arrest for piracy. Since you're still a minor, you'll be sent to a re. Jack didn't let the older black-haired man finish speaking before making a comment that only he could think of. Jack. Look, I'll let you capture me for 100,000 yen. No more, no less. Aizawa stopped walking immediately upon hearing Jack and asked in a confused tone, wait, do I have to give you money for capturing you? Jack. Nah, not really. I'm just stalling. Aizawa. Time for what? Jack, giving him a satisfied smile, replied, so your eyes will dry. The pro-hero was now truly surprised, wondering how the child could possibly know his quirk. He read the younger black-haired boy's file, and it showed he never gathered information before acting. Or perhaps the files were lying. These and more were the doubts the older black-haired man had, so he remained silent for a short time, which made the pirate's smile widen and he said. Jack. Aha. So your quirk has something to do with your eyes, huh? And I think that's why I can't use my power. Aizawa. Wait, you didn't know about my quirk. Jack. You're welcome, Aizawa. So, why did you say that about my eyes? Aizawa was truly confused now. What was the kid stalling for? Unfortunately for Aizawa, the moonlight began to fall upon him, giving the pirate Tamar this opportunity to lunge at the black-haired boy, who didn't have time to dodge. And as he felt the pirate push his head into his chest, he saw something strange. A whitish color emanating from Sparrow's arm, and as he fell to the ground, he saw it. Where Sparrow had been, there was now only a skeleton wearing his clothes. And because of the shock, he couldn't avoid the kick the skeleton landed on his face, making him look up and feel something push him backward. Aizawa, quickly recovering, looked around for the pirate, only to see that he had disappeared as if by magic. Although the older black-haired man was still in shock from what he saw, he could only manage to say one thing. Aizawa. Sparrow. Days later, to be more specific, just the day before the big plan against the bank. Not much had happened these past few days, just a few things. One of these was that Jack had quit his job. Well, when we say quit, we mean stop going. Gibbs promoted him to driver, And with that came more responsibilities, like being on call 24/7 for the Yaoyorozus, as well as driving them to all the places they were ordered to go. There was nothing new among Jack's crew, except for a van that Marty was tinkering with. And when we say tinkering, we mean the engine had been replaced with a V12, nitrous oxide, and several bottles of some kind of blue liquid, thanks to the cooperation of people who had unlocked their cars. It's worth noting that Miss Anna Maria had been more attached to the prisoner they had. But what most intrigued the captain of the Black Pearl was that my mother had given him an address after telling him that a surprise awaited him there. Jack narrates, "I was expecting my mom to give me Ron when she said she had a surprise for me. But look at me here. What is it? A cemetery. I don't know why she wanted me to come, but I'd better leave this depressing place." Normal narrator. The pirate is ready to leave. And he would have left if it weren't for a cemetery caretaker who appeared and started talking to Jack in the most normal way. Manager. "You must be Mr. Izuku Midoriya, right?" The pirate looked at the attendant in confusion, and simply nodded. The employee, seeing the black-haired man's gesture, widened his smile and said, "Attendant. Look, here's the thing, Mr. Midoriya. Thinking you were dead, some of your relatives paid to have a grave built for you here. But when you sent us documentation proving you weren't dead, we have to remove the grave, by law. And we need you here to sign some paperwork that's waiting for you at your former grave in Section H. That's all, Mr. Midoriya. I'll take my leave." The dark-haired man, while staring at the employee's back, had many doubts in his mind. How did my mother manage to prove I was alive? Or how did she know where my grave was? What the black-haired boy didn't know was that Mima had only received a message with the cemetery's address and a note that said, "A gift for Jack." Nothing more. Whoever did this wanted Izuku Midoriya to be officially alive in order to do something. The pirate, with a few doubts, headed to Sector H and saw it. He saw two graves, side by side. One said, "Inko Midoriya," and the other said, "Izuku Midoriya." The black-haired man had no thoughts at that moment. He simply wore a neutral expression. "Jack. So, in the end, you didn't abandon me after all." Silence reigned in that place for a couple of minutes. A calm and serene silence. A silence that masked the small tears Jack was shedding. And how could he not? The dark-haired boy had thought all his life that his mother had abandoned him because of the curse he carried, that she rejected him, or that she simply didn't love him. Something that stirred a little anger when he remembered it. But nothing could be further from the truth. In that place, surrounded by silence, Jack realized something. His mother hadn't abandoned him. She had died, and seeing that his grave was next to hers, he finally understood. He wasn't Izuku Midoriya, because that little boy had never left his mother, nor she him. So much so that they accompanied each other until death. And even though Izuku's grave was an empty tomb, a grave completely devoid of anything physical, it only contained the memories, the joy, and the soul of a child who couldn't continue living his life. The black-haired boy wiped the tears from his face, for after all, he wasn't Izuku Midoriya, brother of Izumi Midoriya and son of Inko Midoriya. He was Jack Sparrow, captain of the Black Pearl, an orphan, a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. So Jack gave a small smile and turned away. Without signing any papers, without saying anything, not a word. After all, he was alone. Who would listen to his ridiculous phrases in that place? The captain of the Pearl walked back the way he had come. He could already see the cemetery gates and a person walking towards him. Jack didn't notice the person, who was a little his age, slightly shorter than him, with 4 freckles on her cheeks and green hair, who was holding flowers in her hands. Jack walked beside her without saying a word, just like the green-haired girl. Walking beside Jack, she felt a sense of déjà vu. So she turned to watch the black-haired boy's back as he walked away, and with a sad smile, she uttered a few words that were carried away by the wind. "Izumi. Impossible. My brother is dead. Nara inventions. Why is this happening? This is supposed to be a rescue drill, nothing more. How is it that right now I'm watching a friend about to die, and I'm just standing there, frozen, unable to do anything?" Narrator 0. The green-haired girl wasn't saying these words in vain, because right before her eyes and those of her class was Shigaraki. Although they knew him as the madman who wants to kill All Might, he was addressing a first-year student who had frog-like features. She was frozen, paralyzed with fear by this villain, who had previously appeared with about 65 other henchmen. Although some of them stood out more than others, why was that? Simple. They were dressed in rather peculiar clothing. They weren't wearing sports shirts or anything like that. They wore clothes like sailors. Sailors who had been wading through mud, judging by the color and the smell of the garments. These were the self-proclaimed League of Villains, who had interrupted a rescue drill by the newly graduated students of UA Academy. Their objective: to kill All Might. Their problem: All Might was missing. Due to this minor incident, the leader of the villains, in a fit of rage, rushed forward with his outstretched hand toward the frog girl. This action was not well received by what appeared to be a humanoid shadow in a suit, and a man who was holding the class teacher, who was already lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. The villain was getting closer and closer to the girl, who remained still. But something happened. Before the villain could reach the girl, he was run over by an out-of-control truck with people inside. A couple of hours earlier. Location: inauguration of the Yaoyorozu Bank. A small crowd of people could be seen gathered outside the Yaoyorozu Bank, which was not covered by anything, revealing the perfect work of construction, a bank with classic touches but with an aura of modernity. In front of the bank there was a safe which was secured with chains so that after the presentation it could be installed in the desired location. Rita watched the bank's opening with anticipation, until she saw someone she recognized, and it was Gibbs. He was wearing a black tuxedo, and next to him was a small boy in a pearly blue tuxedo. This was Zuo, who was waiting expectantly as his father gave an inaugural speech. Mr. Yaoyorozu, today we are gathered to welcome you to the future. A brighter, more successful, more illustrious future. As I go, we are inaugurating my family's first bank. And it's not just an ordinary bank. It's a home for everyone who invests in it. It's not just a bank for the average citizen. No, sir, but also for heroes. Let the heroes come in. Having said that, the bank's automatic doors open slowly. From inside emerges a huge figure, its orange vest gleaming under the lights. Professional hero. Death Arms. People applaud when they see him lift a plaque with one hand as if it were a sheet of paper. He greets the audience with his typical seriousness, nodding firmly. But before the applause dies down, a flash of fire illuminates the stage. Blue flames rise like columns and the atmosphere suddenly heats up. From the fire emerges an imposing figure, the red suit and the flames dancing on his shoulders. Hero number 2, Endeavor. The audience falls silent in the face of his intimidating aura. Endeavor crosses his arms, observing the bank as if assessing its entire security with just one glance. Death Arms steps forward, takes the microphone, and declares with determination. We are pleased to be here to inaugurate this bank, and to ensure that it is protected. Endeavor looks up, the fire rises slightly. As long as we're here, no criminal will dare to come near. Both heroes pose while cameras flash. The ceremony continues, with the feeling that, even in a peaceful event, these two impose presence and power. After that epic presentation, Mr. Yaoyorozu, in the eyes of those present, continued speaking with his professional seriousness. Mr. Yaoyorozu, this safe in front of you is impenetrable. Sounds of locks having. Mr. Yaoyorozu, made with the most advanced technology of our time. Sounds of locks opening. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Mr. Yaoyorozu spoke with a smile and a joy that one wouldn't expect from a man like him. Mr. Yaoyorozu, and with you, this bank's first investment of 5 million yen. With that said, the safe doors finished opening. The vault door opens slowly. The dark interior begins to reveal itself. And then they see it. There, in the middle of empty space, lying on the floor as if it were his personal bed, is Captain Jack Sparrow, fast asleep, hugging a bottle of rum as if it were a treasure. He snores softly. The guards freeze. The manager's eyes widen in shock. A woman on the bank stifles a scream. Jack, still asleep, murmurs something unintelligible and turns over, completely unaware of the panic he is causing. Finally, one of the guards clears his throat. Jack wakes up with a start, looks around with a confused expression and, completely calmly, asks, "Is this the bar?" The silence is absolute. The employees stare at him in horror. Jack adjusts his hat, which he didn't even remember wearing, inside the vault, and smiles with his usual cheekiness. The guards raise their weapons. The two pro heroes immediately went on guard, because you didn't have to be an expert to know who the person in front of them was and what they were capable of. Jack was staggering, looking at the crowd, until he heard a woman scream "Pirate." The black-haired boy screamed in fear when he heard that. "Pirate, where?" Having said that, he turned around to look inside the safe and remember that he was the pirate and what he had come to do. So with a quick half-turn and a smile on her face, she spoke, and as she turned around she said, "I remember now, I came to steal this ban." The pirate couldn't finish speaking as he saw Death Arms about to deliver a clean punch to his face. The hero's fist was just centimeters from Jack's face, who didn't even blink as he generated a shockwave strong enough to send the hero flying and make the safe move a few centimeters. With a shout of satisfaction at the thought of all the rum the pirate could buy, he yelled, "Now addicted to rum." With that, an engine revved up behind the bank, and the chains attached to the safe tightened instantly. The safe moved rapidly, causing the pirate inside to trip and fall out. But on the way to the safe, he was stopped because of the bank's concrete wall. Jack was lying face down on the floor until he felt something warm approaching him. The pirate rolled on the ground, barely dodging a burst of fire that hit the ground where Jack had been standing. The captain of the Black Pearl sat on the floor, resting his hands on it. Having done so, he looked at the origin of the fire blast, seeing the number 2 hero looking at him with a face of contempt and ready to launch another fire blast. Seeing Endeavor's intentions, Jack lifted his palms from the ground, raised his hands in front of him with open palms, and asked the fire hero, "Can't we talk this over a little rum?" The hero did not respond, he only stared at Jack in a serious manner, waiting to attack under the gaze of the public and the people who moved away from the impending fight. Although only one person stood up to confront the pirate. "Mr. Yaoyorozu, why you're ruining the opening of my bank? You may leave, good sir." The pirate, who was still on the floor, looked away from the hero when he heard the elegant gentleman speaking to him. The pirate assessed him with his eyes, until a playful smile formed on his face and he replied, "Okay, I'll leave." He jumps up, "But, I'm taking this thing with me." Having said this, he closed the vault door, which made a small click. Mr. Yaoyorozu was about to protest, but he couldn't because the number 2 hero launched several flames at the pirate, who, feeling the heat approaching him, moved agilely avoiding most of the flames, except for one that managed to touch his left arm, to be more specific, his shoulder. The pirate groaned in pain from the burning sensation caused by the blaze. Jack was about to grab his shoulder but was interrupted by a blow to his back, courtesy of Death Arms. The blow caused Jack to crash to the floor, leaving him almost unconscious. The hero thought he had the pirate, which was a mistake because Jack released another wave, a more powerful one. The wave caused Death Arms to crash into the safe, causing it to pierce the concrete wall and advance down the street. Jack, recovering from the blow, watched as the safe was towed away by a black van with white lettering that read, "Mini Black Pearl." The van was being driven by Ragetti, who had an excited look on his face. Jack, letting out a small snort of pain, spoke, saying, "Why am I the one who ends up running?" Having said that, he started running at full speed to try to climb onto the safe, something that Endeavor wouldn't allow. The latter used his fire to propel himself towards Jack faster, who, aware of this, gave a pained half-smile and unleashed another wave, this one coming from his back. This wave propelled the pirate forward and deactivated the hero's fire quirk, sending him crashing to the ground, while Jack was blasted away by his own energy blast. The dark-haired man fell into the back of the truck, next to Marty, who was adjusting a couple of calculations. Next to him was Scrum, who had no idea of Jack's plan. Scrum. "Excuse me, Captain. I still don't understand your plan." Jack, getting up from his seat, said, "If you don't understand my plan, it's because it's working." That said, some police patrols appeared, which would catch up with the pirates, due to the loss of speed caused by the safe they were transporting. Seeing this, Jack pointed his open palms towards the patrol cars, releasing a shockwave strong enough to send a couple of them flying. The remaining patrols followed the pirates even more closely, but then Marty finished his calculations and shouted, "Pain, now!" Pintle, who was in the passenger seat, pressed a button, causing the truck to accelerate and emit smoke from the engine. The truck was at full speed, leaving the patrol cars behind and causing Jack to let out a small sigh, a mixture of pain and relief. But that relief was sudden when he heard Ragati, who was driving, shout something at him. "Ragati! Captain, the road is blocked by patrol cars and the brakes aren't working." Upon hearing this, Jack looked over the top of the truck, confirming the patrol cars were indeed present, and also noticed a kind of giant dome surrounded by a blue energy. "Jack, all to starboard." Ragati saw the dome and with a shout swerved, dodging the patrol cars, but now the truck had a new destination to crash into. The dome. The truck was about to crash into the dome-like barrier, so Jack yelled, "Sujetensee." The truck was meters away from the barrier, until an earthquake shook the ground, causing the barrier to dissipate for a few brief seconds, allowing the truck and the safe to pass through. The truck drove through a series of walls until it reached a large area where the US students and the villains were located. The truck cut through everything in its path until it hit Shigaraki. Currently, the US facilities were silent. Everyone present was shocked by what had happened. A green-haired girl shook her head from side to side, knowing she'd have time to think about what had happened later. Using one for all, she approached her frog-like friend and grabbed her wrist, pulling her away from the front lines. The other one who reacted was the shadow Kurogiri. His first action was to open a portal revealing Shigaraki's unconscious body. He had a broken leg and arm, his hands had fallen off, and he lay in a pool of his own blood. Kurogiri checked his protégé's pulse and saw that although a little weak, he was still alive. The man on top of Herazer had asked a question to a pirate who had his hands outstretched. "How did that get through your Kokuyo barrier?" The one known as Kokuyo was nervous about his captain's question, so he replied, I got distracted by the tremor that was felt." Herazer's head was beneath the man. The pro-hero had received a severe beating from the one known as Captain to some villains, but the one with hands all over his body called him Nomu. Aizawa recommended that the new arrivals be professional heroes so they could take care of his children and he could rest. However, his disappointment was great when he heard the voice of a certain pirate who never shut up. "Jack. See, Scrum, everything went exactly as planned." The man known as Scrum was vomiting from the dizziness he felt, but that didn't stop him from answering his captain. "I will never again endure you, Captain." Having said that, he continued with what he was doing. Jack, still without revealing himself, gave a message to his crew. "Jack, Marty, get the engine ready. The rest of you, open the safe and fill the mini pearl. Me, take a sip of rum. And I'll make sure there are no walls in my way." All that could be heard from the crew was a, "Yes, Captain." And finally everyone saw him. They saw the leader of the people who had arrived. Each person in the place had different reactions. Izumi saw him and remembered the person she had seen yesterday at the cemetery. It was him. But what made me go blank were the words Mina Ashido said. "Mina. Midoriya, you came to rescue us." Izumi froze at what the pink-haired girl had said. It was true that she and other classmates had mentioned meeting her brother, but she had ignored them, thinking they were just teasing. But no, there in front of her was her supposed brother, who, to tell the truth, looked just like her, only he had short, black hair. Jack turned to look at the person who had said, Midoriya. He saw the girl he had met in the cafeteria the day before, along with other people who looked like his classmates and a green-haired girl he remembered seeing yesterday. Then he turned to look at Aizawa, who was staring at him with a desperate expression and pleading for help. "Aizawa. Sparrow, take care of my students." Jack was confused until he realized the situation he was in. There were villains lying unconscious, and this supposed leader of the League of Clans was there. He saw a man with a large, muscular build, wearing a crow's beak mask, who was staring at him in awe. The pirate ignored all of this and only spoke. "Jack. I'm sorry to interrupt your lovely gathering. We won't bother you and we'll take our leave." Jack couldn't finish speaking because the man in the mask yelled at him. "Sparrow, it's me Nom." Having said that, the man removed his mask, revealing his former comrade from piracy. Jack looked at him with a serious expression and simply replied, "I don't know who you are. I only know Captain Nom. Not a villain with that name." Nom's eyes were wide with shock at his former best friend's response, but that didn't stop him from continuing to speak. Name. Chituvano, we had to do it. The age of pirates is over. We had to save ourselves. We had to survive for you. For all those who died in Tortuga. You could join us. Those present were already resigned to the idea that the pirate would join him. If that happened, it would be the end of the students, and Aizawa knew it, so he tried to speak only to be silenced by a punch from Nom. Jack, seeing this, gave a look of annoyance, so as he walked he began to speak. Jack. You know, those who perished in Tortuga, I don't think. Izumi. Izuku, Hermano. The green-haired girl lunged at her brother to prevent him from joining the League of Villains, but he only took a step to the side, causing her to fall face first to the floor. Jack. I don't even know who you are, miss. Having said that, she continued on her way. Upon hearing this, the green-haired girl felt her heart break. She, who had decided to follow her dream for her brother and her mother, she, who could never forget him. She was being treated as a stranger by her closest family. The black-haired boy only took a couple more steps, when he heard an explosion and saw an ash-blonde boy approaching him while shouting. Bakugo. How dare you, you fucking nerd. The black-haired man simply raised his hand and expelled a wave that struck the ash-haired man in the abdomen, causing the latter to run out of air and fall to the ground clutching his abdomen. Jack advanced under the watchful eyes of everyone. Fear gripped the students, while Nom felt a surge of happiness at the thought that his little comrade would be accompanying him. He couldn't have been more wrong. As soon as the black-haired man arrived and stood in front of him, Nom raised his hand for the black-haired man to shake. Jack looked at Nom's hand and gave a half-smile. Then he punched Nom, who had been sent flying by the force of a shockwave that Jack had generated. Jack. If the age of pirates is ending, why am I still alive? When the age of pirates ends, I'll die. But that hasn't happened yet. Nom was embedded in a wall of US, staring at the pirate with confusion and shock. How could he say that? Doesn't he see that all the pirates died? These and many other thoughts raced through Nom's mind as he watched intently as Jack helped Aizawa to his feet. Aizawa was surprised by the pirate's action but was even more confused, though also relieved, to see Jack trying to help him stand up. Aizawa. I thought you would accept, why your offer? Jack. It was very tempting. Although I prefer to follow the path my captain taught me. Jack left Aizawa with his students and proceeded to leave, under the watchful gaze of everyone present. Bakugo barely made it to Jack, who, after leaving Aizawa, looked at him curiously. Bakugo. How dare you? You fucking NNER, make Izumi cry. The black-haired boy didn't care about the ash-haired boy's words. But what he did care about was that when he looked at the green-haired girl he had been dodging, she was crying, and then a small memory came to Jack, in which he saw a little girl with a joyful smile directed towards him. The pirate simply shook his head to clear his mind of that memory and approached the green-haired girl who was crying on the floor. The dark-haired man crouched down to her level and, in a soft, reassuring voice, said, I am not your brother. Perhaps I once was, but I don't remember. I'm sorry. Having said that, the pirate got up and headed towards the van, which was already running and had all the money in it. Nom. You think you'll leave that easily? Don't you remember Kokuro's quirk? Jack, turning around, replied. Honestly, no. Hee. I don't remember it at all. Nom smiled and replied. Nom. And how do you plan to leave? His gift creates barriers. And in case you haven't noticed, he has a barrier around this entire place. Jack looked at Nom and gave him a half-smile, a mocking smile. Jack. Sailors, prepare to push the mini pearl. Jack's crew. Aye, Captain. Nom, realizing what the pirate was about to do, rushed to stop him, but she couldn't, because Jack expelled a shockwave from his body so large that it covered the entire area, and therefore deactivated the barrier. Jack. Now let's go. The dark-haired man was suddenly interrupted, not by any person or object around him, but by a metallic taste that spread across his palate. He knew he had been burned and hit by the heroes, he hadn't thought it would affect him so much. The pirate couldn't do anything more when he heard Marty's alarmed cry. Marty's face showed fear and worry. Why was this? Simple. This was because blood was coming out of Jack's eyes, as if they were tears. Jack didn't understand Marty's confusion, so he opened his mouth to say something, but those words never came out, as the pirate had fallen to his knees vomiting blood. The looks on some of those present were of confusion. Others were afraid that their last hope would die out of nowhere. The only one who knew what was happening was Nomu, who already knew what was happening to the pirate, so he yelled at him. "You damn dwarf. You've reached your limit. When was the last time you ate something?" The UA students could only react with horror as a purple portal opened, revealing a man wearing a mask that seemed to help him breathe. This man looked around, taking in the situation of his disciple, who was still unconscious next to Kurogiri, who remained motionless. The man simply created another portal, this time beneath the two mentioned earlier, and looking at Jack, he simply gave Nomu an order. "All for one. Trailer mi Nomu." Having said that, the man left through the same door he had come in through. "Nomu, I already knew who that man was. That man had given me more power in exchange for something. And that something was having absolute control over him. It wasn't something I could control." Simply hearing the word, Nomu, was enough to obey the order, without thinking, without restraint. Simply like an impulse I had to fulfill, no matter what. Jack lay on the ground staring at the pool of his own blood that he had vomited. He looked at the blood with a bewildered expression. Why now? Why did he have to reach his limit right now? These two thoughts flooded Jack's mind as he revived a punch to the back of his neck. The punch sent him crashing along with his crew. Jack fell beside Raggedy, who had a look of pure fear as he stared at Jack's body. The latter was already unconscious, although given the magnitude of the blow and the location, it would not be surprising if he remained in a vegetative state. Nomu had a lifeless look, as if the person who appeared from the portal was controlling him, a thought not entirely far from reality. And although it didn't seem like it, Nomu was fighting his own intense battle, but deep down he didn't want to hurt his best friend. He wanted power, it's true, but he wanted it to destroy the society that had taken his family and friends from him. But the fact that Jack was alive along with the other crew members made him realize that his quest for power had been for nothing, and this revelation, rather than angering him, pleased him, because he realized he didn't have to sacrifice his humanity to fulfill the task he had set for himself. But at the same time, he was still under the orders of the man who had given him power. Nomu grabbed Jack and threw him onto his back like a sack of potatoes. Marty tried to stop him from taking Jack, but due to his size and lack of strength, that was impossible. Most people were frozen in place, and how could they not be? The man carrying the pirate was taller than All Might, his physique was unparalleled, and his display of strength rivaled All Might's. But someone stood before the weapon against All Might, and that was Izumi. She had already lost her brother once and wasn't about to lose him again. So, with a resounding, "Give me back my brother," the green-haired girl lunged forward to punch the man. Even though he was surrounded by fire and possessed by One for All, Izumi's punch was powerful enough to crack the concrete floor and create a small shockwave. It did nothing to the man, it only caused the black-haired man's body to fall, hitting his head. And as if by a miracle, that blow was all the pirate needed to regain consciousness. Jack's body fell to the ground after Izumi's blow, letting out a dry groan as his head hit the concrete. That impact was the last thing heard before everything went silent. The breath of those present froze. Raggedy took a shaky step back, as if he had just seen his captain die for the second time. Izumi felt the One for All flames slowly die down around her. Her fist was still extended toward Nomu, but her eyes were only searching for Jack, lying motionless. Marty let out a muffled squeal. And then, Jack as an inhaler, a sudden, strong gasp of air, as if he had returned from the depths of the sea. Her body arched and her eyes opened suddenly, clouded, watery with blood, but alive. "What?" he murmured, his voice hoarse and broken, as if a storm had passed through his body. His hands trembled as they touched the ground, trying to get up, but every muscle protested. A sharp pain shot through his head from where he had been hit, making him clench his teeth. Jack. Raggedy could barely pronounce it, his voice breaking. The pirate slowly turned his gaze towards them, confused, disoriented, but conscious. He had returned, although I didn't know for how much. Blood still stinged his eyes. His breathing was ragged, his whole body trembled from the effort of simply existing in that moment. But he was awake, he was there, and that was enough to make Marty let out a sob of relief. Nomu stopped. For the first time since receiving the order, his body hesitated. The word, Nomu, kept vibrating in his head like a hammer blow, forcing him to take Jack and hand him over. But seeing Jack look up, even in that state, that broke him inside. Nomu clenched his teeth, her hands trembled, a vein bulged on his neck as he fought against a power he could not disobey. Jack managed to murmur, as if that single word were painful. Jack blinked slowly, still dizzy, but he recognized that voice. The voice of a friend. The voice of someone who no longer knew whether to fear or trust. Izumi stepped forward, igniting One for All again, now with a denser, more aggressive fire, driven by pure desperation. "You're not getting it," she roared, ready to break her bones if necessary. Nomu didn't even turn his head towards her. All his struggle was internal. All their pain, invisible. It was like watching a giant trying to kill his own reflection. Jack, still on the ground, swallowed hard. His vision was trembling. Her body was screaming at her not to get up. Hero-era Jack Sparrow, and if there was one thing that damned pirate was sure of, he wasn't going to let them drag him around like a sack of flour in front of his crew. With an effort that tore at his throat, he placed a hand on the floor. And he said, barely audible, "Well, not so fast, big guy." Marty covered his mouth. Ragetti burst into hysterical laughter. Izumi felt her heart stop for a second. Nomu felt something break inside her. Because that simple phrase, that typical Jack ridiculousness, it was enough to move the soul of anyone who had ever fought alongside him. And the giant took a step back. Only one. But it was the first time that Nomu's will prevailed, even if only for an instant, against All for One's absolute command. The whole world seemed to hold its breath. Jack staggered, wiping the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. Nomu stepped forward, his shadow enveloping the entire pirate. The UA students tensed. They knew they were about to see something that wouldn't appear in any hero handbook. Jack clicked his tongue. "Well, it looks like lunch will have to wait, big guy." Nomu didn't answer. He just clenched his fists. The sound of his knuckles was like the cracking of a mountain. Jack drew his sword. The sole of his boot slipped for a moment in his own blood, but he stood firm. Nomu charged. The crash was brutal. Nomu threw a right hook that Jack barely managed to deflect with his sword, but the impact was so strong that the blade vibrated as if it were about to break. Jack stepped back, fired his flintlock pistol. The projectile grazed the giant's shoulder, and Nomu lunged again. Another punch. Another desperate defense. Another push that almost broke him. Jack rolled on the floor, got up unsteadily, pulled out another gun, empty. "Oh, what a surprise," he huffed. "I didn't plan on running out of bullets today." Nomu didn't wait. He leapt at him, hitting the ground with such force that the concrete buckled. Jack narrowly avoided the blow, feeling the wind from his fist pass by his face. A wild exchange ensued, the sword gleaming, cutting through the air. Nomu's fists pounding like steel hammers. Jack firing his last load. Nomu dodging with instinctive brutality. And then they stood still. Face to face. A wounded pirate, trembling, bleeding from his eyes. A controlled giant, breathing like a beast. They looked at each other. For anyone, it was absurd. But they remembered. Tortoise. The old pier. A ridiculous practice where inexperienced Nomu threw slow punches and Jack mocked him while teaching him not to break his jaw, by accident. That memory lasted a second. Just one. Then they both roared, and they lunged at each other. The sword clashed with the knuckles. The fist collided with the gun's guard. Blood flew in all directions. Jack managed to cut Nomu's arm. Nomu landed a direct blow to his stomach that left him breathless. Jack returned one to hit him in the jaw. Nomu stamped his foot on the ground, sending Jack flying backward. It was a fierce dance between two friends who didn't want to kill each other. But they couldn't stop, until Nomu roared like a beast and grabbed Jack by the torso. He lifted it like a dead weight. And he threw it away. Jack flew like a rag doll, fell rolling, and ended up in front of the UA students. The silence was total. Momo gasped. Uraraka covered her mouth. Bakugo frowned with that perfect mix of anger and worry. Iida took an involuntary step forward. Hiroshima gritted his teeth, unable to believe what he was seeing. Jack coughed up blood, but got up. Yeah, he got up. Wow. He spat out a tooth. The darn thing hasn't lost its strength. His gaze fell upon something. The enormous device on Bakugo's arm. Jack pointed at him with his trembling sword. What's that? Bakugo buffoon. A gauntlet that stores my explosive sweat, you idiot. Momo intervened quickly. It's a combat support. It accumulates detonations. If it opens uncontrollably, it produces a gigantic explosion. Jack smiled. That smile. That pirate smile that always indicates that something very, very stupid, is going to work. Nomu was approaching. Slow, heavy, unstoppable. Jack looked up at Izumi. Listen, darling, when I say, throw that contraption at me. What? Izumi opened her eyes. But that's dangerous. Yes, exactly. Jack put away the sword. He took a deep breath. And he ran towards Nomu. Nomu roared when he saw him. His footsteps shook the earth. They were about to collide, fist against the pirate's forehead. But Jack, at the last second, he dropped to his knees. The pirate slid under the giant's legs at full speed, scraping the floor. A wave of air erupted behind him as Nomu turned too late. Jack shouted, "Rune!" Izumi did not hesitate. He threw the device with all his might. Jack caught it in midair, spun around, and removed the bolt. And he pointed it straight at Nomu. Take this, big guy. The explosion was titanic, an explosion that lit up the entire battlefield. The fire completely engulfed Nomu's figure, throwing him backward with inhuman force. The ground cracked, the air vibrated, the students covered their faces. The shock wave slowly dissipated, and Nomu fell to his knees amidst the smoke. The fight was over. The smoke still floated in the air. The students didn't dare to move. Nomu remained kneeling, trembling amidst the burning remains of Bakugo's device. Why, Jack? Jack exhaled with difficulty. Her knees buckled before she could stop it. Ah, shit, was the last thing he said before collapsing forward. The green-haired girl lunged, trapping the pirate's body against her chest before he hit the floor again. Jack, Jack, his voice immediately broke. The pirate's body was hot, trembling, and soaked with sweat and blood. His hands hung limply, and his face, his damn typical mocking face, was completely expressionless. Izumi felt something tighten inside her chest. Something he hadn't felt since the night his brother died in his world. Jack, please, look at me. Her fingers trembled as she held his face. But Jack did not open his eyes. His breathing was so weak it seemed as if he was forcing the air in. The blood drying on her cheeks made the tears she had unintentionally shed look even more painful. Izuku approached with a face full of shock. Izumi, her pulse is very weak. No, the girl screamed, her voice breaking. Don't tell me that. He's alive. He has to be alive. Bakugo, for the first time in the entire fight, seemed genuinely upset. TCH, he's not going to die. That damn pirate is too stubborn for that. But even he looked down for a second. Izumi held him tighter, as if hugging him could force him to come back. Brother. Her voice trembled. Please, don't leave me again. Her tears fell onto Jack's face. Rage, fear, guilt, it all tangled up in his chest like a knot. Because Izumi knew that sound. That silence. That moment right before losing someone forever. And she wasn't willing to repeat it. Not now. Not like that. You promised. She whispered, gritting her teeth. You promised you wouldn't leave me alone. Jack's hand, almost reflexively, barely moved. Just 1 millimeter. But Izumi felt it. Jack, he exclaimed, catching his breath. The pirate's eyes opened slightly, as if he were waking up in the middle of a giant undertow. Hey, don't cry, he stammered. I'm not going to die until I get paid, at least for 1 round. Izumi let out a sob between laughter and tears. She rested her forehead against his, weeping silently as Jack faded away again, but remained conscious. Mina swallowed, moved. Iida lowered his head in respect. Ochako covered her mouth to keep from crying too. Nomu watched them from afar. Her body was trembling, not because of physical pain, but for the guilt of having raised his hand against the only man who never treated him like a monster. The pirates under Jack's command. Celebrating their captain's victory, Marty quickly gave the order to bring Jack. An order that Pintle obeyed, while Raggedy started the vehicle's engine, while Marty prepared the final details of the vehicle. Pintle ran as fast as his legs and body could carry him. When he arrived where Jack was, he saw a green-haired girl crying on his chest. Pintle managed a sly smile as he said, "Captain, I'm sorry to interrupt your moment, but we have to go." The dark-haired man, who had taken a moment to rest his eyes and relax his body, suddenly opened his eyes. The pirates under Jack's command, celebrating their captain's victory, Marty quickly gave the order to bring Jack, an order that Pintle obeyed, while Raggedy started the vehicle's engine, while Marty prepared the final details of the vehicle. Pintle ran as fast as his legs and body could carry him. When he arrived where Jack was, he saw a green-haired girl crying on his chest. Pintle managed a sly smile as he said, "Captain, I'm sorry to interrupt your moment, but we have to go." The dark-haired man, who had taken a moment to rest his eyes and relax his body, suddenly opened his eyes. Jack knew the green-haired girl wasn't going to let him go so easily, much less accept that they were nothing. So, thinking fast as only he could, he decided to ask her for a favor. "Hey, Midoriya, could you hand me my sword, please?" To be honest, Jack had already forgotten the green-haired boy's first name, so he used his last name because, well, at least he more or less remembered that one. Izumi wiped her tears with the back of her hand and gave him a gentle smile. "Sure, little brother." He got up and walked over to where the pirate's sword lay, a few feet away. That was enough time for Pintle to help Jack to his feet and get ready to leave. Except Jack had something else to do before he left. With a simple command, he asked Pintle to take him to where Nomu was kneeling. Pintle hesitated for a moment, but trusted his captain. Nomu kept his gaze fixed on the ground. He couldn't stop thinking about how he had been able to fight against the person with whom he had shared so much of his life. Guilt gnawed at him, but that thought stopped abruptly when two shadows appeared in front of him. Nomu slowly raised his gaze and saw Jack. The pirate was watching him with a mocking expression, that expression he knew so well. Nomu immediately lowered his eyes. He was ashamed to even speak to him. Ashamed for having betrayed his ideals, for having sought senseless revenge, for having broken the parley, for having betrayed the pirates. He was about to speak, to apologize for everything, but Jack beat him to it. "Nomu, you took a path that wasn't meant for you. And you dragged your crew down with you. I know you think you no longer have a place in this world." Jack smiled, and this time it wasn't his typical mocking smile, but a genuine one. "That's why I asked you. You, Nomu, you and yours. Do you want to be part of the Black Pearl Pirates?" Nomu froze. He knew Jack was right. He had led his people astray, and he didn't deserve to be captain, but those last words hit him like a wave. Was Jack really willing to take him back? Him and all his family? Nomu looked up and found that genuine smile. One she hadn't seen in a long time. One that said, "I forgive you." Nomu returned a slight smile. "I accept." Jack's smile widened, just before a gunshot pierced the air. Bang! Nomu closed his eyes from the shock of the sound, as did Pintle. But neither of them felt anything. When they opened them, they saw Jack spitting blood as a hole opened up in his chest. The shot came from the hero of the Old West. Snipe. In Jack's mind. Inside the pirate's mind there was no form, no ground, no sky. Just an infinite, black space, and Jack, floating with the look of someone waiting for a ship that never arrives. "I wasn't sad. I wasn't angry. I was just bored. I could really use some rum," he murmured. "Nah, I don't want. Just a little. I think I could drink a whole ocean of rum right now." He said it to the air, because there didn't seem to be anyone there. Until the voice arrived. "Are you still drinking alcohol even though you're still a kid? You really did follow in our footsteps, shorty." The surprise feigned in the voice was faker than a, "Come in, I'm not going to hit you," said by a mother. Jack recognized the voice, but didn't seem bothered. Or at least, that's what he wanted to appear to be. "So I'm dead and this is hell, isn't that right, Francis?" The man appeared in front of him as if he had always been there. Francis, with his eternal 30 years, dull gray hair, lackluster blue eyes, worn boots, sleeveless vest full of knives, and that huge scar that crossed from his forehead to his lip. A playful smile formed on her face when she saw him. You wish you were dead, dwarf. Unfortunately for you, we're only in your head. Jack let out a small laugh. Too small not to arouse suspicion. What are you laughing at, brat? Francis asked, frowning. Jack looked at him mockingly. If it were my mind, you wouldn't be there. It would be Yokuda, or Kirasame, or even Lock Dog with his madness, or maybe, it could be the captain. Francis relaxed his gaze and replied without losing his playful tone. Yokuda and Kirasame are betting on how many body parts they'll mutilate someday. Lock Dog, believe it or not, he's always encouraging you to do stupid things. They'd come along without hesitation. But Dad is a different story. Jack replied in a flat tone. Is it because I still don't know what I want in this life? Francis smiled, mockingly, but with a sad gleam. No, you do know what you want, but you don't want to accept it. And that disappoints him a little. Jack's reaction was explosive, more so than usual. What do you mean? He also abandoned his dream for his crew. Francis gave a short laugh, as if he had been expecting that response. Dad did fulfill his dream, little one. His dream was to have a family, and he had it with us. We weren't blood relatives, but you understand. But you're not keeping yours. And that's eating you up inside. That's why you make mistakes, like losing the pearl. Jack gritted his teeth. Francis continued, more gently. He treated us like his children. He always wanted us to be happy. But you're not happy, Jack. And until you accept what you want, he will not be able to rest in peace. And neither do we, so hurry up, dwarf, you're taking too long. Francis began to fade away, while Jack watched him in despair. Will I see you again? The response came with the usual mockery. I hope not. Your face is getting on my nerves, shorty. And he disappeared. Jack barely smiled, and then it too began to fade away, pulled out of the dark space. Out of Jack's mind, consciousness returned to our protagonists in a hospital room, although not just any room. It was larger than usual, divided by curtains that marked each patient's space. Even so, apart from that, it was a typical room. Windows, a row of empty chairs, the smell of disinfectant that was always the same no matter the country or the world. Unfortunately, Jack was too familiar with those kinds of places to be immediately alarmed. The dark-haired man slowly opened his eyes, blinking to focus. The first thing he did was look around, searching, as a pirate would, for walls, bars, or chains. He found nothing, at least not at first. He tried moving his right arm. It worked relatively normally, although he had a needle stuck in his forearm connected to a tube carrying an orange liquid that dripped calmly. Then he tried to move his other hand. He didn't move. Jack tilted his head, confused, until he saw the anti-quirk handcuffs securing him to a metal bar fixed to the wall. He watched it for a second in silence, and then, with the patience of someone who's been through this too many times, he began to move the wrist back and forth, like someone testing the strength of a fragile toy. Unfortunately for him, or perhaps fortunately for the hospital, all he got was the metallic clinking of the handcuffs rattling against the pipe. Nothing else. The dark-haired man, seeing that moving his wife wasn't helping, let out a tired sigh. Then another idea occurred to him, a much worse one. Dislocating the thumb. I didn't want to do it. I really didn't, but it was the only quick way to get out of there and make sure his crew was okay. Jack made a fist, tucking his thumb inside, took a deep breath and, with no other option, bent his wrist forward. Jack felt the bone give way and a sharp pain shot up his hand. He let out a muffled groan that alarmed two other people in the room. From behind the curtain to her left, a woman with fair skin and purple hair streaked with white, like a small firmament, peeked out. Her eyes, also purple, showed a clear shyness, almost embarrassed at not wearing her dress. It was 13, gravely injured by the recoil of her own quirk while trying to contain the smoke villain. 13. And no, you shouldn't do that. Jack stopped what he was doing and turned toward the voice. Seeing the heroine, he looked her straight in the eyes, enough to make her let out a little squeal and hide behind the curtain again. Jack blinked, confused, until he heard another voice. She did recognize this one. With a swift movement, he grabbed the curtain on his right and swung it aside. There was Aizawa, almost completely covered in bandages. The only visible parts of his face were his eyes and mouth. The rest was pure white canvas worthy of a museum. Jack remained silent for a few seconds, and then burst into laughter that echoed into the next room. Jack, ha 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 ha. Now you really are a mummy. Ha 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 ha. Aizawa, his patience already broken before he even woke up, opened his eyes with a mixture of anger, pain, and exhaustion. Aizawa, shut up for a while, you stupid kid. Jack paid little attention to the pro-hero's complaint. He continued laughing loudly until he noticed the bedroom door beginning to open. A clear sign that someone was about to enter. All Might appeared through the door in his deflated form, Detective Tsukauchi carrying Nezu over his shoulder, and finally, Snipe. Jack, seeing them enter, stopped laughing and gave the newcomers a playful smile. The three men and the small rodent took a few steps forward until they were right in front of the pirate's bed, who maintained his amused expression without hiding it for a second. Nezu hopped slightly off Tsukauchi's shoulder and landed on the black-haired man's bed. Jack stared at him as the mouse began to speak. Finally, we meet face to face, Captain Jack Sparrow. Upon hearing her call him, Jack's smile widened before he replied. Yes, we finally met, but, were you? The mouse's eye twitched slightly upon hearing that last part. Those present exchanged glances, unsure how to react to the pirate's response. Forgive me for not introducing myself, young Sparrow, Nezu said, regaining his composure. I'm the principal of UA, one of the world's top hero academies. And, furthermore, I'm the one who devised the plan to capture you on Island. The dark-haired man listened attentively. Then he brought his free hand to his chin and began to stroke it while looking thoughtful. Island, yeah, that island where All Might and the others tried to capture me. Nezu finally stopped having the twitch in his eye when he saw that, at least, the pirate had understood. Jack smiled calmly. It's a pleasure, gentlemen. And although I'd love to continue the conversation, my crew is waiting for me. Nezu raised an eyebrow, straightening his posture a little more, as if he had been expecting that exact comment. Oh, believe me, young Sparrow, your crew is precisely one of the reasons why we're here. Jack tilted his head, curious. Snipe took a small step forward, nervous. Before we continue, I want to apologize to you, kid, he said, his voice a little tense. I mistook you for a villain. Jack immediately burst out laughing. Me, with a villain? Come on, man with the strange hat, I'm a pirate. It's different. Besides, I've seen much better looking villains than me. Snipe snorted, as if he didn't know whether to laugh or feel worse. All Might just let his shoulders slump, resigned. Nezu resumed the conversation with a more serious, sharper tone. Young Sparrow, I must admit something. In all my years of analyzing humanity, I've never encountered anyone who forced me to concentrate as much as you. Planning your capture was exhausting. Fascinating, but exhausting. Your ability to improvise, your total lack of traditional logic, your apparent, structured chaos, forced me to exert myself in ways I hadn't for decades. Jack smiled contentedly, as if he were being given a prize. Well, I'm glad to know I'm unforgettable. Nezu continued. Not just unforgettable, you are different, and that makes you dangerous. And valuable. Jack raised an eyebrow, amused. It sounds like he wants to hire me, or vivisect me. I don't know which one scares me more. Tsukauchi opened his mouth to intervene, but at that moment, the hospital door burst open. A man entered, impeccably dressed, with a carved cane, a perfectly trimmed beard, and an official badge on his chest. Counselor Barbosa. His gaze was sharp, filled with barely contained hostility. Jack looked at him, and didn't react at all. Nothing. Neither recognition nor discomfort, only confusion. And who are you? Jack asked matter-of-factly. Barbosa gripped the cane so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I'm Counselor Barbosa, he replied with a fake smile. And I'm here to make sure that dangerous young man is sent straight to Tartarus. Tsukauchi took a step forward. That's not possible, he said firmly. Jack Sparrow is a minor. By law, he cannot be sent to Tartarus, no matter what crimes he has committed. Barbosa looked at him with contempt. This kid is a walking menace. If they don't lock him up, he'll destroy something else. Or someone. Jack raised his hand. Excuse me, councilman, have we had a problem before? Your face says, I hate you deeply, but my memory says, I have no idea who the hell you are. Barbossa completely ignored the comment. Nezu took the opportunity to intervene, his voice soft but full of obvious intention. That's right, Councilman. We can't send him to Tartarus. But his crew can. Jack frowned for the first time. My crew. Nezu nodded. Yes, they were all arrested in the operation. Except Nomu, of course, he's already in Tartarus with the most dangerous villains. Jack opened his eyes, genuinely shaken. Isn't Nomu there? That's right, Nezu replied. And your friends could accompany him, unless you make a very simple decision. Jack straightened his back, now serious. What decision? Nezu smiled, that smile of his that always hides an experiment behind it. Join the UA, train like a pro hero. In return, your friends will be released and sent to a safe house for the duration of your training. A heavy silence fell over the room. Jack looked at Nezu with a mixture of distrust and curiosity. And what do you gain? He asked. Nezu opened his arms as if the answer was obvious. I win the opportunity to study you. To understand why you are so different from the rest of humanity. To discover what makes someone like you exist. Barbossa struck the ground with his cane. This is absurd. We can't let this brat run loose. Nezu looked at him with a calmness that almost seemed mocking. Then you should have planned to capture it yourself. I already did it. Barbossa's face went from red to a shade that bordered on purple. This isn't going to stay like this, he growled. And he stormed out of the room, furious, making the door creak as he passed. Silence returned. Jack watched as Barbossa left, slamming the door behind him, and when the door finally closed, the pirate let out a low whistle. Wow, what a temper that councilman has. Are all the people in the government here like that, or is he the only one who's so difficult? All Might and Sukauchi looked away to avoid laughing. Nezu just patiently adjusted his little hands. Jack slowly turned to the mouse, looked it up and down, and burst out laughing. Joining UA. Lol, I definitely wasn't expecting that. Imagine the great Jack Sparrow dressed in a school uniform, it would be a fashion crime. Nezu was unfazed. You can laugh all you want. But the offer still stands, young Sparrow. Jack sighed, letting his head fall back. Okay, let's just say I'm interested. Interested, yes, but I have conditions. Nezu raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. Jack raised a finger. 1. I want my things back. My compass, my sword, my belt, my braids, my necklaces, everything. Denied, Nezu said without thinking too much. Except for the compass. The compass, yes, Sukauchi asked, surprised. It's an object I want to study, replied the mouse. I want to see why it's so important to him. Jack narrowed his eyes, as if Nezu was suddenly asking too many questions. And why are you so interested in my compass? Asked the pirate, now serious. Nezu responded just as calmly. Because it points to what you desire most. And you, Jack Sparrow, you don't want the same as the rest. Jack remained silent for a few seconds. Then he tilted his head. So don't misuse it. I won't, Nezu replied. I'll return it to you, but under observation. Jack raised another finger. 2. Rum. Lots of rum. Enough to forget that I'm in school. All Might snorted. Sukauchi put a hand to his forehead. Nezu simply shook his head. Denied again. We are in an educational setting. Alcohol consumption is out of the question. Jack snorted. What a boring school. Any other conditions? Asked Nezu, crossing his little paws. Jack looked at him for a moment, thought, and then sighed resignedly. No, I think. They're all of them. Nezu gave a small, satisfied nod. Entonces dime, Jack Sparrow. Do you accept to join UA? Jack looked towards the window. He thought of his crew, of Nomu surrounded by villains, of the frightened faces of his friends, of the implicit promise of freedom. Then he shrugged, almost nonchalantly, but with that spark in his eyes that only appears when he is about to choose chaos. Well, why not? I accept. Nezu smiled as if he had won a grand prize. Welcome to the UA, Jack Sparrow. Jack smiled back. And you guys, good luck trying to keep me under control. But tell me, how did you know about the compass? Nezu merely gave a shrewd look and replied. I didn't know, I just said that for no reason. But it seems I was right. 3 days later, in front of a huge wooden door with the letters, 1A, engraved in large letters, stood a mummy also known as Aizawa and the new student of UA, Jack. The pirate stared at the door with an expression that was a mixture of surprise and distrust. It was so large that it seemed more fitting for a maximum security dungeon than a classroom. Aizawa, noticing that look, spoke in his usual dry and tired tone. That door is literally bolted to the wall. You'd need at least All Might's strength to rip it off. Jack frowned for a moment. Then he let out an exaggerated sigh. What a shame. It looked expensive. He then waved his hands in front of the hero's bandaged face, making the anti-quirk handcuffs he was still wearing rattle. Anyway, changing the subject, could you take these things away? They're limiting my genius, you know. Aizawa didn't even turn his eyes toward him. He simply replied, only come in when I tell you to, you problem child. Jack stopped waving his hands, slumped his shoulders dramatically, and responded with barely a resigned sigh. Good. Jack's outfit. Jack was wearing the UA school uniform, yes, but in his own style. The gray jacket, instead of being properly buttoned, was worn, open and with the sleeves rolled up, revealing wrists full of improvised bracelets made with strings and small metal pendants, as well as showing a tattoo of a bird falling into the sea. I'd better post the photo. The tie was crooked, loose, and tied in a strange knot that no one at school could replicate even if they wanted to. The white shirt wasn't completely tucked into his pants. One side was left out, as if it were part of his identity. The navy blue trousers were slightly wrinkled and had an improvised belt, probably a braided rope he had found around. And although no one understood how, he still wore his pirate boots, perfectly positioned as if they had always been part of the official uniform. That mix of student and privateer made Jack always seem ready for two things: a math class, or a mutiny at sea. The door to room 1A opened with a slow creak, and the constant murmur of the students suddenly died away, only to then explode 3 times. Aizawa entered wrapped in bandages from his forehead to his torso, with his arm in a sling and a deader expression than usual. Hiroshima's eyes widened in shock. Teacher, what happened to you? That's really rough, but also super worrying. Mina let out a scream. Sensei, tell me you didn't fight another crazy villain. Or a monster, or a teacher from Class 1B. Denki raised his hand. Teacher, blink twice if you need medical help. Denki is literally bandaged, Shiro whispered. Iida stepped forward, martial as always. Mr. Aizawa, showing up in such a state demonstrates an exemplary commitment to education, but it also poses a risk to your health. I must emphasize that. Aizawa interrupted him without even looking at him. Silence. Everyone. Immediately, the chaos subsided as if someone had turned off the lights. Aizawa took a deep breath, tired, as if every word was an effort. I have an announcement. About. He paused, almost as if he couldn't believe what a new colleague was saying. The students froze. Bakugo frowned. A what? Izumi paid no attention to her teacher or his words. She only wanted to know, where is my brother? The tension was palpable. The students leaned forward, expectant. Some murmured theories, others prepared for an epic surprise. Aizawa cleared his throat. He'll come in a moment. The entire classroom held its breath. Aizawa let out a long sigh, resigned to the chaos he was about to unleash. Come in, brat, he ordered in his subdued voice. The students stared expectantly at the door. 5 seconds passed. 10. Quince. Nothing. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, already irritated. Get in there, you brat. Absolute silence. Not a footstep was heard, not a murmur, not even the typical, "Arr, I'm coming." With a tired and visibly annoyed gesture, Aizawa walked towards the door, thinking that the pirate was playing with his patience, which, knowing him, was perfectly possible. He opened the door abruptly. The hallway was completely empty. Aizawa looked to the side. Nothing. He looked at the other one. Nothing either. Only the distant echo of a cleaning cart and the whisper of a suspiciously conspiratorial wind. Worry ran down his spine like a shiver. Jack Sparrow had disappeared. He turned to his class and raised one hand, giving a single command. Yaoyorozu, you're in charge. The students only caught a glimpse of a black blur as Aizawa shot off into the hallway. He had a pirate to find. And UA wasn't ready to let him loose yet. Con Jack. The pirate strolled calmly through the UA hallways, his gaze distant and his hands clasped behind his neck. It was one of the few positions in which the anti-quirk handcuffs weren't completely unbearable. As he walked forward, his eyes wandered, searching for a possible exit from the enormous building. It was then that he noticed a trio of students approaching in his direction. Jack studied them with a quick analysis. The tallest had bright blonde hair and blue eyes, the second had dark blue hair and a shy expression, the third was a girl with bluish hair whose face radiated energy, and for some reason, she seemed familiar. Jack frowned for a second, but decided it wasn't worth trying to remember where from. The three were not just any students. They were the big three of UA, walking towards the principal's office, who had summoned them for reasons unknown to them. On their journey they encountered a dark-haired Jack walking as if nothing was wrong. The big three waited, almost reflexively, for the boy to react with excitement upon seeing them. But they were profoundly wrong. Jack walked past them without saying a word, not even glancing at them. He just kept walking, completely calm, as if they were three decorative lamps in a boring hallway. Internal reactions were varied. Mirio. What a friendly person. Tamaki. Thank goodness he didn't try to talk to us. Najire. I feel like I've seen it before, but where? The three decided not to give the strange student any more importance. What did catch his attention was seeing his former teacher, Aizawa, running at full speed down the hallway while shouting, "Sparrow!" The big three stood motionless, confused by the hero's attitude. They turned to see who he was calling and were surprised to see the same dark-haired man from before, now fleeing at a surprising speed for someone chained up. Aizawa walked past the three of them without saying a word, with only one mission in mind: to catch the pirate who had dared to escape on his first day. Our protagonist continued running through the halls of UA until, upon turning a corner, he collided head-on with a huge, muscular man with spiky red hair and a red and black suit so thick it looked like it was made to stop bullets. It was the teacher of Class 1B, Vlad King. The hero, surprised, looked down at the boy who had bounced off his chest. "Are you all right, kid?" she asked with genuine concern. The boy looked alarmed about something. Jack, seeing this, had a brilliant idea. He adopted the most desperate expression he could muster and blurted out, "Sir, please help me. A stalker is following me." Vlad King's eyes widened in shock. He immediately crossed his arms, his expression one of fury. A stalker at UA, one of the world's top hero academies. Utterly unforgivable. "Stay behind me. That stalker is going to have to deal with me," he growled determinedly. Jack jumped behind the pro-hero just as, around the corner, another dark-haired man appeared. Aizawa. Vlad didn't hesitate. He threw a devastating punch, one capable of shattering walls. Aizawa barely managed to dodge it by throwing himself backward. "What the hell are you doing, idiot?" he grumbled in his characteristic tired tone. Vlad, confused, replied, "There was a stalker following this boy." He stepped aside, allowing Aizawa to see Jack, just in time to notice the pirate running away again. A vein of fury appeared on the hedgehog hero's forehead. "Idiot, that's Jack Sparrow and he's trying to escape," he roared. Vlad frowned. "Jack Sparrow," he repeated. The name sounded familiar to him. Until his brain clicked. The morning meeting, the transfer of the famous pirate that Nezu had mentioned. He turned around quickly, only to see the silhouette of the black-haired man disappear around another corner. Enraged at having been tricked by a vile pirate, Vlad let out a shout that echoed throughout the corridor. "Sparrow!" Without saying anything else, he launched into pursuit. Jack, hearing the scream behind him, let out a satisfied laugh. "That was easier than getting a shark drunk," he said proudly. He kept running, until his path was blocked by two cleaning robots mopping up a spilled liquid on the floor. Jack looked at the robots, then looked back. Footsteps approaching. He looked ahead again. Steps closer. The decision was instantaneous. He went in through the first door he saw, one that said 1B. Inside the classroom, the students listened attentively to the science lesson taught by the heroine Midnight. The teacher was writing on the blackboard, until the door was suddenly kicked open. Jack burst into the classroom as if he were fleeing from the gallows. Without paying attention to anyone, his eyes were fixed on a window that overlooked a pasture and, beyond, a rather distant wall. "I have a delivery of rum for Miss Liberty," he shouted with childlike enthusiasm. And without thinking twice, he ran towards the window. The students froze in fear. None of them knew who the hell this intruder was. Midnight stared at him, confused, unable to decide whether to intervene or just watch the madness unfold. Jack took a running start, jumped, and launched himself headfirst, shattering the window instantly before beginning to plummet. The wind on her face made her laugh. Until, suddenly, everything stopped. A gigantic hand emerged from inside the classroom and caught him firmly in midair. It was a student from 1B, an orange-haired girl whose quirk allowed her to enlarge parts of her body. Jack was left suspended in the air like a fish caught by mistake. The students in 1B remained static, unable to process what had just happened. Midnight blinked a few times, trying to grasp the situation. Then he pointed at the trapped pirate. "And who do you think you are? And why are you breaking into my window like it's some cheap movie?" Jack, without losing his composure despite his ridiculous position, replied. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my esteemed leather lady, but if I don't release this rum order, I fear Miss Liberty will be quite disappointed, you know." The teacher put a hand to her face. That. The students began to talk among themselves in a growing murmur. Is he an intruder? A villain? A new student? Why does it smell like rum? Before Midnight could ask for an explanation, a loud crash shook the hallway. "Sparrow!" Aizawa burst through the still broken door, completely bandaged, with a look that mixed fury, exhaustion, and the desire to quit on the spot. Vlad King appeared behind him panting, his face completely red. The students tensed in their seats. Two teachers shouting. A boy hanging from a giant hand. A broken window. Wonderful chaos. Aizawa pointed at Jack, still trapped, and shouted. "Let that brat go before he tries to escape again." Jack raised both his cuffed hands, or at least tried to. Hey, Professor Mummy. I'm not escaping. I'm exploring. It's different, you know. He's not doing any better." Aizawa growled. Vlad King intervened, his arms tense. "That boy told me he was being stalkered. Aizawa looked at him as if he had just heard the biggest load of nonsense of the year. "Vlad, that stalker was me, and this brat has been running away from his classroom ever since we arrived." The entire class fell silent. Midnight leaned slightly towards the students and murmured to them with amusement. "Kids, watch closely. This is what happens when a 1A teacher wakes up in a bad mood." Meanwhile, Jack continued hanging on with his confident smile. "Well, technically I didn't escape. I just took a little tourist detour," he added, trying to sound innocent. Aizawa took a deep breath, a very deep breath. That was their limit. "Please," he growled through gritted teeth. "Let him go, now." The orange-haired student nodded quickly and put Jack down, although so clumsily that he fell sitting down. The pirate settled in as if nothing had happened. "Thank you, Miss Giant Hand," he said with a small bow. The students looked at him as if he were an extraterrestrial phenomenon. Finally, Aizawa grabbed Jack by the collar of his uniform with one hand and lifted him off the floor. "Class 1B, ignore all of this. Vlad, Midnight, I'm sorry for the mess. Sparrow, you're going back to your classroom even if I have to drag you." Jack raised a finger. "So, Professor Mummy, are you going to give me back my rum?" Aizawa closed his eyes with a visible tick. No, Jack just sighed. "I knew this would be harder than getting a shark drunk." And with the mummy hero pulling him back into the corridor, the chaos slowly dissipated. Classroom 1B was buzzing with a strange commotion, a mixture of gossip, disbelief, and sheer bewilderment. Some still had bandages, others had dark circles under their eyes from the day's tension, and they all shared the same feeling. They had just experienced something they had never seen before, not even at UA. When they saw Jack Sparrow walking away down the corridor, limping with his crooked but proud gait, all the murmurs exploded at once. Kendo was the first to speak, crossing her arms with something between respect and bewilderment. "I don't know about you, but, do we agree that that guy was definitely not a civilian?" Tetsu slammed his fist on the table with a laugh. "Was that Jack Sparrow, the guy who robbed a bank in the morning, fought the League of Villains at noon, and helped Class 1A in the afternoon? That guy's a monster, but a cool monster." Manga Fukidashi raised his arms, and above his head appeared a gigantic legendary pirate. He didn't even have a quirk. He fought with pure weird style and damn luck. Pony raised his hand, his eyes shining. I think it was kind. In it's strange, and somewhat sticky, and smelling of rum. Kamakiri Seta leaned forward with murderous excitement. I saw him fight. That guy improvised better than I do when I'm on the verge of death. He's a chaotic genius. Shishida spoke with dignity, though his nose trembled with the smell. He smelled of the ocean, metal, and an alarming kind of fermented beverage. But he fought with honor. He is a warrior from another world. While everyone was talking, Monoma sat in the back with an expression somewhere between tragedy, jealousy, and existential crisis. He stood up with total drama, slamming his fist on his desk. How is it possible that 1A attracts legendary dimensional pirates who fight villains and then completely steal the spotlight from us? We weren't even in that fight. No. This is unfair. Absurd. Kendo knocked him down with a swipe of his hand before things got worse. But there was something else in the air, respect. Because even though Jack Sparrow seemed like a walking disaster, 1B understood very well that someone had fought and bled to protect students he didn't even know. Honestly, that was very heroic. Kuwaro, in his dark and calm voice, murmured, "That pirate entered UA like a wandering shadow and leaves like a legend. It almost seems like a story that will be told in dark corridors." Reiko Yanagi, floating lightly, added in her ethereal tone, "And yet, I feel that he will return. People like him never really leave." The words left an odd silence, full of expectation. And when Jack turned the corner and disappeared, 1B exhaled at the same time, as if they had seen a natural disaster wearing a hat depart. Kendo, finally, summed up what everyone was thinking. I don't know if he was a hero or a criminal. But it definitely saved lives. And that is respected at the UA. The entire classroom nodded. Aizawa burst open the living room door. The students, who were talking, immediately fell silent. Yaoyorozu stood in front of the blackboard, trying to maintain order with the most polite voice possible. "Colleagues, please let's remain calm and wait for the teacher to return." The door slammed. Hiroshima jumped in fright. Iida hit the printing desk. Bakugo just muttered, "What the hell?" Aizawa entered, dragging Jack by the collar of his uniform. Jack raised one hand, the one he could, because the handcuffs didn't help, and waved. "Good morning, promising youth. Don't worry, I'm harmless." Most of the time, Aizawa pushed him to the front of the room. "This one," he said in a tired voice, "is Sparrow, Jack, his new partner." Aizawa burst open the living room door. The students, who were talking, immediately fell silent. Yaoyorozu stood in front of the blackboard, trying to maintain order with the most polite voice possible. "Colleagues, please let's remain calm and wait for the teacher to return." The door slammed. Hiroshima jumped in fright. Iida hit the printing desk. Bakugo just muttered, "What the hell?" Aizawa entered, dragging Jack by the collar of his uniform. Jack raised one hand, the one he could, because the handcuffs didn't help, and waved. "Good morning, promising youth. Don't worry, I'm harmless." Most of the time, Aizawa pushed him to the front of the room. "This one," he said in a tired voice, "is Sparrow, Jack, his new partner." Some time later, once all the students in the classroom, except for Jack, had left, Aizawa slumped into his chair, letting out a tired sigh. Jack just stared intently, waiting for the dark-haired man to explain why he was still there. The dark-haired man remained silent. A few dense, heavy seconds, as if even the air stopped breathing. Aizawa watched him without blinking, waiting, measuring every gesture. Then Jack, in his raspy voice and with that mocking tone he used when he didn't want to show his discomfort, blurted out. "What happened the other day?" Aizawa repeated, breaking the silence himself. Jack tilted his head, confused. "You know, if I had a little rum, maybe I could remember better," he replied with his typical cheeky smile. But Aizawa didn't even move a muscle. His gaze was the same. Sharp, dry, incredibly tense. Jack knew that facade wasn't going to work this time, so he sighed and spoke. "You know that rumors and stories talk about my ship as if it were cursed, right?" Aizawa didn't respond, but the fact that he was still listening was enough for Jack to continue. "Look, my ship goes by many names. The Cursed Ship, The daring one's ship, the ship of the most legendary pirate, and finally, you know it as, the Curse of the Black Pearl. And the reason he added, raising a finger, is because during some nighttime robberies, people have said they see skulls and skeletons in the moonlight. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Now he was putting the pieces together. Jack noticed it, but the truth is, they couldn't be more wrong. Not everyone on my crew is cursed. He paused. Only I am. The hero stopped breathing for a moment. The ship isn't cursed. It never was. The problem is me. Jack looked down. Something he rarely did. The reason why I have this curse. I don't remember. Just like I don't remember my mother, or that supposed sister who, according to you, is in the same class. The room fell into an unsettling silence. Aizawa understood that he wouldn't get any more out of him. Not today. He straightened up, sighed heavily, and finally said, "You can leave, but on one condition." Jack raised an eyebrow, almost smiling. "Don't exploit the school." The pirate responded with an exaggerated bow. "I'll do my best, Professor. But you know how life is, unpredictable." And she left, leaving Aizawa alone, with more questions than answers. The UA cafeteria was packed. Voices, clinking trays, students from different courses coming and going. The whole place vibrated with a familiar chaos. Lunchtime. Izumi Midoriya was walking through the crowd with her tray. She wasn't looking ahead. Her mind was fixated on a single question. How can I get closer to Izuku? How can I make him remember me? Because even though no one else knew, even though he himself was unaware of it, Jack Sparrow, the pirate who had robbed a bank and then saved Class 1A, was his long-lost brother, Izuku Midoriya. And he remembered nothing. Not her, not his mother, not even his name. Izumi pressed her lips together, trying not to cry, when suddenly she heard. "Izumi, here." It was Ochako, gesturing at a table where Lita, Momo, Mina, Tsuyu, Aoyama, Jiro, Ojiro, and also Todoroki, surprisingly silent, were sitting. Izumi took a deep breath, feigned calm, and joined the group. He greeted her, sat down, and for a few minutes the conversation was normal. Food, chores, rumors of heroes, nothing important. Until Mina, with her usual energy, brought up the topic everyone was avoiding. "Well, what do you think about the famous Jack Sparrow studying with us?" The table exploded. Lita adjusted her glasses dramatically. "This is completely unacceptable. That guy's a criminal, a pirate. And he didn't even take the entrance exams. It's not fair that he's in Class 1A. Izumi gripped the fork tightly. Just hearing someone insult him made his blood boil. He was her brother, although Jack didn't know it. But before she could speak, Jiro intervened, shrugging her shoulders. "He robbed a bank, yes, but he also saved our lives. That's worth more than any exam." "Exactly," Hagakure added. "Besides, pirate isn't the same as villain, is it? He did bad things, but he doesn't feel evil." Tsuyu bowed her head. "Jiro, I'm just curious what Yaoyorozu-san thinks, because Sparrow stole from her family." Everyone turned to look at Momo. Momo tensed up, blushing slightly. "Well, yes, that's true," he said slowly. "But it's also true that he saved my comrades and risked his life against that Nomu. So, I suppose it made up for it. In a way." Izumi sighed. For a moment she thought the conversation was going to calm down. But then, Aoyama spoke as if he were in a dramatic novel. What intrigues me is his origin. He doesn't shine at all. He's mysterious." And then Mina laughed again. "That's the best part. He's super cool, kind of crazy, and has amazing style. Have you seen how he walks into places? And when he talks he seems disoriented." Izumi swallowed. "Of course he's disoriented. He doesn't know who he is." Todoroki, who had remained silent until that moment, looked up. "It's not normal for someone so young to have lived so long. You can tell by the way he moves. Like he's survived worse than a hero exam. But I'm also grateful he beat the crap out of Endeavor." Izumi lowered her head. No one understood the truth. Jack was not an unknown survivor. It was Izuku, his older brother, ripped from the world and returned as a stranger. And suddenly, a loud sound caught the attention of everyone at the table. Clong. From the kitchen area, a black-haired pirate was banging his tray on the counter. Jack Sparrow. What do you mean there's no rum? He shouted indignantly. This is a criminally dangerous institution for mental health. The cook, fed up, replied. This is a school, not a tavern. Jack clicked his tongue in frustration and muttered something about anti-pirate tyranny. The entire table in 1A fell silent. Izumi looked at him, and her heart skipped a beat. That messy, exaggerated, annoying, charming boy. That was his brother, his lost brother, without memory, without a guide, alone, and she couldn't say a single word, because he wouldn't remember her. Jack walked through the cafeteria with an empty tray while muttering. Now I really don't like this place. And you might ask yourself, why is it still there, if no one is watching it? Why isn't it looking for a way out? And it's simple to answer. The pirate did try to leave, looking for the exits, but he simply got lost. Besides, the academy was enormous, and Jack didn't have his compass to guide him, which led to his downfall. The dark-haired man had spotted an empty table and chair, so he started heading towards that place. Before arriving, the pirate passed by a table of some boys from 1B who were chatting as if nothing was happening. Except for a blonde boy who tripped him, making the pirate fall. Jack walked through the cafeteria with an empty tray, his handcuffs clinking together with every step, panting. Now I really don't like this place. And why hadn't he left? Easy. He got lost. UA without its compass was worse than a foggy sea, and Jack had ended up going around in circles until he'd returned to the same hallway 3 times. Finally, he found an empty table and headed towards it, until he passed by a group of students from 1B. Nito Monoma, with that smile of his that screamed, "I want to be annoying," saw him approaching. He raised an eyebrow, muttered something to his companions, and discreetly extended his foot at the perfect moment. Jack tripped. With his hands cuffed, he couldn't even break his fall. The tray went flying, bouncing off Tetsu's table, while Jack landed with a thud on the floor. "Arg! My privates," he complained. Tetsu let out a metallic laugh. "Ha ha ha, what a pathetic entrance, old man." Suburba leaned forward, laughing in a more mocking tone. "Is that the pirate they're talking about? The one who robbed a bank, that clumsy?" Monoma clasped his hands behind his head, triumphant. "How ironic. 1A has a bank robber as a mascot now. I bet he fell too when he saved that kind of mediocrity." Jack, still on the ground, tried to get to his knees, but the handcuffs forced him to sway awkwardly. He almost fell again. "Could you?" he tried to say. "No, of course not. Helping a downed man isn't exactly a favorite sport around here." Tetsu slammed his fist on the table, laughing his head off. "Just look at him. He looks like a fish out of water." Suburba added. "Monoma, I think you just defeated the pirate who defeated a Nomu. That should give you +10 pride points." Monoma leaned dramatically towards Jack. "It's an honor to meet you, great pirate. Although, I expected more from someone who made half the school tremble." Jack slowly raised his head. His messy hair covered half his face, but his smile was clear. It was the kind of smile that said, "You have no idea what trouble you've gotten yourself into, son." "Boy," he murmured in an almost soft tone. "I'm not a fraud. I'm just temporarily limited by the unlucky bracelet." He tried to get up again. The handcuffs jingled, he lost his balance and fell back down. "This definitely doesn't help them take me seriously," she whispered to herself. The students in 1B burst into laughter again. Monoma celebrated as if it were a school achievement. Tetsu was crying with laughter. Suburba was about to record it. Jack sighed deeply. "Ah, yes, I definitely hate this place." Jack remained seated on the floor for a few seconds, letting the laughter of Monoma, Tetsu, and Suburba subside a little. At first glance he seemed defeated. But actually, the wretched man was thinking. Jack looked up, tilted his head, and smiled as if he had discovered buried gold. "Guys, I want to ask you something," he said in a soft, almost kind voice. The 3 from 1B looked at each other. Tetsu, confident as ever, snorted. "What do you want now, old man?" Jack tilted his head. "Have you heard of subtle revenge?" Monoma opened his mouth to mock, but Jack was already on the move. Jack leaned forward, placed his handcuffed hands on the floor, and somehow, he propelled himself upwards in an awkward but effective spin. Instead of falling, he crashed head-on into the table in 1B. Accident. Plan. You never know with him. But when it hit the table, the empty tray bounced. The tray hit Saburaba's glass. The glass flew straight into Monoma's face. Monoma backed away, colliding with Tetsu. Tetsu, who wasn't expecting anything, lost his balance and fell backwards. And he took the table buried on top of it. The food, soup, rice, juice, and a piece of meat, landed on the three of them like a culinary storm. Jack, now kneeling, his hair disheveled and still smiling, exclaimed. Oops, a minor accident, how could I avoid it? I'm handcuffed, you know. Saburaba spat out rice. Tetsu roared furiously. Monoma, completely covered in soup, looked like he was about to explode. You did that on purpose. Monoma shouted. Jack opened his eyes wide, feigning exaggerated indignation. Me, a humble, chained pirate. Kid, if I did anything on purpose, you'd know. There are usually explosions. Monoma stepped forward, furious. Jack stepped back a little and murmured. I warned you, you little blondie with a golden statue complex. With a swift movement, he kicked the fallen table. The edge hit right against Monoma's shins. The blonde man let out a sharp scream. Tetsu and Saburaba got up, soaked and sticky. Jack looked at them. Free advice, gentlemen, leave the cheating to the professionals. And with his professional pirate in chaos smile, he got up, as best he could, and walked away crookedly, but victorious. Monoma advanced with heavy steps, the skin of his arm now transformed into gleaming metal thanks to his quirk. The sound of his fist clenching echoed like he was bending a steel bar. Damn it, he roared, beside himself. Jack turned slowly, as if the whole thing was more entertaining than dangerous. The pirate's eyes flashed with that malicious glint that appears just before disaster. Monoma was already on top of him, his metal fist raised to smash his face. Aizawa was not nearby, nobody moved a muscle, and Jack smiled. That's it, come closer, blondie, he murmured in an almost paternal tone. The blow came down hard, and Jack, still with his hands in front of his chest, raised the handcuffs right in the path of the fist. A metallic, dry, and forceful sound erupted between the two. Crack. The wives couldn't take it anymore. Monoma's fist, yes, a bent fragment fell to the ground. The rest was left hanging from Jack's arm, completely destroyed. The pirate raised his free hands, moving his fingers like someone testing a new gift. Look at that, he said calmly. And I thought you were useless. Monoma stood motionless, his hand trembling. The impact hadn't hurt thanks to his quirk, but the humiliation had. What? How? He stammered. Jack took a step towards him, bringing his face close enough for Monoma to smell the scent of old rum that still seemed to cling to him even inside the academy. Advice, kid, if you're going to copy steel, try not to use it to make a fool of yourself. With a light movement, Jack passed by him, barely nudging him with his shoulder as he continued on his way to the empty table, now with his hands completely free. And without looking back, he added, oh, and thanks for the help. I don't like being tied down, it limits my creativity. Jack had finally reached the empty table. Without handcuffs, without chains, without Aizawa breathing down his neck. For the first time since he set foot at UA, he was technically free. He could get up, jump out of a window, find a way out, steal a boat, a car, a plane, or whatever had an engine in that ridiculously large academy. It could disappear in less than 5 minutes. But he didn't. The pirate simply slumped into the chair, leaning back, arms behind his neck, eyes closed as if he were sunbathing on the deck of the Black Pearl. Anyone would think he was resting. But Jack Sparrow never rested without a purpose. In his head, he had everything planned out, step by step, like a mind map with crooked lines and misspelled letters. 1. Retrieve your compass. His freedom did not exist without that piece of wood and metal that pointed to what he most desired, even though he himself did not want to admit it. 2. Find your crew, his family, his anchor, the only ones for whom he would give up the freedom he claimed to seek so much. 3. Rob the UA vault. Because, of course, nobody travels halfway around the world just to study math and physical education. That last point was exactly the reason why he had ended up in Japan. And if everything went well, when he recovered his compass he would know where to run, even though a part of him, very small and very hidden, doubted for the first time. Because that same compass, if it returned to his hand, perhaps I wouldn't aim for the vault. Perhaps it wouldn't aim for freedom. Perhaps it would point to something or someone he wasn't yet ready to remember. Jack exhaled slowly. He looked asleep, but he wasn't. He was thinking. Calculating. As usual, the pirate who was constantly on the run had stopped moving, and that, in Jack Sparrow, was never a coincidence. Jack had finally reached the empty table. Without handcuffs, without chains, without Aizawa breathing down his neck. For the first time since he set foot at UA, he was technically free. He could get up, jump out of a window, find a way out, steal a boat, a car, a plane, or whatever had an engine in that ridiculously large academy. It could disappear in less than 5 minutes. But he didn't. The pirate simply slumped into the chair, leaning back, arms behind his neck, eyes closed as if he were sunbathing on the deck of the Black Pearl. Anyone would think he was resting. But Jack Sparrow never rested without a purpose. In his head, he had everything planned out, step by step, like a mind map with crooked lines and misspelled letters. 1. Retrieve your compass. His freedom did not exist without that piece of wood and metal that pointed to what he most desired, even though he himself did not want to admit it. 2. Find your crew, his family, his anchor, the only ones for whom he would give up the freedom he claimed to seek so much. 3. Rob the UA vault. Because, of course, nobody travels halfway around the world just to study math and physical education. That last point was exactly the reason why he had ended up in Japan. And if everything went well, when he recovered his compass he would know where to run, even though a part of him, very small and very hidden, doubted for the first time. Because that same compass, if it returned to his hand, perhaps I wouldn't aim for the vault. Perhaps it wouldn't aim for freedom. Perhaps it would point to something or someone he wasn't yet ready to remember. Jack exhaled slowly. He looked asleep, but he wasn't. He was thinking. Calculating. As usual, the pirate who was constantly on the run had stopped moving, and that, in Jack Sparrow, was never a coincidence. Jack had finally reached the empty table. Without handcuffs, without chains, without Aizawa breathing down his neck. For the first time since he set foot at UA, he was technically free. He could get up, jump out of a window, find a way out, steal a boat, a car, a plane, or whatever had an engine in that ridiculously large academy. It could disappear in less than 5 minutes. But he didn't. The pirate simply slumped into the chair, leaning back, arms behind his neck, eyes closed as if he were sunbathing on the deck of the Black Pearl. Anyone would think he was resting. But Jack Sparrow never rested without a purpose. In his head, he had everything planned out, step by step, like a mind map with crooked lines and misspelled letters. 1. Retrieve your compass. His freedom did not exist without that piece of wood and metal that pointed to what he most desired, even though he himself did not want to admit it. 2. Find your crew, his family, his anchor, the only ones for whom he would give up the freedom he claimed to seek so much. 3. Rob the UA vault. Because, of course, nobody travels halfway around the world just to study math and physical education. That last point was exactly the reason why he had ended up in Japan. And if everything went well, when he recovered his compass he would know where to run, even though a part of him, very small and very hidden, doubted for the first time. Because that same compass, if it returned to his hand, perhaps I wouldn't aim for the vault. Perhaps it wouldn't aim for freedom. Perhaps it would point to something or someone he wasn't yet ready to remember. Jack exhaled slowly. He looked asleep, but he wasn't. He was thinking. Calculating. As usual, the pirate who was constantly on the run had stopped moving, and that, in Jack Sparrow, was never a coincidence. Jack had finally reached the empty table. Without handcuffs, without chains, without Aizawa breathing down his neck. For the first time since he set foot at UA, he was technically free. He could get up, jump out of a window, find a way out, steal a boat, a car, a plane, or whatever had an engine in that ridiculously large academy. It could disappear in less than 5 minutes. But he didn't. The pirate simply slumped into the chair, leaning back, arms behind his neck, eyes closed as if he were sunbathing on the deck of the Black Pearl. Anyone would think he was resting. But Jack Sparrow never rested without a purpose. In his head, he had everything planned out, step by step, like a mind map with crooked lines and misspelled letters. 1. Retrieve your compass. His freedom did not exist without that piece of wood and metal that pointed to what he most desired, even though he himself did not want to admit it. 2. Find your crew, his family, his anchor, the only ones for whom he would give up the freedom he claimed to seek so much. 3. Rob the UA vault. Because, of course, nobody travels halfway around the world just to study math and physical education. That last point was exactly the reason why he had ended up in Japan. And if everything went well, when he recovered his compass he would know where to run, even though a part of him, very small and very hidden, doubted for the first time. Because that same compass, if it returned to his hand, perhaps I wouldn't aim for the vault. Perhaps it wouldn't aim for freedom. Perhaps it would point to something or someone he wasn't yet ready to remember. Jack exhaled slowly. He looked asleep, but he wasn't. He was thinking. Calculating. As usual, the pirate who was constantly on the run had stopped moving, and that, in Jack Sparrow, was never a coincidence. End of flashback. The big three walked together down the corridor that connected the principal's office to the cafeteria. Each had a different expression, but all three shared the same feeling. Something was about to disrupt the school's routine. And that something was sitting with its feet on a table, hands behind its neck, eyes closed and an expression of absolute tranquility. Jack Sparrow, or Izuku Midoriya, although even he didn't know it. The cafeteria, once noisy and full of overlapping conversations, fell into an eerie silence as if the air itself held its breath upon seeing the school's strongest heroes enter. Tamaki Imajiki was the first to see it. His eye trembled. Nejire raised a finger pointing at the pirate. Mirio smiled, as always, but his smile had something new, a mixture of interest and duty. The three of them stood still, analyzing the scene. Jack still had his eyes closed. He seemed to be sleeping, or meditating, or deliberately ignoring everything. Around him, several students were whispering. Is that the pirate? The one who jumped out of the window? The one who fought against the Nomu? It can't be. Why is he so calm? And why is she without handcuffs? And among all those murmurs, there was only one notable sound. The metallic clinking of the compass that Nejire carried in her hands. The girl observed it with childlike curiosity. The thing was worn, almost broken, and didn't point to any steady north. The needle moved erratically as if it were alive, or completely defective. Nejire, whispering, "What a strange object." Nezu said that not even Power Loader could analyze it. Mirio, in a low voice, with a smile. Nezu said to deliver it to its owner at the right time, but what would be the right time for a pirate? Tamaki, nervous, swallowed. I don't know, but we should be cautious. The director was very clear. Sparrow is unpredictable. Nejire puffed out her cheeks as she looked at Jack. But look at him. He looks like a cat sleeping in the sun. Jack was not asleep. He had opened one eye, just enough to observe them without them noticing. He saw Nejire, he saw the compass, and his expression changed subtly. Not with excitement, not with joy, something deeper, more primal. Recognition. But he didn't move, not yet. He let his eye close again and crossed one leg over the other, as if he were the silent king of the cafeteria. The big three looked at each other. They had orders to keep an eye on him. They had the compass. They had the responsibility of managing a living legend. And while they were analyzing the situation, Jack was thinking about his priorities. 1. Retrieve your compass. 2. Find your crew. 3. Rob the UA vault. A simple, straightforward plan destined to cause chaos. Mirio took a deep breath. Okay. Let's go. The three of them walked towards him. The murmurs grew louder. The tension rose like a storm about to break. And Jack just smiled, without opening his eyes, as if he had known from the beginning that they would come. At table 1A, everyone was motionless. Mina leaned forward. Guys, I think they're heading for him. Hiroshima swallowed. Bro, that can't be good. Asui let out a small, worried, Jero. Agakar was waving his hands nervously. And Todoroki just stared, measuring Jack as if he were a strange fire. But of all of them, Izumi was the one with the most tension on her face. His chair was practically shaking from the force with which he wanted to get up. He's my brother, even though he doesn't remember. I can't let them hurt him. His hand was already on the table, ready to propel himself. Mirio was in front, smiling as if he were about to meet a dangerous celebrity. Tamaki walked behind him, shrinking back, imagining 10,000 scenarios in which that pirate stabbed him. Najire, on the other hand, floated lightly as she watched Jack like someone looking at a living puzzle. And everyone in the cafeteria felt the atmosphere change. They knew something was about to happen. Just when the big three were only steps away from the table. Jack opened one eye, then the other one, and with brazen calm, he put his feet on the ground. He got up. His movements were smooth, almost carefree, but with that drunken elegance that only he could possess. The entire cafeteria held its breath. Izumi also stood up, but Mina and Tsuyu grabbed her arm to stop her. Izumi, wait, Tsuyu whispered. Don't come any closer yet, Jero. Jack walked straight towards the big three. But not towards Mirio, nor towards Tamaki. No, he went straight towards Najire. She blinked in surprise, leaning towards him like a curious child. Jack stopped beside her, very close. So much so that several students suddenly stood up. So much so that Izumi gritted her teeth, ready to run. Jack bowed his head, and brought his lips close to Najire's ear. Her voice was a soft whisper, almost a purr. Jack, thank you for looking after her, dear, but this belongs to the captain. As he said that, one of his hands, with the delicacy of a professional thief and the audacity of a charming drunk, slipped down the side of Najire's uniform. Until she reached the pocket where she kept the compass. And without her or anyone else being able to react in time. Jack Sparrow slid the compass out. Slowly, gently, without her smile disappearing, he put the object in his belt. And he separated from Najire with a bow that was both elegant and ridiculous. Najire was paralyzed, a mixture of surprise, confusion, and fascination. Mirio opened his mouth, completely impressed. Tamaki almost fainted from the shock. And the whole cafeteria exploded. Did he steal Hato Senpai's compass? And no one saw it. When did he do it? He's a fucking magician. Izumi brought both hands to her mouth, her eyes huge. Monoma, from his table, shouted. I knew it. He's a demon in tight pants. Jack turned on his heels, walking towards the exit as if he had just picked a flower and not stolen a mysterious object from one of the school's most skilled heroines. And just before disappearing between the tables, he said aloud. Everyone was very friendly, but lunch tastes better when you have a destination in mind. And he snapped his fingers at the compass. The cafeteria was ablaze with shouts, murmurs, and moving chairs. Everyone watched Jack walk away with that compass as if the word, consequences, didn't exist. But for Izumi, they did exist. His breathing became rapid, her chest hurt. That object, he doesn't understand what it is, what it means, he thought. Brother, please, don't get into trouble. Najire, still in shock, barely managed to reach into her empty pocket. My compass, she murmured in a small voice. Mirio took a step forward, determined to go after Jack. Tamaki took a step back, determined not to go after Jack. And before anyone could move, Izumi launched herself. He didn't walk, he didn't run. It shot out as if it had been released from a crossbow. The chair shot backward. Mina screamed. Tsuyu tried to catch it but missed. A small green tornado formed in the middle of the cafeteria. Jack, her voice burst out. Not like a heroine, but like a desperate sister. Don't go. Jack stopped. Just one step. Just for a moment. But the entire cafeteria fell silent as if someone had crushed the sound with a giant hand. Jack didn't turn around. Not yet. He simply shifted his body slightly, just enough to look over his shoulder, with that half smile that always seemed to hide something between his teeth. Jack. If it's for lunch, little one, I can always bring you a plate. The two, or however many are needed to calm that spirit of yours. Izumi clenched her fists. Her eyes shone with a mixture of anger, fear, and a love he didn't yet remember. Izumi. It's not because of the food. That's why you're doing it. What you carry with you is not yours. Jack lifted the compass between his fingers, turning it casually. Jack. Ah, but you're wrong there, my dear. The compass always belongs to the captain. The problem is that sometimes people forget that small detail. Including myself. A murmur rippled through the room. Does he have amnesia? Is it part of his quirk? What do you mean, Captain? What boat is this man talking about? While everyone was gossiping, Mirio took 2 steps, firm but without aggression. Mirio. Jack Sparrow, you should return it. That compass can be dangerous if you don't know how to use it. Jack winked at him. Jack. Dangerous. Kid, the most dangerous thing in the world. She raised her hand and pointed at Izumi. It's what one brings here. On the chest. And she knows it. Izumi felt all the air escaping from her lungs. Najire, who finally reacted again, murmured. Najire. Were you too close? Izumi lowered her gaze. Jack, however, took a step towards her. And at that moment, the entire 1A class stood up. Bakugo growled as if he'd spotted a sworn enemy. Kirishima cracked his knuckles. Iida was already reciting campus rules in a panic. Ochako looked ready to throw him into zero gravity. Todoroki, he'd freeze him without hesitation. The atmosphere became tense. Jack smiles, and drops the bomb. Jack sighed theatrically. Jack. Oh, so many looks on. For a humble pirate, this is worse than a mutiny. Then he looked directly at Izumi. And he said something that caused several tables to suddenly collapse. Jack. Between you and me, little bird. I know who you are. Izumi took a step back. The big 3 too. Everyone in the cafeteria was frozen. Jack touched his chest with 2 fingers. Jack. I know it here. Not in the head, but here. And that weighs more than any memory. The silence was absolute. All that remained was the compass spinning between the pirate's fingers. And then, Jack runs. But as if nothing had happened, Jack smiled like a charming devil. Jack. That said, if they want the compass. He winked at Izumi. Jack. A trappin' me. And he ran out the door as if he had stolen half the world's treasure. The cafeteria exploded. Someone stop that pirate. Najire-senpai, your compass. Izumi. Run. It's all over. All hell happens. Izumi gritted her teeth, her legs trembling with adrenaline. And he jumped after him. Let's go after him, shouted Mirio. The entire cafeteria split in 2 as the big 3 shot out after Jack. Mirio passed through tables as his body became intangible. Tamaki advanced with tentacles and wings fueled by the lunch he had just eaten, and Najire floated propelled by her energy waves. Jack, on the other hand, ran as if he were taking a stroll on the beach. Let's see if you can keep up with a sparrow, my dears. He crooned as he evaded Mirio with a simple spin, and jumped onto a table as if he were dancing. Najire gritted her teeth. How can he move like that if he's not even an athlete? Jack replied from afar. My dear, rum works wonders. The big 3 cornered him in the corridor that led to the courtyard. Mirio spoke up. Jack Sparrow, please return Hado-senpai's compass. Tamaki trembled, but opened her falcon wings. Najire landed beside her, ready to attack. Jack raised his hands, tilting his head with a dangerous smile. Gentlemen, madam, I see no reason to be dramatic. I'm just getting back what's mine. Mirio adopted a fighting stance. Jack sighed. Very well, if you want to dance, let's dance. Mirio lunged first. Jack dodged him with an absurd, almost comical, but perfectly calculated turn. Tamaki attacked him with tentacles. Jack slipped between them as if he were dodging curtains. Najire charged a blue energy attack. Jack placed a hand on his heart. Darling, if you do that, I promise I'll fall head over heels for you. Although, well, I'm already at your feet, technically. Najire paused for a second. She blushed, as if they had just told her something forbidden. Huh, what? Shut up. Mirio. Hado-senpai, concentrate. Najire. He talks so weird. And the way he looks at me is weird too. Jack, leaning in dramatically. My gaze has always had magical effects. Najire practically exploded with embarrassment. Just when Mirio was about to capture him. The compass on Jack's belt opened by itself. The needle spun wildly, emitting a faint golden glow. Until it stops pointing directly towards the entrance of the hallway. Towards Izumi. She was there, breathing rapidly, clenching her fists, looking at him as if her heart were a hurricane. Jack remained motionless. Najire, still blushing, whispered, "Did the compass react to Izumi?" Mirio looked at Izumi. Tamaki swallowed. All the tension changed hands. Izumi stepped forward. "Jack, give it back. I'm not going to let you keep running away." Jack watched her in silence. The way his posture changed was minimal, almost imperceptible. But Mirio felt it. Izumi too. She took a deep breath. "Even if you don't remember, you're my brother. And I'm not going to let you keep getting into trouble." The word brother fell like an anchor in the air. Jack tilted his head, confused, uncomfortable, vulnerable. "Brother. That's a very, very big title, my dear. I don't remember ever." It stopped. The compass trembled gently, as if confirming something. Izumi extended her hand. "Please." Jack looked at her, and for the first time since she arrived at that school, her smile faded a little. A spark of pain crossed her gaze. "If I were your brother," he said in a low, almost hoarse voice. "Why does my heart say I am something else?" Izumi trembled. "Because you're damn broken, Jack." Jack looked down, but he didn't get a chance to answer. A cold presence fell upon everyone, like a shadow that extinguished every emotion. Aizawa appeared behind Izumi, red eyes, hair floating. "The bandage is ready to use," Sparrow said in a tone that chilled the blood of those present. "Return the compass, now." Jack swallowed. Mirio tensed. Najire's eyes widened. Izumi felt a chill. Jack slowly raised his hands. And for the first time, he seemed really cornered. "Professor," whispered Jack with a nervous little smile. "I swear I can explain." Aizawa stepped forward. "No, you can't." In Professor Aizawa's office, there was such a heavy silence that it seemed to fall from the ceiling like a damp blanket. Each breath sounded too loud. Each blink seemed almost like an insult. The reason was simple. Just minutes ago, 4 students had run all over the campus as if they were in the middle of a movie arc. The pursuers: Hado Najire, 3rd year. Tagata Mirio, 3rd year. Amajiki Tamaki, 3rd year. Izumi Midoriya, 1st year. And the persecuted one, Jack Sparrow, 1st year. Black hair, pirate, professional headache. The reason for the chaos: he stole our compass. The 4 declared, indignant. "I didn't steal anything," Jack had said. "I only borrowed what was already mine. The road to the rum, that is." Aizawa hasn't said anything since then. He decided to wait for reinforcements. And the reinforcements arrived. All Might, entering with his hands on his hips as if he were in a historical trial. Midnight, with his arms crossed and an expression of kids acting like villains again. Present Mike, keeping his voice down because Aizawa was glaring at him. They all gathered around Aizawa, who was still sitting with bandages on his body, looking like a mixture of tiredness, pain, and existential frustration. Facing them, the students: Izumi, Mirio, Tamaki, and Najire, all with their heads down, regretful, ashamed. All except one. Jack Sparrow was sprawled out in his chair, legs wide open, arms dangling, an impossible position. And sleeping, with ease, as if I were on a boat with the sea breeze on my face and not in front of 5 professional heroes waiting for explanations. Aizawa blinked twice. All Might murmured, "Young Sparrow, is he really asleep?" Midnight pressed her lips together. Present Mike put his hand to his chest as if it were a national offense. Najire opened her mouth to try to wake the pirate, but Mirio stopped her with a gentle nudge. It was better not to make it worse. Izumi was trembling, filled with anger, nervousness, and shame. And Tamaki, well, Tamaki was already half hidden behind Mirio, wishing he could turn to dust. Aizawa finally spoke. "Okay, I'm not going to start the reprimand until Sparrow wakes up." Absolute silence. 3 seconds. 5, 10. Jack didn't even move. Aizawa closed his eyes for a moment, and clenched his fingers. A vein stood out on his forehead. It was only a matter of time before something happened. The silence in the office remained so tense that even Midnight stopped moving a finger. Aizawa was already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. And then, Jack, fast asleep, let out a snore that vibrated on the table. "Grrv. Rum. Rum," he murmured, half sleepwalking. Present Mike opened his eyes as if he had seen a demon. Mirio tried to hide his laughter. Najire covered her mouth. Izumi swallowed, red with rage. Aizawa tilted his head with a calmness so fake it was frightening. Sparrow said in a low voice. Wake up. Nothing. Jack continued sleeping. Aizawa inhaled, slowly, very slowly, and he blurted out, All Might. Yeah, wake him up. All Might nodded, too excited. He approached Jack, cleared his throat, and whispered in his enormous voice. Young Sparrow, Levanta. But it didn't end, because as soon as All Might touched his shoulder, Jack woke up suddenly, startled, releasing an involuntary electromagnetic wave. A dry, PW whom filled the room. The shockwave shot out in all directions. And in less than a second, the lights flickered and went out. The radio exploded in a spark. Everyone's cell phones died instantly. Midnight felt his suit vibrate strangely. Aizawa's utility belt shut off. The hallway cameras went, fizzed, and died. Why All Might? All Might remained completely still. Because his muscular form flickered. 1 second it was huge. Next, thin. The next one, huge again. All while making noises like a malfunctioning blender. Najire murmured, her eyes sparkling. Aizawa opened his eyes, furious. What did you just do, Sparrow? He growled. Jack, disheveled, with one eye closed and the other half open, looked at him without understanding anything. Me, I was just dreaming about a mermaid and... He looked around. Everything was dark. People in shock. All Might glitchando. Jack clicked his tongue. Ah, yes. That happens when I'm woken up abruptly. Izumi exploded. What do you mean? That happens, Izuku. You almost deactivated All Might. All Might responded as his body changed size uncontrollably. I'd like to know what's going on too, Midoriya girl. Jack stretched, yawned, and said calmly. Okay, let me go out to the hallway for 5 minutes and they'll get over it. Aizawa walked towards him, slow steps, eyes squinting. Explain your quirk, now. Jack raised a finger. Look, Professor of Dark Circles, my quirk is called Wave. It emits, well, waves. Aizawa glared at him. Jack continued. I can take down quirks, gadgets, anything that runs on energy or weird biology. I basically turn everything off. Midnight raised an eyebrow. And why wasn't that effect observed upon entering the UA? Jack scratched the back of his neck. Because I didn't use it. And because when I'm asleep and I get scared, it goes off. Present Mike shouted. Do you realize that's extremely dangerous? Jack looked at him slowly, with his head tilted. Me too, you know. I could break my arm if I push it too hard. It's a disgusting power. Najire approached, fascinated. That's why your punches always break things. And that's why you can propel yourself. And that's why. Jack winked at him. That's why I look so good in fights, yeah. Najire se puso roja. Mirio. Oh no. Tamaki. I'm not here. Aizawa. Wants a vacation. All Might. Flickering like a faulty light bulb. Before the situation spiraled out of control, Aizawa, demonstrating why he was a UA teacher and a pro hero, dropped such a sharp glare on the room that everyone was paralyzed. The atmosphere froze. Najire stopped talking. Mirio straightened up involuntarily. Tamaki practically shrank in his chair. Izumi swallowed. Even Jack Sparrow stood still. But not out of fear. The pirate watched Aizawa with a mixture of surprise and genuine admiration. It wasn't respect for his authority. It wasn't fear of being punished. It was something else. Jack was fascinated by the fact that this guy covered in bandages could use something so similar to Conqueror's Haki. He was dying to ask him how he'd learned it without being a pirate, but given the situation, he decided that conversation would have to wait. Aizawa withdrew his pressure from the room, took a deep breath, tired, fed up and incredulous at the same time, and finally spoke. Who can explain to me why that compass is so important, and where did they get it? Jack just sank deeper into the chair, closed his eyes, and listened. Mirio spoke first, standing up stiffly. Professor, you see, that compass is important to Najire and to us because Principal Nezu gave it to us and told us that. Mirio stopped. His eyes widened suddenly, as if he had just remembered something terribly obvious. The tension rose to another level. Present Mike, intrigued by the dramatic pause, leaned forward. Tell me, young listener, what did my hairy boss tell you? Mirio swallowed. It was strange to see him so nervous. We had to return the compass, to Sparrow-san. Najire opened her eyes, surprised and confused. Izumi too, but in her there was another emotion, anguish mixed with disbelief. Tamaki simply made himself even smaller in his seat. And Jack, of course, smiled sleepily without even opening his eyes. Najire blinked several times, processing the words, until finally the realization hit her like a bucket of ice water. Ah, her voice trembled as it rose, a whisper turned into a stifled scream. She put both hands to her head, her curls floating around her as if they were just as scandalized. Wait. I was supposed to give it back. She leaned forward, staring at Mirio as if he were the one directly responsible. You let me keep it, knowing how forgetful I am. Mirio, sweating profusely, pointed timidly towards Jack. Yes, and you didn't take your eyes off the compass. Because I got distracted. Najire burst out, her cheeks burning. So much was happening. You guys were screaming. Tamaki was panicking. Izumi looked like she was going to blow someone's head off, and Jack-san. Jack-san. Her words died there, just as her eyes instinctively turned back to Jack. The pirate was still lying in the chair, eyes closed, calm expression. A mischievous smile played on his lips, as if he knew exactly what was happening, and was enjoying it immensely. Najire felt a tingling sensation run down the back of her neck and bit her lip. He remembered the moment in the cafeteria. He remembered how Jack had gotten too close. She remembered that soft, mocking whisper, and how, without realizing it, he had taken the compass from her. Why didn't I notice? She murmured, burying her face in her hands as her ears turned bright pink. Izumi, beside her, watched her with a mixture of compassion and despair. Najire-senpai. How could you forget? She asked, her voice breaking. I don't know. Jack-san is so distracting. Najire blurted out, frustrated with herself. So much so, Aizawa put a hand to the bridge of his nose. All Might sighed so loudly it sounded like an artificial wind. Midnight shook his head, trying not to smile at Najire's absurd sincerity. Present Mike muttered something like, I knew the pirate had his own special charm. Meanwhile, Jack opened one eye. Just one. And, without moving his body, he said in a soft voice. Well, darling, it's not my fault you're so easily dazzled. Najire let out a muffled little scream and covered her face again, now completely red. Aizawa gritted his teeth again. Sparrow. Yes, bandage teacher, said Jack, still lying down. Be quiet. Jack closed his eye again, smiling contentedly. The room fell silent. A dense, thick silence fell over everyone. The teachers analyzed every word, every gesture. The students were expecting the storm. And the storm soon arrived. Midnight, crossing his arms, bowed his head with a raised eyebrow, and let fall the question that no one had wanted to ask. Didn't you have handcuffs on, Sparrow? The comment landed like a thunderclap in the room. Aizawa opened his eyes with an almost visible start. All Might felt a chill run down his spine as he thought, horrified. How on earth does she remove quadruple reinforcement handcuffs, with such a thin build? Present Mike blinked a couple of times, utterly confused. What wives? He muttered, looking all around. And then, without opening his eyes, without sitting up, without showing a single drop of guilt, the pirate replied as if he were describing the weather. Jack Sparrow. A kind sailor freed me so I could give him the key to reaching the end of the world. The professor's jaws dropped almost simultaneously. Najire's mouth fell open in surprise. Izumi put a hand to her forehead. Mirio felt his soul leave his body. Tamaki wished he could turn into an amoeba. Aizawa closed his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and truly wished with all his soul that it was all a bad dream. After thinking that, Aizawa wasted no more time. He stood up abruptly, opened a metal cabinet, and began searching through containment equipment. Noticing the noise, Jack finally opened one eye, then the other, and leaned forward wearily. Jack, Mr. Eraserhead, believe me, there's no need to chain me up again. I have no intention of escaping. And putting me in handcuffs would be a waste of time, you know. I'd just end up taking them off anyway. Aizawa continued to analyze it. I didn't know if Jack was telling the truth, or if it was just another one of his absurd excuses. But one thing was certain. If the pirate wanted to escape, he would have done so already. 3 times. The professor let out a long sigh and slowly closed the cabinet. Aizawa. Okay, Sparrow, but I swear if I try. Jack interrupted him mercilessly. Yes, bad things are going to happen to me. Believe me, Professor, I'm a magnet for bad things. And for the maniacs. And for people I don't remember. He said the last part while looking directly at Izumi. She frowned, annoyed. Very annoying. Jack stretched lazily and stood up. Jack. Well, I'm off, gentlemen. Rum doesn't find itself. The first thing he did was head to Midnight. She watched him, both intrigued and expectant. Jack took her hand with an anachronistic elegance, leaned in, and placed a small kiss on her skin. Jack. Goodbye, beautiful lady. Midnight's slight blush, almost imperceptible, did not go unnoticed by anyone. Without wasting any time, Jack approached Najire. She was expecting a gesture, probably the same treatment Midnight received. But Jack, with a cheeky smile, tilted his head and gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. Jack. Don't worry, my blue pearl. I'll look for you later in these seas. Najire was completely petrified, silent, blushing, and that, coming from Najire Hado, was almost impossible. Finally, Jack stopped in front of Izumi. She continued to look at him angrily, intense and stubborn as always. He returned her playful smile. Jack. Miss, I don't remember you at all, and I don't think I remember you. But if you make an attempt to remind me who you are, I'll also try to remember you a little, even if it's just a little bit. With that, Jack left the room in search of Nezu's vault. Or at least that was the plan. I hadn't taken 10 steps down the corridor when 3. The bell rang throughout UA like a ship's bell announcing a storm. Jack stopped. His expression changed from determined pirate to pirate defeated by academic obligations. Jack. And there's fate reminding me that I'm a student. Fantastic. The pirate let his shoulders slump, gave a long, exaggerated sigh, and scratched his head as if the sound of the doorbell had drained his soul. With both hands behind his neck, he began walking towards his classroom, dragging his feet as if he were marching towards the gallows. As he walked forward, several students instinctively moved away from the corridor, some murmuring, others curiously eyeing the strange freshman who looked like a delinquent, a vagrant, or a sleep-deprived celebrity, depending on who was looking at him. Jack, however, had only one thought on his mind. Jack. First I have to survive these hours of torture, and then, the vault. And if I'm lucky, rum. Lots of rum. He turned the corner into the main hallway, already resigned, already bored, already. Jack. From a distance, the doors of classroom 1A looked like the portal to an inevitable destiny. But the pirate kept walking anyway, whistling a sailor's tune as if that would lighten the burden of going back to school. Because if there was one thing Jack Sparrow was sure of, even in UA. Because no bell, teacher, or professional hero could stop the captain of the Black Pearl forever. It would only delay it a little. Jack made his way down the corridor towards 1A as the murmurs grew like waves crashing against an old ship. Is that the guy who fought with Mirio? They say he stole a compass. And what deactivated a quirk? But wasn't he handcuffed? I heard that he kissed Najire-senpai. That. Jack raised an eyebrow, clearly used to half of what was said about him being a lie, although the thing with Najire had actually happened. He sighed, tired of the noise, and murmured to himself. Jack. Rumors, rumors. Everyone thinks the wind is blowing towards them, and they haven't even been to sea. Finally, he arrived in front of the enormous door of 1A. He looked at her as if she were the mouth of a giant monster. Without enthusiasm, no power, only out of obligation, he pushed the door, clack, and he instantly found himself with a welcoming committee he hadn't asked for. Bakugo with his arms crossed, frown on his face, as explosive as ever. Iida with his hand raised as if he were about to fine him. Kaminari trying to look serious. Hiroshima with a worried expression. Uraraka and Shiro looked at him with a, "we need to talk," expression. Everyone lined up, and everyone looking directly at him. And before I could even blink. Bakugo. Hey, seaweed hair. What the hell did you say to Izumi at lunch? Iida. Sparrow-kun. Your behavior was completely inappropriate and disrespectful. You caused an unnecessary altercation. Kirishima. Bro, that was zero bro. Zero. Uraraka. Izumi was really upset. You shouldn't bother someone like that. But they had barely finished. Mina, Yaoyorozu, and Hagakure stepped forward like an unexpected shield. Mina. Okay. Let him breathe. You don't even know what really happened. Hagakure. I saw it. It was Izumi who started it. Yaoyorozu. Furthermore, Sparrow-san hasn't directly broken any rules. Technically. Everyone turned to look at her like, what do you mean, technically? Jack just smiled, tilting his head, not taking anything seriously. And in a slow, soft, and brazenly calm voice, she said, Jack, my dear friends, if you all jump like that every time a lady gets angry with me, you'll never become good sailors. Silence. Full. Bakugo opened his mouth to yell at him, but he couldn't find the words. Kaminari gasped for air. Iida froze mid-scolding. Kirishima merely murmured, sailors. Jack walked between them as if nothing was wrong and plopped down in a chair in the corner of the room, clearly not the one Aizawa assigned him. Obviously, that didn't last long. Iida. Sparrow-kun. That's not your seat. Eraserhead-sensei assigned you one in front of the first desk. That's unacceptable. Jack raised his hand without even looking at him. Jack. The mummy professor isn't here. And he leaned back again. Iida was petrified. Just then, the door opened again. Izumi Midoriya entered. The entire class mentally prepared themselves for shouting, anger, tension, or even another argument. But not. Izumi is a Jack. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. And without hesitation, the girl walked in his direction. Mineta, who was sitting at the desk next to the pirate, trembled as if he had been told he was going to die. Izumi. Mineta, can we switch seats? Mineta. Yeah, obviously, take it, it's all yours, bye. He shot off. The entire class was stunned. Izumi sat down next to Jack. No shouting, no words. It's a lean intestine. Alone. Izumi. Hey, sister. I mean, Sparrow-san, can I ask you something? Jack raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. Jack. It depends. If it's about what I had for breakfast. I don't even know. Izumi puffed out her cheeks, but continued. Izumi. The compass, what's it for? The entire room tilted their heads slightly towards them, as if they had all become one giant ear. Jack slowly turned the compass in his hand, laid it on the table, and said calmly, in that pirate voice that sounds both mysterious and joking at the same time. Jack. This compass isn't pointing north, Miss Midoriya. Everyone held their breath. Jack smiled, slowly, amused, hiding more than he said. Jack. Aim for what you desire most in the world. The entire class was in shock. Izumi opened her eyes wide. And the compass. Very slightly. It vibrated. Jack left the sentence hanging in the air. Jack. Aim for what you desire most in the world. The entire class was speechless. Mina opened her mouth. Kaminari muttered a woo. Uraraka swallowed. Izumi, for her part, remained motionless, staring at the compass as if it were a divine artifact. And just when I was about to ask something else, Iida exploded, slamming his hand against his own palm as if activating an engine. Iida. That's impossible. No object exists with those properties. Not even in contemporary technology. Jack ignored it so completely that it was almost offensive. He leaned back further in the chair, put his boots on the edge of the desk, and closed one eye, almost falling asleep. Izumi took advantage of the silence left by Iida and asked again. Izumi. So, if it points to what you desire, what is it that's marking you now? Jack opened one eye, looked at her, tilted his head. And in his most blatantly dramatic tone he said, Jack. I'd like to answer, miss. But my lips are drier than All Might on steroids. He made an exaggerated gesture, pointing to his mouth. Jack. That could change, if you gave me some rum. The whole class erupted. You can't drink rum at school. Several shouted at once. Kirishima almost fell off his chair. Mina was crying with laughter. Todoroki simply blinked, trying to process the comparison. But before anyone could add anything else, the door burst open. Present mic. Good morning, little listeners. English class. Jack jumped in fright and almost fell off the chair. The class immediately straightened up as the teacher began his usual tirade. Jack put the compass away with a smooth movement and lay back, resigned to surviving another class without rum. Time skip. End of classes. The saving bell rang and the students began to get up. Izumi approached Jack, who was trying to leave the room with the same energy as a shipwrecked person climbing into a boat. Izumi, I'll take you to the dorms. Nezu said you had to install. Ahem, stay there for now. Jack, under guard, you say. What an honor. Izumi didn't answer, but she took his arm so he wouldn't get lost again. They went out into the hallway. But they didn't get very far. Bakugo was waiting for them. Crossed burns. Face like an active volcano. Small explosions on the hands. Bakugo. Hey, Deku. Why the hell are you treating this clown so well? He stole, fighted, destroyed half the cafeteria, and almost got into a fight with the third-year students. Izumi stopped. Class 1A, which was coming behind, also stopped. Mina, Jiro, Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, Iida and Todoroki stood there, watching intently. Izumi took a deep breath. And he spoke. Izumi. Because Jack didn't do anything with bad intentions. He didn't hurt anyone. And because someone has to treat him like a person and not like a criminal. The silence was brutal. Bakugo opened his eyes in surprise, almost indignant. Todoroki tilted his head, interested. Jiro murmured, wow. Jack glanced at her sideways, genuinely surprised, even a little confused. Nobody had defended him like that for a long time. Mina jumped excitedly. Iida was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. Bakugo finally growled, clicked his tongue, and turned away with a snort. Do whatever you want. Izumi continued walking, taking Jack with her. The rest moved forward with them. Mina and Hagakure laughing. Jiro asking Izumi if she was alright. Yaoyorozu trying to maintain some semblance of order. Iida marching hesitantly. Todoroki walking silently, until he approached Jack. Todoroki. I have a question. Jack looked at him without breaking stride. Jack. If it's about my personal hygiene, we all do what we can. Todoroki. Number. I want to know. How did you defeat my father? Everyone stopped. Jack smiled. Slow. Dangerous. Fun. Jack. Ah. That. You see, Mr. Snowflake, your father made the mistake of underestimating a pirate. Todoroki opened his eyes. Izumi swallowed. Mina let out a small, kya, drama. Jack continued walking towards the dormitories with his usual calm, as if he had just explained that he went to buy bread and not that he faced Endeavor. And as it moved forward, the compass in his pocket vibrated. Very gently, as if he knew that the pirate's path in UA was just beginning. Jack walked alongside the group towards the dormitories. Amid laughter, comments, and questions, some curious, others a bit intrusive, the pirate seemed to move with his usual ease. But inside, something didn't add up. A strange, unsettling, almost uncomfortable feeling gnawed at his chest. It wasn't fear. It wasn't doubt. It was something deeper, something Jack Sparrow rarely allowed himself to acknowledge. Loneliness. When they arrived at the dormitory building, the enormous automatic door opened. The students dispersed to their rooms amid yawns and goodbyes. Izumi was the last to say goodbye. Izumi. You'll remember my brother. Jack smiled automatically, but that smile vanished as soon as Izumi disappeared from the hallway. Silence fell upon him like a heavy blanket. She entered the bedroom slowly, observing everything with an expression difficult to read. Everything was too clean, too tidy, too modern, too foreign. The pirate walked to the room that had been assigned to him. He turned the handle listlessly and went in. And there he saw it. A simple, perfectly tidy room. A spacious bed, clearly more comfortable than any bunk bed. A private bathroom, walls of a soft blue. And, on the main wall, a collage. Jack stood still. Photos. He, Izumi, and a woman with green hair. All three of them smiling. All three together. All three happy. A memory I didn't remember. A life that didn't feel like her own. And yet, there it was. The pirate did not smile. He didn't frown. He wasn't joking. He just stood motionless, with a silent sadness in his eyes that very few would have imagined in him. Without saying a word, he took off his boots. Then his shirt. His back was exposed. An ancient Latin tattoo that stretched from shoulder to shoulder like a forgotten oath, and dozens of scars that told stories he never shared. He collapsed onto the bed. It was soft, cozy, perfect, and completely unbearable. Jack turned around, sat down, huffed, and ended up lying down on the cold floor. But even then I didn't feel the familiarity of the Black Pearl. Not even the wood creaked. Not even the swaying of the sea was there. Not even the smell of salt. Not even the murmur of a crew. Nothing. She looked up at the window. A small breeze was coming in through the crack, cool, light, almost like a caress. Jack smiled. A smile of relief. He got up, opened the window and slipped out with the natural agility of someone who has lived for years among masts and ropes. Not to escape, not this time, but to find something that would make him feel at home. And he found it. A large tree branch in front of the bedroom, thick and firm, was hidden among leaves that blocked some of the moonlight. Jack settled in, leaning back against the tree trunk, letting the cold wind hit his face. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yeah, that was it. The air, silence, the height, the natural discomfort, the feeling of being suspended in the world without fully belonging. Jack whispering, letting out a tired but sincere smile. Just like home. And there, on the branch of that tree, under the UA moon, the pirate finally fell asleep, as those who have lived too long away from solid ground always do. Searching for the sea even in a world where it no longer exists. While Jack Sparrow snored peacefully, hanging like an elegant bat on a thick branch of the tree closest to the UA dorms, several kilometers away, the night was a very different picture for Joshua Gibbs. On the Yaoyorozu estate, in a small room designated for staff, Gibbs sat on the edge of his bed, the light from his cell phone barely illuminating his face. Her finger anxiously scanned the screen, as if each update could bring a miracle, or a tragedy. Gibbs had barely slept in 3 days. And from the moment he saw the news, those damned images of the Black Pearl crew being captured by the Japanese police, guilt had fallen on him like an anchor. He, Captain Sparrow's right-hand man, reduced to a luxury chauffeur, while his family was taken prisoner. The pirate grunted under his breath. I shouldn't be here, he muttered to himself. I should be with them. All of them. But there was one thing holding him back. Their captain was missing. And Gibbs doesn't abandon Jack Sparrow. Never. Or, that's how it had been until this afternoon. While serving tea in the main room, she accidentally overheard the conversation between Mrs. Yaoyorozu and her daughter Momo, who was on the phone with someone from the UA community. Yes, Mom, I already confirmed it. Jack Sparrow is in the UA dorms. He's healthy, sort of. Gibbs almost dropped the tray. The captain, he whispered, breathing again for the first time in 3 days. But that peace was short-lived, because the most important thing was missing. And the others, he said, looking at his cell phone screen as if he were going to answer her. It had several open windows with rumors, police reports, even blurry recordings sent by amateur sailors. And from his room, Zuo, little Yaoyorozu, would send her quick updates. Searching traffic cameras, I found a record of a man who could be Marty. The police moved the detainees today. I still don't know where. Gibbs sighed wearily, his eyes burning. His week couldn't get any worse. Or even stranger. Because just as he was thinking that, his cell phone vibrated with a final message from a news story that said, rumors about Jack Sparrow and that he's at UA. And far, far away, in a tree inside a campus full of heroes in training. Jack Sparrow twirled on the branch, muttering in his sleep something about rum and damned Japanese government handcuffs. A couple of hours later, the moonlight still lingered high in the Japanese sky, though it was beginning to fade slowly with the approach of dawn. And it was a good thing it was, because Jack, still fast asleep on the tree branch, moved just a few centimeters, enough to lose his balance. Fell. As he descended, he was still fast asleep, a goofy grin plastered on his face thanks to some dream fueled by rum and women. But the grin didn't last. The moment his body hit the ground, a loud crack, very much in the style of Fernanfloo, erupted from his head. Jack got up as best he could, staggering, as the pale moonlight illuminated his body and clearly revealed his skeletal form. Jack, under the watchful gaze of the moon that illuminated him like a lighthouse lost in the night sea, took a couple of clumsy steps that he failed to complete. A voice interrupted him, a voice she didn't recognize at first. It took a few seconds. Then her expression changed. David Jones. Look, look, look. You have no direction. You have no home. You have no ship, and you don't even know where your crew is. Don't you find that ironic? From the shadow of a tree emerged the figure of the former captain of the Flying Dutchman. Jack looked him up and down, sizing him up. Was it for safety? To confirm he was really there? To make sure he was still a tormented soul? No. Jack was just scanning it to see if it had rum. Unfortunately for him, no. Jack. Ah. It was you, little octopus. Don't you have anything better to do? David Jones frowned, but only for a moment. What he said next managed to twist his mouth into a smile. David Jones. Look at you, Sparrow. Or should I say, Izuku, you're in a place where you don't belong. Just like that time. Jack raised an eyebrow. Jack. That time. The octopus looked at him with something that seemed pity. David Jones. You really don't remember. You don't remember who helped you survive. You, and those children. Jack's eyes opened slightly, but soon his expression relaxed. Jack, are you talking about when old Will Turner helped me? David Jones let out a harsh laugh. The confusion on Jack's face only spurred him on. David Jones, do you really think Will Turner saved you? He had no interest in rescuing 3 malnourished children on a barge. He didn't give you the Black Pearl. The Dutchman did it. The Dutchman showed your wishes to Will. The Dutchman made a deal with you, not Turner. The octopus's words hit Jack like an anchor falling into the sea. He felt the bitter mix of anger, pain, and betrayal. David Jones didn't seem to be lying. And if he wasn't lying, that meant Will had used him. That he'd almost let him die alongside Gibbs and Marty. That it had all been a deception. The Dutch captain, seeing that broken and furious expression, widened his smile. David Jones. Oh, boy, how could you be so gullible? But look on the bright side. I can do it. He didn't finish the sentence. Jack released a sudden wave from his chest, and the octopus figure vanished like a bad dream. Jack. Pirates. They're all the same. He said it in that playful tone of his. Because now he knew the truth. He owed nothing. The deal with Will never existed, and the only contract was between Jack Sparrow and the Flying Dutchman himself. But he didn't have time to process any more. Suddenly she saw 4 figures approaching. One small, one tall, one hunched over, one sensual. And from the darkness of the night they appeared. Aizawa, Nezu, Recovery Girl, Midnight. A couple of hours later. The moonlight still lingered high in the Japanese sky, though it was beginning to fade slowly with the approach of dawn. And it was a good thing it was, because Jack, still fast asleep on the tree branch, moved just a few centimeters, enough to lose his balance. Fell. As he descended, he was still fast asleep, a goofy grin plastered on his face thanks to some dream fueled by rum and women. But the grin didn't last. The moment his body hit the ground, a loud crack, very much in the style of Fernanfloo, erupted from his head. Jack got up as best he could, staggering, as the pale moonlight illuminated his body and clearly revealed his skeletal form. Jack, under the watchful gaze of the moon that illuminated him like a lighthouse lost in the night sea, took a couple of clumsy steps that he failed to complete. A voice interrupted him, a voice she didn't recognize at first. It took a few seconds. Then her expression changed. David Jones. Look, look, look. You have no direction. You have no home. You have no ship, and you don't even know where your crew is. Don't you find that ironic? From the shadow of a tree emerged the figure of the former captain of the Flying Dutchman. Jack looked him up and down, sizing him up. Was it for safety? To confirm he was really there? To make sure he was still a tormented soul? No. Jack was just scanning it to see if it had rum. Unfortunately for him, no. Jack. Ah. It was you, little octopus. Don't you have anything better to do? David Jones frowned, but only for a moment. What he said next managed to twist his mouth into a smile. David Jones. Look at you, Sparrow. Or should I say, Izuku, you're in a place where you don't belong. Just like that time. Jack raised an eyebrow. Jack. That time. The octopus looked at him with something that seemed pity. David Jones. You really don't remember. You don't remember who helped you survive. You, And those children. Jack's eyes opened slightly, but soon his expression relaxed. Jack, are you talking about when old Will Turner helped me? David Jones let out a harsh laugh. The confusion on Jack's face only spurred him on. David Jones, do you really think Will Turner saved you? He had no interest in rescuing 3 malnourished children on a barge. He didn't give you the Black Pearl. The Dutchman did it. The Dutchman showed your wishes to Will. The Dutchman made a deal with you, not Turner. The octopus's words hit Jack like an anchor falling into the sea. He felt the bitter mix of anger, pain, and betrayal. David Jones didn't seem to be lying. And if he wasn't lying, that meant Will had used him. That he'd almost let him die alongside Gibbs and Marty. That it had all been a deception. The Dutch captain, seeing that broken and furious expression, widened his smile. David Jones, oh, boy, how could you be so gullible? But look on the bright side. I can do it. He didn't finish the sentence. Jack released a sudden wave from his chest, and the octopus figure vanished like a bad dream. Jack, pirates, they're all the same. He said it in that playful tone of his. Because now he knew the truth. He owed nothing. The deal with Will never existed, and the only contract was between Jack Sparrow and the Flying Dutchman himself. But he didn't have time to process any more. Suddenly she saw 4 figures approaching. One small, one tall, one hunched over, one sensual. And from the darkness of the night they appeared. Aizawa, Nezu, Recovery Girl, Midnight. Jack let out a sigh, or what would have been a sigh if he had lungs, just as a cold breeze lifted leaves from the ground. And then it happened. The pale glow of his skeleton began to fade, like embers that can no longer find the wind. First, the bones were covered in a faint shadow. Then, the shadow became flesh. The tendons formed like ink spreading on wet paper. The skin returned with salt stains and old sunburns. In seconds, Sparrow became human again. And there he stood, barefoot, shirtless, with the bandage half torn on one of his arms, his hair damp from the night fog. The sun's rays began to hit his entire collection of scars. Cuts that looked like maps, circular marks from ancient ropes, black lines tattooed in shapes that no hero in the country seemed to understand. The silence was immediate, not because he was naked, but because, seeing him like that, he no longer looked like a student. He looked like someone who had survived things no hero should ever know. Aizawa was the first to react. She didn't blink. He did not back down. He just looked at him with the eyes of a veteran who recognizes the kind of damage that doesn't come from training, but from life. Aizawa, Sparrow, a break, long. Aizawa. Those scars aren't recent. Nor are they random. Jack smiled crookedly, as if he wanted to make a joke, but he couldn't. Jack. Let's just say pirate life doesn't have very good healthcare. Aizawa clenched his jaw, not out of anger, but out of concern. That kind of concern that he only shows when no one else notices. Recovery Girl. The old woman approached closer than the others. Calmly, without haste, with the seriousness of someone who has seen hundreds of wounds, but not like this. Recovery Girl. Many of these. I can't cure them, even if I wanted to. Jack looked down for a moment. Recovery Girl. But you're still standing. That says enough. She didn't scold him this time. He didn't hit him with the cane. He didn't raise his voice at her. He just looked at him like a boy who, for the first time, was being seen for what he really was, someone who has carried too much. Nezu took 2 steps forward, very slowly, very analytically, but something had changed. The scientific excitement was there, yes, but now it wore a layer of respect. Nezu. Interesting. I previously thought your condition was the strangest thing about you. But I see I was wrong. Jack raised an eyebrow. Jack. And now what's the strangest thing? Nezu. That he is alive. Aizawa glared at him, as if to say, was it necessary to say it like that? Nezu simply smiled. Midnight. She crossed her arms, but this time her posture was different. Less playful, more human. Midnight. Jack, did other pirates do this to you? Jack shrugged his shoulders, though they were clearly heavy. Jack. The sea has more monsters than you'd find in books, my dear. Midnight lowered his gaze for a few seconds. It was a brief gesture, but unusual for her. A silent acknowledgement that this boy had lived through a hell that the heroes were meant to prevent, not survive. Jack tried to break the tense atmosphere with humor, because that was just who he was. Jack. Well, does anyone have a blanket? It's cold, and my scars are starting to complain. Aizawa took off his black jacket without saying anything and threw it at him. Jack caught her, surprised. Jack. Wow, I thought you were going to throw me some forgotten student's bandage. Aizawa. Shut up and put it on before you get sick. Sparrow smiled, more sincere this time. Jack looked at the black jacket that Aizawa had dropped over his shoulder. She held it with 2 fingers, as if it were an extremely delicate object, or extremely boring. He examined her for a second. Then another one, and one more. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Finally, Jack put it on with an elegant and exaggerated movement, as if he were on a stage and not half barefoot in the UA courtyard. The heroes watched in silence. But only one person noticed that. Midnight narrowed his eyes. Under the sleeve that Jack hadn't yet rolled up, he saw the scar. A long line, straight line, interrupted only in some sections. It needs. Too precise to be a battle cut. He took a few steps closer, pointing at the mark with his finger. Midnight. Hey, Sparrow, and what about this one here? He gently touches the air, without actually touching it. It looks like someone took their time making it. Jack looked down at his bicep. The jacket was already on, but he lifted the sleeve just enough to glance at her. It was an old scar. Too old even for him. Jack smiled. Not a mocking smile. Not an arrogant smile. A smile, playful mixed with a hint of truth that did not go unnoticed by anyone. Jack. A captain doesn't let his men starve. Silence. Midnight blinked slowly. Recovery girl tightened her grip on her cane slightly. Aizawa frowned even more, as if each word was a new problematic file in his brain. And Nezu. Oh, Nezu smiled. That gentle smile indicated that she had just received valuable information. Nobody got a chance to ask a question. Jack raised his hands. Jack, I would love to continue talking about my magnificent self. But I don't think we have time for that. Just then, 2 alarms were heard. Aizawa's and Midnight's. Classes. Aizawa closed his eyes for a second. He breathed, resigned. Aizawa, let's go to class, Sparrow. But Recovery Girl immediately raised her cane. Recovery Girl, Aizawa-chan, Sparrow is going to be a little late this time. I need to give you a few things in my office. Nezu stepped forward, with his typical brilliant calm. Nezu, and I have some questions. Aizawa looked at him. Then he looked at Recovery Girl. Then to Jack. And Jack, of course, had an expression that said nothing but, Jack Sparrow, I'm above formal education. Aizawa let out a sigh, a long one. Aizawa, all right, but try not to arrive too late. Jack gave a mocking 2-finger military salute. Jack, I'll try, Professor Sock. Aizawa walked away muttering something that sounded a lot like, why did I accept this job? As Jack continued to brazenly and mockingly stare at Aizawa's back, Recovery Girl's voice hit him like a small auditory blow. Recovery Girl, okay, kid, follow me to my office before I forget what I have to do with you. Without waiting for a response, the tiny heroine began to walk, with Nezu sitting comfortably on her shoulder as if he were riding a living mountain. Her short, rhythmic steps, combined with the director's curious gaze, made Jack let out a deep sigh. I knew it was going to be a terribly long day, and not in a good way. Just as he was about to follow them, Jack stopped, turned gently on his heels, and walked toward Midnight with that carefree, seductive gait so characteristic of him. Jack, excuse me, miss. Midnight blinked, noticing that the pirate didn't know her heroine name. Out of professional habit I was going to say, Midnight, but tiredness, surprise and perhaps a mixture of curiosity made me respond impulsively. Midnight, Nimori Kayama. As soon as the phrase left her lips, her eyes opened slightly. She had said her real name, not her heroine's name. He tried to correct himself, but it was too late. Jack was already in front of her, taking her hand with a gentleness unexpected for someone who lived fighting against death itself. Jack, smiling. A pleasure, Miss Memory. Midnight mentally prepared herself for the typical kiss on the hand. The classic flirtatious gesture from the day before. But Jack surprised her again. He pulled her towards him with a light movement, just enough to bring her closer, and placed a soft, warm, and surprisingly tender kiss on her cheek, inches from her lips. It wasn't daring. It wasn't vulgar. It was dangerous in its own charming way. Midnight Memory felt a blush creep up his neck to his ears as he watched the pirate walk away with a carefree gait, as if he had done nothing wrong. Midnight, in a low voice, to herself. So that's what that rabbit and that dragon saw in you. Her fingers slowly touched the area where he had kissed her. And for the first time in a long time, Midnight didn't know if she was more intrigued, or more nervous. As Jack continued to brazenly and mockingly stare at Aizawa's back, Recovery Girl's voice hit him like a small auditory blow. Recovery Girl, okay, kid, follow me to my office before I forget what I have to do with you. Without waiting for a response, the tiny heroine began to walk, with Nezu sitting comfortably on her shoulder as if he were riding a living mountain. Her short, rhythmic steps, combined with the director's curious gaze, made Jack let out a deep sigh. I knew it was going to be a terribly long day, and not in a good way. Just as he was about to follow them, Jack stopped, turned gently on his heels, and walked toward Midnight with that carefree, seductive gait so characteristic of him. Jack, excuse me, miss. Midnight blinked, noticing that the pirate didn't know her heroine name. Out of professional habit I was going to say, Midnight, but tiredness, surprise and perhaps a mixture of curiosity made me respond impulsively. Midnight, Memory Clama. As soon as the phrase left her lips, her eyes opened slightly. She had said her real name, not her heroine's name. He tried to correct himself, but it was too late. Jack was already in front of her, taking her hand with a gentleness unexpected for someone who lived fighting against death itself. Jack, smiling. A pleasure, Miss Memory. Midnight mentally prepared herself for the typical kiss on the hand. The classic flirtatious gesture from the day before. But Jack surprised her again. He pulled her towards him with a light movement, just enough to bring her closer, and placed a soft, warm, and surprisingly tender kiss on her cheek, inches from her lips. It wasn't daring. It wasn't vulgar. It was dangerous in its own charming way. Midnight Memory felt a blush creep up his neck to his ears as he watched the pirate walk away with a carefree gait, as if he had done nothing wrong. Midnight, in a low voice, to herself. So that's what that rabbit and that dragon saw in you. Her fingers slowly touched the area where he had kissed her. And for the first time in a long time, Midnight didn't know if she was more intrigued, or more nervous. The hallways at UA were almost empty at that hour since all the students were in their classes, except one. Jack Sparrow's barefoot footsteps could barely be heard, as he dragged himself along at a relaxed pace while happily chewing the contents of the metal package that Recovery Girl had given him. Jack. Delicious. It tastes like rum. Without being rum, but it could be rum, even though it isn't rum. Shoo, I definitely need rum. The black jacket Aizawa had lent him was too big on his shoulders, but it gave him an even more pirate-like and disheveled look. His chest was still bare, scars marking his skin like ancient maps, and the black pearl tattoo stood out clearly under the artificial light. Jack kept walking, carefree, when, boom, a door to his right exploded into 1,000 pieces, sending smoke, sparks, and small screws flying through the air. Jack didn't even flinch. He just raised an eyebrow, as if it were part of the scenery. And then something pink, small, and smelling of burnt oil shot out of the cloud of smoke. And landed right on top of him. Jack fell backward to the ground with the girl on top of him. She raised her head, revealing eyes with X-shaped pupils, and from them radiated enthusiasm for her explosion. Arame Hatsume. Jack, looking up at her with his flirtatious smile. If you wanted something from Jack Sparrow, there are other ways to ask me for it, beautiful. May was unfazed by Jack's words and simply looked at him with a curious expression. May. And who are you? The pirate didn't frown, he didn't smile, he just looked at her with a face that showed no emotion. Jack. Soy Jack. Jack Sparrow. Before May could answer, a female voice, one that Jack hadn't heard in a long time, came out from the cloud of smoke from the destroyed door. Melissa. May, I told you those engines were unstable, you couldn't do it. It stopped. His expression changed. Her eyes opened with a mixture of surprise, confusion, and relief. Melissa. Izuku. Jack. The halls of UA were almost empty at that hour. Jack Sparrow's barefoot footsteps could barely be heard, as he dragged himself along at a relaxed pace while happily chewing the contents of the metal package that Recovery Girl had given him. Jack. Delicious. It tastes like rum. Without being rum, but it could be rum, even though it isn't rum. Shoo, I definitely need rum. The black jacket Aizawa had lent him was too big on his shoulders, but it gave him an even more pirate-like and disheveled look. His chest was still bare, scars marking his skin like ancient maps, and the black pearl tattoo stood out clearly under the artificial light. Jack kept walking, carefree, when, boom, a door to his right exploded into 1,000 pieces, sending smoke, sparks, and small screws flying through the air. Jack didn't even flinch, he just raised an eyebrow, as if it were part of the scenery. And then something pink, small, and smelling of burnt oil shot out of the cloud of smoke. And landed right on top of him. Jack fell backward to the ground with the girl on top of him. She lifted her head, her cheeks flushed as if she'd been given a new battery. Era Mei Hatsume. Mei. Red as a tomato. Kaya. Sorry, that wasn't the right throwing direction. Or was it? No. Wait, who are you? Jack, looking up at her with his flirtatious smile. If you wanted something from Jack Sparrow, there are other ways to ask me for it, beautiful. Mei opened her eyes as if a new quirk had been activated. I'd never seen this guy before, but for him to call her beautiful like that, so close, so blatantly. Her face turned an even more intense shade of pink than her hair. Mei, I didn't ask you for anything. I don't even know who you are, or what you are, or why you're not wearing a shirt. Jack. Perks of being charming, I guess. Before Mei could answer, a female voice, one that Jack hadn't heard in a long time, came out from the cloud of smoke from the destroyed door. Melissa. Mei, I told you those engines were unstable, you couldn't do it. It stopped. His expression changed. Her eyes opened with a mixture of surprise, confusion, and relief. Melissa. Izuku. He was slow to respond because he was confused by the person standing in front of him, so he exclaimed. Jack. Elizabeth. In one of the widest hallways at UA, one could see a strange painting, even by the school's standards. A black-haired man, walking barefoot, shirtless, but wearing a black jacket that was too big for him. Beside her, a pink-haired girl with glasses and mechanical rats on her shoulders, was moving her hands while talking so fast that she seemed to be narrating for 3 people at the same time. And on the other side, a blonde girl, who was looking at the back of Jack's jacket with an expression that mixed nostalgia, happiness, and absolute disbelief. Jack Sparrow, meanwhile, was just wearily chewing one of the metal packages that Recovery Girl had given him. It was the 3rd package of the day. And the 3rd time I was grateful that it tasted like rum. But still, the pirate was exhausted, and then I discovered that Mom's notes did relate to the external splint of the 0 to 12 model, which meant I could increase resistance by 40% without sacrificing mobility. Melissa spoke with such intense energy that she seemed not to need to breathe. Jack only responded with a slight nod, his eyes squinting. Captain Sparrow generally loved to talk, but no one had ever prepared him to listen for 20 minutes straight. Never. Not even Gibbs had spoken so much in a single day. And on top of that, the pink-haired girl wouldn't leave him alone either. Mei Atsume skipped along beside him, with one hand on Jack's shoulder as if he were hers by divine right. Jack, I have to thank you for agreeing to test my babies, she said with a twinkle in her eye. Your quirk's resistance level is perfect for impact, explosion, unexpected combustion, and unauthorized freefall tests. Jack blinked slowly. Why do I feel like those 4 things almost killed me? Mei replied. Because they almost killed you. Jack sighed. Once again, he inwardly cursed himself for having been kind. At least Melissa wasn't trying to blow it to pieces. For now, the 3 of them continued walking towards the cafeteria. It was recess, which in theory should have been a short break. Jack was ready to say no when they suggested going out for a bite to eat. But then he remembered the packages that the rum goddess Recovery Girl had personally sent to the coffee shop to make sure he ate. And of course, if the old woman said she had to eat, she had to eat. Reluctantly, Jack agreed. The dark-haired man, upon seeing the double doors of the cafeteria, quickened his pace, as did his companions. The pink-haired girl and the blonde girl couldn't say anything more before going in, and that was because of Jack, who kicked the door open. The door slammed against the wall with a thud. Instantly, the cafeteria fell silent. Everyone turned towards the entrance to look at the strange boy, the new kid, the Sea of Trouble. Those were some of the nicknames they had already given him. But what truly left everyone speechless was the pirate's clothing or lack thereof. Without shoes or boots, wearing the uniform trousers, wearing an oversized jacket that revealed his torso and chest covered in scars. So many, that they almost looked like a map engraved on skin. The murmurs began immediately, from, what the hell happened to him? He even looks too good with those scars. But let's focus on some students. Mine, with stars in their eyes. Wow, Midoriya, your brother really does look like a tough guy. 3. He surely has a million stories to tell. Uraraka, red as a tomato, looking at the ground every 2 seconds. Type, covering her mouth, with genuine concern. How can someone have so many scars, and be so calm? Hiroshima y Tetsu, what a manly body. Both were crying from male emotion. Todoroki, staring at him, recognizing in him someone who has endured more than seems possible. Mineta y Kaminari, green with jealousy at how the girls look at him. Bakugo, his brow furrowed even further when he saw Izumi's reaction. Izumi Midoriya, a look of astonishment, fear, and deep concern. What happened to you, brother? But before he could get close, Iida intercepted him like a blue wall. Midoriya-kun, the dress code, the rules of conduct, you must. Jack looked him up and down and, with a look that showed he had an idea, replied. Jack, okay, glasses, let me go get my things. In the meantime, take care of these two for me. And she slipped away with a speed that left Iida paralyzed, holding a pink-haired girl and a blonde-haired girl who were completely confused. Note: I have to fill in the chapter so 1B's reaction XD. Kendo Itsuka, with her hand on her hip, surprised. Those were a lot of scars. Then looking at the girls from 1A. And this is how they welcome the new guy. Abara Shiozaki, clasping her hands together as if witnessing a tragic vision. His body seems marked by ancient suffering. Some thought he was reciting a song. Pony Tsunotori, with wide eyes and flushed cheeks. Is it normal for students to come in here, like this? Kendo just sighed. Monoma, of course, I had to speak. Ha, classic A-lister. One new student and he already looks like an escaped criminal. But when he saw several girls in his class murmuring, although he looks good, Monoma gritted his teeth. Don't look at his chest. It's a 1A tactic, I know it. Tetsu, yes, from the 1B side. Kirishima, did you see him? He's a man. Kirishima bumped fists with him from across the room. It's Kaibara. Did that guy fall off a cliff or something? Reiko Yanagi, his aura is unsettling. As if he had died and returned. Yesterday, I said, practical. More than scars, it seems she has lived several lives. Jack kept walking, not caring about anything, the metal packaging in his mouth, while the entire cafeteria followed him with their eyes as if he were a legend walking barefoot among them. And the worst part for the students was that he wasn't even trying to get attention. It simply existed. Jack walked calmly toward the cook, hoping he had more of those blessed metal packets. The one he was holding was almost empty, and the taste of rum, though fake, was the only thing keeping him in a good mood. But as she moved forward between the tables and the growing murmur of the students, she felt something. A presence. One that wasn't from a student. No, this was something else. Jack stopped abruptly. Her eyes moved slowly from side to side, searching for the culprit. Nothing. But there it was. The feeling that he was being followed. And he knew how to recognize when he was being watched. Too many years of running, fighting or seducing not to notice. The first thing that gave him away was the little sound. Tiny fingernails tapping the floor, quick, insistent. Jack turned to the right. Nothing. Then he looked down at the floor. His own shadow, cast by the ceiling lights, looked normal, until something moved behind him. Something bigger. Something advancing toward him, approaching in a straight line without any shame. The shadow expanded, as if the figure producing it were centimeters away from jumping on him. Jack slowly looked up. He felt the air compress. He felt the silence of the cafeteria grow heavier. And then, plof, something, a thing, a being, a monster, a disaster, a future problem, a memory from the past. Whatever it was, it hit him directly in the face, knocking him back as the students could only scream. What the hell was that? It fell on top of him. Is he a villain? No, I think it is. XXX. Jackie. The monkey. Jackie's story was strange, even by Caribbean standards. A small monkey from the tropical islands, intelligent, elusive, and absolutely devoted to one man. Hector Barbossa. That legendary pirate was the one who found him, trained him, and took him through countless voyages. The monkey was with him through everything. When Barbossa staged a mutiny to overthrow his captain. When they abandoned Jack Sparrow on a deserted island. When the crew became immortal under the curse of Aztec gold. When Barbossa lost his leg, and still survived. But there came a point when Jackie stopped being by his side. The reason? It's simple, but at the same time incredible. When the curse was broken, the original Jack Sparrow stole a coin before the treasure was returned. A coin he left for his son before disappearing in search of new adventures. That coin was passed down from father to son, always hidden, always in silence, until it reached the Jack Sparrow of today. Izuku Midoriya. But Sparrow wasn't the only thief that day. Jackie had also grabbed a coin. Fast, silent, invisible, she tucked it into her fur and took refuge on the Black Pearl, waiting for her master Barbossa to return from the dead as he had so many times before. He waited for months, and Barbossa returned. The little monkey understood something very simple. Barbossa would not die again. Not yet, so he never returned the coin. She was with him through every act of madness, the wrath of a goddess trapped in a mortal body. A battle inside a gigantic whirlpool. Years of unregulated piracy. Nothing stopped them, until the Vengeance appeared. A dark, unnatural ship, captained by a pirate who respected no codes, who secretly studied the most cursed corners of the ocean, and who used that magic as if it were his by right. Barbossa had no chance. That captain tore off his leg with an impossible sword. And Barbossa would have died right there if it weren't for Jackie. The monkey ran, dug, searched, and handed over the stolen coin, cursing him instantly. That saved him, but it condemned him to eternal hunger and thirst. Barbossa tried to kill the monkey when he realized he had condemned it to hell again, but he couldn't. The Black Pearl was sealed inside a bottle. Jackie was trapped there for years, banging on the glass, waiting. Waiting for his partner to rescue him. But the rescue never came. Jack Sparrow killed the captain of the Vengeance, stole the ship, and left the daughter alive. And the Black Pearl ended up sunk at the bottom of the ocean, hidden, forgotten. Barbossa disappeared, and the little monkey was left alone. With his curse, with the absurd hope that one day, Hector would return. Days passed, weeks, months, then years, and then, centuries, all without ever seeing his only family again. Jackie survived in the darkness of the ocean, trapped inside the sunken Black Pearl, without sun, without sky, and without his captain Hector. But he still held on. Because that stubborn little flame of hope told him that one day Barbossa would return for him. That I would hear his husky laugh again. That they would sail together again. That single thought kept him sane. Until one day, something changed. A brutal, almost divine force pushed the ship from the depths. The wood creaked. The helmet groaned as if waking from an eternal sleep. And the Black Pearl emerged to the surface enveloped in foam and silence. Jackie felt her little heart pounding violently. Hector, she thought, clinging to hope. Did you come back for me? He jumped from the mast to the handrail, searching with bright eyes for the familiar silhouette of Barbossa. But he didn't find it. Instead, he saw 3 children lying on the deck. 2 of them were unconscious, extremely weak. The third one looked at him with a mixture of weariness and desolation that the monkey immediately recognized. The same kind of look that Hector had the night he lost his leg. The boy's sadness took a moment to transform into a mocking smile, one of those that tried to hide something broken inside. Jackie tilted her head. There was something about him, something familiar, something that both unsettled and called to him. He descended nimbly, standing in front of the young black-haired man. The boy looked at him, then fearlessly extended his hand, with a calm and sincere gesture. Jack, I think we'll be crewmates now. The monkey looked at the hand. He studied her. He smelled it. And for a second, she felt something similar to what she had felt with Hector. A bond being born, something that could turn into loyalty. He looked at the boy again. The boy's eyes no longer held sadness. No joke. There was something new, warm, bright. Hope. Jackie stretched out her little hand to accept the gesture. But then he saw it. A silhouette behind the boy. A figure I never wanted to see again. The original Jack Sparrow, with his crooked smile and his always annoying aura. The monkey bristled all over, backing away with an involuntary squeal. Instinctively, he scratched the young pirate as he jumped back. A small scratch, but enough to make the boy wince in pain. Jack put his hand to his cheek as he watched the monkey disappear among the wreckage of the ship, fleeing from that ghost of the past. The monkey accompanied the boy throughout his growth, both physical and philosophical. He watched as the crew grew larger and larger, as new souls arrived on the ship. Two inseparable brothers, a man who never spoke, a young lady seeking connections in a world that always denied them to her, a boy full of stories about the seas. Despite the constant increase in the crew, the captain never forgot about the monkey. On stormy nights, she would let him into the cabin to sleep warm, offering him food, water, and a corner where he could feel safe. The monkey had always been grateful to the boy, because although he had a hard time admitting it, that young man was also part of his family. But there was still something that made him react with unease every time he looked at it closely. The boy's resemblance to the man who had killed his captain. That boy looked too much like the original Sparrow. The monkey watched the crew grow up. He also saw how one day they were captured and their years were sucked out, returning them to a forced old age. And at that moment he understood. The boy was also cursed, just like him. He saw how the young man gave up on his dreams because of what had happened to his crew. One night, the boy went out on deck alone. The monkey sensed something strange and lunged at his face, trying to force him back inside, but he refused. The monkey saw the conversation between the boy and a spirit with an octopus head. He saw a ship emerge from the ocean and the captain who commanded it. He saw the black mark on the boy's hand, and he understood perfectly what that meant. He saw the kraken attack the ship. He saw that the dark-haired man was prepared to go down with his ship. But he also saw his crew, who still needed him. And he saw the boy's decision, to follow them. So he followed him too. He got into the boat where more crew members were. When they reached land, he witnessed the farewell between the boy and a blonde girl who had been a stowaway on the ship. Then he saw them all settle in a forest. He watched each member go about their business, the gardener working, the makeshift hut they had built. But despite everything, she decided to follow the dark-haired man to his new job. He saw how he was run over for saving a woman. He followed him to the hospital. He saw him jump off the building and be sucked into a portal. He followed his scent until he found him again, saw him escape from a place and pass by someone the monkey recognized. Upon seeing that man, her little heart stirred. Hector Barbassa, his family. But Hector did not receive him with tenderness. He caught him in midair and slammed him against a wall in the alley. And his words broke him. Barbassa, you're here, you filthy, crawling vermin. But I don't want to see you in this world. I can't stand to look at you. Because of you, I can't die, you filthy rat. The monkey was paralyzed. I felt every word. She also felt the hatred in the voice of the man who had once been her home. The last thing he saw of Hector was his back entering through the same door the boy had left through. The monkey fled. He hid. Cry. I didn't know what to do. Until he remembered the black-haired man. He searched for him for days. He passed by the house where the crew was and saw guards at the entrance. He passed by the old camp, where he found the woman who desired ties with a man who was now bound. He passed by the place where the gardener worked. He didn't find it, until he passed by a huge building that had 2 giant letters on it. UA. And there, he smelled her scent. He slipped away as best he could through the corridors, arriving at an office where he saw the boy's clothes and hat. He took the hat. I needed it to find him. He moved silently through the corridors, without the students noticing him. He crossed a threshold, and then he saw it. The black-haired boy she had been searching for. He wasn't entirely sure it was him, so he moved following the lights on the ceiling. The boy stood still, looking around. It was him. It was definitely him, and the monkey could no longer contain himself. He jumped on him, knocking him to the ground. The young man with black hair, his face slightly wrinkled with confusion, couldn't help but flinch when he felt the weight of something small and furry on his face. At first, he thought it was an animal or something strange, but when the creature moved aside, carefully placing the hat on his head, Jack finally recognized it. The monkey, that old companion, quickly settled on his shoulder with a slight look of pride, as if everything in the world was right. Jack couldn't help but smile at the sight of the small creature on his shoulder. Although his crew had changed and grown, the monkey, Jackie, remained one of the most loyal members left. "Well, it seems some old friends are never forgotten," murmured Jack, as he gently stroked the fur of the monkey that was watching him with its big eyes. At that moment, nostalgia washed over Jack for a fleeting instant. He remembered those windy days at sea, the sound of the black pearl cutting through the waves, and most importantly, the memories shared with his old comrades. Despite the years, the adventures, and the losses, here was Jackie, as if time had stood still. The monkey, as if it perfectly understood its captain's reaction, clicked its teeth playfully, making Jack chuckle slightly. "How's it going, buddy?" Jack said, adjusting his hat. "Have you had much fun without me?" Although the monkey couldn't speak, the way it sat on Jack's shoulder and wagged its tail in a relaxed manner seemed to be enough of an answer. The connection between the two, a friendship forged at sea and through hardship, was stronger than ever. "It seems fate doesn't want you to be gone for long," Jack added with a smile. With a slight smile on his face and the monkey comfortably settled on his shoulder, Jack looked ahead again, not quite knowing what to expect, but with the certainty that, despite everything, he was not alone. The little monkey finished settling onto Jack's shoulder, clutching the pirate's coat with its tiny hands as if it had never left. The gesture was so natural that the students who were watching didn't know how to process it. Ochako jumped back slightly. "Is that a monkey alive?" Iida adjusted his glasses, stiff. "An unauthorized exotic animal on campus is a serious violation of the regulations." "How did it get in here?" Kaminari raised his arms, fascinated. "Bro, Sparrow has a monkey. That's way too pirate-y, isn't it?" Zero nodded, equally surprised. "It literally looked like something out of a movie." Jiro narrowed his eyes. "But wait, what kind of training does that animal have to put the hat on by itself?" Momo, who had already seen strange things, was just as impressed. "He's not just intelligent, he seems to recognize him as if they were old friends." Bakugo frowned so hard that his eyebrows almost split. "What the hell is that thing?" he growled, taking a step back. "And why is it so familiar with you, you bastard?" The monkey looked at him for a second and stuck its tongue out at him. Bakugo exploded a palm. "I swear I'm going to revoke it." Jack just raised an eyebrow, amused. "Mina Ashido. Ah, how cute. And he even adjusts your hat," she said, leaning in slightly. "Did you train him or did he adopt you?" The monkey imitated her, tilting its head to the side. "Oh, I love him. Todoroki." He looked at the monkey. Then at Jack. Then back at the monkey again. "I didn't expect you to have pets." Izumi froze when she saw the scene. "A monkey? Is it really a monkey?" He looked at her with a mixture of curiosity, distrust, and a touch of, "This shouldn't be happening at a hero school." "And why does he look so comfortable with you, Izuku?" he asked, not understanding anything he was seeing. The monkey watched her from the pirate's shoulder, tilted his head and extended a hand towards her as if he wanted to touch her hair. Izumi took a step back. "And no, I don't know how to deal with sea animals. Or air animals. Or animals from anywhere. But even so, I couldn't take my eyes off him, fascinated and confused at the same time." It was true, the student's surprise at seeing Jack first. And then the monkey on his shoulder. It continued to float in the air like gunpowder that no one dared to ignite. But even chaos had schedules at UA. The bell for the last class of the day rang, cutting off murmurs, curious glances, and absurd theories before they could take real shape. Jack didn't wait for anyone. "It's Melissa." Nia May. Not because he was running away. After all, Jack Sparrow never runs away. He simply knew when to disappear before they asked him for explanations. With the monkey settled on his shoulder, calm and attentive, as if it had always belonged there. The black-haired man walked away first, gliding through corridors as if UA were just another port. I already knew the way. He had learned quickly. Too quickly, even by school standards. Her bare feet barely made a sound against the polished floor as she walked forward, the black jacket swinging over her back, half hiding the scars that still seemed to burn beneath the fabric. He arrived in front of the classroom door. She opened it. Empty. Jack raised an eyebrow. Oh, he murmured. Punctuality. What a flexible concept. He entered without haste. The classroom was silent, illuminated by the soft afternoon light that streamed through the windows. Dust floated in the air, golden, as if time had stopped just for him. Jack took a few steps forward. He was about to head to his usual seat, at the back, far away from everything and everyone. When he saw her, the teacher's chair, bigger, more comfortable, higher, Jack stopped. He looked at his seat. Then the teacher's chair. He looked at his seat. Then the teacher's. Once. Of the 3, 4, 5, 6. The monkey tilted its head slightly, observing him silently. On the 7th time, a lopsided smile appeared on the dark-haired man's face. That dangerous smile, the one that never boded well. Tell me, Jackie, he whispered, did I ever tell you that authority is just a suggestion? Without waiting for a response, he changed direction. He dragged the teacher's chair just enough to make it more comfortable. He sat down, and he did so as if that place belonged to him by divine right. Relaxed legs, an arm brazenly leaning forward. The monkey settled on the backrest. Jack sighed, comfortable. Ah, he murmured. Now it feels like a class worth paying attention to. Right at that moment, footsteps were heard approaching down the hallway, and the door began to open. Jack didn't move, he just waited, because, after all, if he was going to get into trouble, I was going to do it in style. Although the pirate preferred not to bother the mummy professor, at least for the time being. With a swift and precise movement, he used his foot to turn his chair around, so that its back was to the door. In this way, both he and the monkey were out of sight of anyone who entered the classroom. Little by little, the students from 1A began to enter. Some were whispering about the incident in the cafeteria, others were simply ignoring it and going about their usual routine. And, to be more specific, there was one student who kept muttering insults and curses directed at a certain absent black-haired boy. Iida, strictly adhering to his role as class vice president, immediately went to Jack's seat, ready to reprimand him and give him a long lecture on the rules of coexistence, the school regulations, and, of course, the dress code. However, his speech was interrupted. The chair was empty. Iida froze for a second, and then exploded. This is unforgivable. He doesn't act according to the rules of conduct and, to top it all off, he's late to class. He shouted, gesturing dramatically. Several heads turned towards him. Uraraka blinked, uncomfortably. Mina muttered a, poor Iida, between nervous laughs. Todoroki just watched in silence, noticing something strange, too much silence at the front of the classroom. Izumi, sitting further back, frowned slightly, uneasy, as if she felt that something was off. Iida inhaled deeply, ready to continue. And at that moment, the classroom door suddenly opened. I'm here, All Might's voice boomed, entering with his usual imposing presence. Ready for hero training. Right behind him, with his hands in his pockets and dark circles under his eyes, Aizawa entered. Aizawa scanned the room with his gaze. Then he looked at the teacher's chair. And it stopped. Her eyes barely closed. Silence. He took another step forward. And another one. The students also began to notice that Aizawa wasn't looking at the class, but at the front. Aizawa sighed, tired. Sparrow said in a flat voice. Get off the chair. A second of absolute silence. Then, slowly, the teacher's chair swiveled. The support no longer concealed it. Jack Sparrow appeared reclining on it, barefoot, shirtless, with his black jacket draped over his shoulders like an improvised throne. On his shoulder, the monkey raised its head, curious, looking at the class. Jack lazily raised his hand. Ah, have we started already? The reaction was immediate. What? Several shouted at once. Uraraka put a hand to her chest. Mina opened her mouth, her eyes shining. Hiroshima blurted out, now that's manly. Todoroki barely frowned, attentive. Izumi froze, staring at him with a mixture of surprise and total confusion. Bakugo was trembling with rage. I'm going to kill you, you bastard, he spat through gritted teeth. Iida looked like she was about to collapse. He's been here this whole time. That's a serious offense. All Might blinked. Huh, isn't that Sparrow shonen? Aizawa touched the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. He said it is. And that's a problem too. Jack smiled slightly, scratching the monkey's head. Captain Sparrow corrected me, and I arrived early. I just chose a better seat. The classroom fell silent again. Aizawa stared at him. We'll talk later, he concluded. Get down from there, now. Jack sighed, exaggerating. They always ruin the fun. But he obeyed. And so, with all eyes on him, the pirate of the Black Pearl left the professor's chair, making it clear that, even when doing nothing, Jack Sparrow was unable to go unnoticed. All Might cleared his throat sharply, clasping his hands in front of his chest, trying to regain control of the class. Ahem. Young people, today we will begin preparing for the sports festival. It was just one word. But it was enough. The black-haired man stopped dead in his tracks halfway there. Festival. Jack's eyes flashed with a sudden, dangerous interest. His mind made the association immediately. Crowds, celebrations, chaos, and, with a bit of luck, alcohol. Lots of alcohol. Ron. Without a second thought, Jack turned on his heels and walked straight towards All Might, completely ignoring the incredulous looks of his teammates. Hey, musclehead, he said with a smirk. So how do I join that festival? The classroom fell into absolute silence. All Might blinked once, then another one. Her heroic smile froze on her face, clearly unsure how to respond. Tothad wasn't prepared for a student to speak to him like that, or for that question, or for Jack Sparrow in general. Before he could say anything, a tired, dry voice saved him. Aizawa spoke. First of all, Sparrow, there are things you need to understand, he said, without even looking at him. For that reason, you will not participate in today's training. The reaction was immediate. A murmur rippled through the room. Some students from Class 1A exchanged confused glances, others, surprised ones. Bakugo clicked his tongue angrily, visibly annoyed even by the mere existence of the black-haired boy. Todoroki watched silently, analyzing. Momo frowned slightly, thoughtful. Mina seemed torn between disappointment and curiosity. Jack, on the other hand, smiled. A crooked, funny, dangerous smile. She turned slowly towards the class, opening her arms as if she were on a stage. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, he announced theatrically, but I won't be able to show you my special move. There was a brief second of collective relief. It lasted exactly that long. 1 second. However, he continued, if the young ladies wish, I can gladly teach them how special I am. The classroom exploded. Midoriya, Iida shouted, red with indignation, waving his arms. What are you saying, idiot? Bakugo roared, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Uraraka blushed to her ears. Mina let out a stifled laugh. Kaminari raised his eyebrows, a mixture of admiration and envy in his expression. Jiro sighed and shook her head. Momo partially covered her face, clearly embarrassed. Aizawa closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. Very deep. Sparrow said with a dangerously artificial calm, if you open your mouth again in the next 5 minutes, I'll expel you from the classroom. Jack raised both hands in a sign of surrender. Absolute silence, mummy professor. A pirate's word. All Might broke out in a cold sweat. And the class understood something very clearly at that moment. The sports festival had not yet begun. But with Jack Sparrow at UA, chaos was guaranteed. 5 minutes later, there was hardly anyone left in the classroom, except for a certain pirate who never shut up, a certain hero who preferred silence at all costs, and a monkey who was sleeping on Jack's head with his hat on. The two stood face to face, separated only by the teacher's desk, in profound silence until the pirate decided to speak. Jack, you have my full attention, Master Aizawa. Aizawa just sighed and replied, Sparrow. I kind of wanted you just to put you through this. Having said that, he took 4 books from a drawer of his desk, each one larger than the other, and on top of the books an identification card. Jack just looked at these things with curiosity. He got closer to see the ID, just to see his face with all his information like name, date of birth, gender, etc. Aizawa, without waiting for Jack to continue speaking, said, "These are books to help you catch up on the material, and with your identification, you now have a record as a person again." Jack was about to refute something until Aizawa interrupted him. "Aizawa, besides that, Principal Nezu will be taking all of tomorrow to talk to you, and I recommend you prepare for the sports festival on Friday." "It's Wednesday." Jack stood up from his chair with a smile that hinted at the chaos that was about to unfold, only to say, "Prepare myself? Me? Excuse me, living mummy, but I was born prepared to impress a couple of people." Aizawa, almost the entire country watches the festival. Upon hearing that, Jack's smile faded, only to utter one word. "What? Location?" "Nezu's office, UA." The UA director's office was not at all ostentatious. It was tidy, functional, almost boring. A shelf full of well-organized books. A coffee table with a set of impeccably aligned cups. A simple desk, without unnecessary decorations. Nothing out of the ordinary to the eyes of a normal person. And that was precisely the problem. Because Nezu wasn't having a normal conversation. Facing him, or rather, moving freely around the entire office, was none other than Captain Jack Sparrow. The young director was intently focused, quickly jotting down every word the pirate uttered in a notebook. Meanwhile, Jack wandered aimlessly, as if the space weren't foreign, but rather terrain he was already surveying. What were they talking about? The answer was simple. Nezu was still intrigued by the conversation from the previous night, and of course he had also asked Izuku and his quirk for a favor, something about helping a friend who was in a coma, or something like that, the pirate had heard. That was the reason for the meeting. And, of course, Jack hadn't come empty-handed. They had reached an agreement. The pirate would answer all of the director's questions, and in return, Nezu would facilitate the transfer of the mini Black Pearl to Marty, who was sheltering in a safe house along with other crew members. A fair exchange, at least from Jack's point of view. The dark-haired man stopped in front of the bookshelf. He leaned forward slightly, examining the spines closely, as if searching for something specific, or checking if something was out of place. "So that's why Tia Dalma gave me the compass," he muttered, more to himself than to Nezu. The director noted those words down with exceptional speed. Jack had already taken a book from the shelf and opened it, leafing through it without much interest. And then, Nezu asked without looking up from his notebook, "How did you get the Black Pearl?" Jack closed the book and put it back in its place. Then he slowly ran his hand over the other volumes, as if searching for a different texture. "I made a deal with William Turner," he replied. "Well, at least that's what I thought. I recently found out that the deal wasn't with him, but with the Flying Dutchman." "Not with old William." Nezu paused for a moment. He knew perfectly well what the Flying Dutchman was. A ship in the service of the goddess Calypso, in charge of transporting the souls of men who died at sea to the afterlife. But something didn't add up. "And who is this William Turner?" he finally asked. Jack, who was still running his hand along the shelf, stopped abruptly. One of the books felt different. Heavier. It had a metal plate embedded in its cover. She smiled. The Dutch captain replied, "Pretty boring, to be honest." Nezu wrote again with renewed interest. That information was valuable. "Well," Jack added, moving away from the shelf. "That's enough for today. I need to get ready for tomorrow." The director was still writing, so he replied without giving it much thought. Yes, go ahead." Jack headed towards the door. As she opened it, a single thought crossed her mind, accompanied by a lopsided smile. "I know where the vault is." He placed his hand on the doorknob, and stopped. For barely a second, he didn't look back. He said nothing more, but Nezu did look up. The UA director observed the boy's back, his relaxed, almost carefree gait, too carefree for someone who had just revealed information about gods, ghost ships, and contracts that defied death itself. Nezu slowly closed his notebook. The calm smile she used to wear didn't disappear. But it changed. Nezu thought, "Interesting. Very interesting." The rodent walked up to the bookshelf, right where Jack had passed his hand with more attention than necessary. Nezu took the book from the metal plate. He examined it. He turned it slightly. It wasn't out of place. It wasn't badly placed, but someone who shouldn't have known, now knew. Nezu carefully placed the book back in its place. Captain Jack Sparrow, he muttered to himself. Not only do you sail cursed seas, you also read rooms better than most humans. The office door closed with a soft click, and as Jack Sparrow wandered through the halls of UA, with his crooked smile and dangerous plans swirling in his head, Nezu made a decision. Security will have to be reinforced, he said quietly. 1. Not to stop him, he paused, but to see what he does. The game had begun. The big day had arrived. That day that all UA students eagerly awaited. The moment to start making a name for themselves in the hero industry. The students of 1A and 1B knew it perfectly well. The vast majority were nervous. Too many people, too many spectators, too many eyes fixed on them. The idea that all eyes would be on them as the new graduates was, to say the least, overwhelming. Of course, everyone felt that way. Except for our favorite pirate. Jack Sparrow was genuinely pleased. Happy, even. The reason, he had finally gotten his hands on a bottle of rum. Where did she get it? That was a mystery that would probably never be solved. What mattered was the satisfied smile on his face when he tasted the rum after so long. While he was grateful to Recovery Girl for the rum-flavored sachets, they were nothing compared to the true taste of liquid gold. For the moment, no one had taken the bottle from him. The reason was simple. Jack was behind the corridor leading to the center of the stands, hidden from the public's view. In front of him were the 1A and 1B classes, lined up, ready to go on. Why was he in the back? Simple. Nezu had decided it that way. Something about a surprise, the rodent had said with a rather suspicious smile. Although, to be honest, Jack Sparrow didn't care in the slightest. The stadium lights dimmed for a moment. An expectant murmur swept through the stands, like a wave that grew second by second, until a voice resonated through the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UA New Student Presentation. The lights exploded in brightness. The enormous doors opened. First, Class 1A advanced. The crowd took only a few seconds to react, and when they did, the stadium roared. They were not just students. They were survivors. They were in the villains' attack. They're the USJ kids. Look, it's Endeavor's son. That's the explosive Bakugo. The cameras kept moving. Some students walked with their chins held high, others with tense shoulders, aware of the weight of so many stares. There were nerves, yes, but also pride. Because they had seen horror firsthand. And they were still standing. Shortly afterwards, the announcement sounded again. And now, Class 1B. The gates opened again and the students from 1B entered the stadium. The impact was different, but just as intense. Were they involved too? They're not that well known, but check them out. That girl with short hair, she looks strong. Isn't that the one who copies gifts? Some spectators were comparing, others were silently analyzing. The most observant noticed something important. There was no fear in his steps. Perhaps less fame, but the same determination. As the students advanced, the stands reserved for the hero agencies were a hive of attention. In a prominent section, Yukio watched with a calm but appraising smile, surrounded by members of her agency. Not far away, Endeavor stood with his arms crossed, serious, his gaze fixed, especially on a figure with two-toned hair. He said nothing, but the atmosphere around him felt heavy. A little further back, almost unnoticed, Gran Torino watched with expert eyes, murmuring something inaudible while he assessed postures, reflexes, and ways of walking. Interesting, was all he was heard to say. Among the professional heroes, Mirko was leaning against the railing, with a sharp smile. Hey, they survived real villains and they're still walking around like that. I like these kids. Near her, other heroes exchanged glances, low comments, and mental notes. They hadn't come just to watch. They had come to look for talent. And yet, there was a strange feeling floating in the air. Expectation. Because Nezu had been clear when he invited them. It's not just a presentation. I have a surprise prepared. Classes 1A and 1B were already in the center of the stadium. The audience continued to applaud. The agencies continued to watch. But something was missing. And everyone, without knowing it yet, was about to discover what kind of surprise the director had prepared. The stadium lights dimmed again. The murmur of the audience, which was already intense, gradually died away as a familiar figure walked to the center of the stage with a confident stride and a dangerous smile on his face. Midnight took the microphone. "All right," he said, drawing out the word with amusement. "Now then, we've arrived at the moment everyone's been waiting for." The cameras focused on her. In the stands, heroes, agencies, and civilians leaned forward. Midnight's voice echoed throughout the stadium once again. "And now," he said, letting the silence grow. "The surprise that director Nezu has been keeping for years." The giant screens lit up. Blurry images. Reports crossed out. Old wanted posters. Incomplete records. For weeks there were rumors, Midnight continued, that he was imprisoned in Tartarus. That he had not survived saving 1A from the villain's attack. A murmur rippled through the stands. Entire agencies shifted in their seats. "But the truth is different," he continued. "While the world tried to capture him, he kept moving forward. When Tortuga fell, he remained standing. When others broke down, he simply disappeared." Some heroes frowned. Others looked at each other. "Who are you talking about? Isn't that? It just can't be." Midnight smiled, knowing exactly what he was doing. "And today," he raised his voice, "the headmaster of the greatest hero academy has decided to put it on the line." The stadium held its breath. "With you, the only one, the incomparable." The lights went out. 1 second. And then, Captain Jack Sparrow. The lights exploded in white. From the tunnel, a figure advanced with a carefree gait, bottle in hand, the monkey over his shoulder, as if the entire stadium were nothing more than another port. The murmur turned into chaos. "Is he? It just can't be. Sparrow. Sparrow." In the stands of professional heroes, the reactions were immediate. Endeavor squinted, the fire barely crackling. "So here it is," he grunted. "The problem that Nezu never stopped talking about." Gran Torino let out a dry laugh. "Hey," he said, "I thought that guy was just an inconvenient myth." Other heroes tensed up, uncomfortable. But Yukio did not move. His eyes were fixed on the advancing figure. "I'm alive," he whispered. There was no fear in her voice. Nor an ordinary surprise. Acknowledgement only. "Always showing up when the world gets dangerous," he muttered. "Never when we expect it." A hero at his side asked in a low voice. "Do you know him?" Yukio did not respond. He didn't look away. Mirko was very different. As soon as he saw him, he smiled fiercely. Ja burst out laughing. "I knew that wretch wasn't dead." She leaned on the railing, clearly emotional. "Nezu is crazy," he said. "Putting Jack Sparrow in UA is like unleashing a beast in a glass cage." His neck cracked, his eyes shining. "Although," he added, "I'm not going to lie to you." She smiled more. "I really want to run into him again." In the center of the stadium, Jack raised the bottle. "Cheers, darlings," she said, with a lopsided smile. The monkey shrieked. Jack walked as if the stadium was his. Because for someone like him, one more scenario, it was only another place to leave a mark. The murmur in the stadium took several seconds to die down completely. Jack Sparrow was already in his place, leaning brazenly against the railing that separated the participants from the main field, the missing bottle who knows where, and the monkey perched on his shoulder as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Facing him, lined up, were the students of 1A and 1B. Some were still glancing sideways at the pirate. Others pretended not to, without quite succeeding. Midnight's voice once again took control of the stadium. "Very well, future heroes," he said enthusiastically. "The time has come for the first test of the UA Sports Festival." The giant screens changed their image. A map appeared briefly, and then faded away, leaving only symbols and marked areas that didn't provide many answers. As you know, this first test will not only assess strength or speed. Some students swallowed hard, but also ingenuity, adaptability, and the ability to survive under pressure. Jack yawned slightly, covering his mouth with exaggerated politeness. "Always so dramatic when they say, 'Run,'" he muttered to himself. The monkey tilted its head, attentive. "The rules are simple," Midnight continued. "Advance, survive, and arrive. Nothing else, nothing less." On one of the upper platforms, Nezu watched with a calm smile, his hands clasped in front of his face. "Let's see what they do when the road isn't so straight," he thought. The enormous metal doors in front of the participants began to emit a low, Deep sound, as if something gigantic was being prepared on the other side. Clank, clank. The ground vibrated slightly. The students adopted instinctive positions. Some bent their legs. Others discreetly activated their quirks. Others took a deep breath, trying to calm their nerves. Jack, on the other hand, only stretched his neck. Well, Jackie whispered to the monkey. Time to see how fast the future heroes run. The lights above the starting line came on. Red. The mechanical sound increased. The doors began to separate by just a few centimeters. And the entire stadium held its breath. The audience waited expectantly as the enormous doors slowly began to open. The screech of metal echoed throughout the stadium. Many expected to see the students tense up, activate their quirks, and start running as soon as they had enough space. But that never happened. Instead, something worse arrived. An invisible pressure expanded from the tunnel like a silent tide. It was not hostile. She wasn't violent. It was dominant. An aura so overwhelming that, within seconds, people in the audience began to fall to their knees. Breathing became difficult. My chest was burning. The air seemed thick, heavy, as if the entire stadium were being pushed down. And not just civilians. Even the professional heroes felt the weight. They didn't fall. Experience and years of service sustained them, but many frowned, tensed their muscles, and recognized that uncomfortably familiar feeling. Pressure. But this, it was much stronger than they had felt before. Present Mike barely managed to get the microphone to his mouth, his eyes wide open, his voice trembling. It seems that a student is creating this pressure. The giant screens automatically focused on the tunnel. And then, everyone saw it, from between the gigantic metal gates, walking with slow, almost bored steps. As if none of it affected him. Jack Sparrow came out. He wasn't running. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't even seem interested. It was simply moving forward. The silence in the stands was absolute. Not because they didn't want to scream, but because they couldn't. The students were even worse off. The vast majority were already on their knees. Some had lost consciousness. Others trembled, trying unsuccessfully to move. Nobody was speaking. Only desperate questions floated in their minds. What is this? Why can't I move? Who is doing this? Jack emerged completely from the tunnel and squinted, letting the stadium light settle in his vision. Then he glanced sideways at his shoulder. The little monkey clung on with difficulty, clearly affected by the pressure the pirate himself was exerting. That was enough. Ah, I'm sorry, Jackie murmured. And then he acted. From his feet, a wave of energy erupted, launching him into the air. He didn't stop. Another wave emerged from his back. And another one. And one more. Jack's body was propelled like an erratic projectile, bouncing in the air, moving at an absurd speed towards the goal. The entire stadium watched, unable to react. In a matter of seconds, the pirate crossed the finish line. Mission accomplished. Except there was a small problem. Jack Sparrow didn't know how to stop. As soon as he crossed the finish line, his body continued its trajectory. Directly against a wall. Crash. The impact resounded loudly, and at the same instant, the pressure disappeared. The air returned. The legs stopped failing. The stadium breathed a sigh of relief. Only silence remained, and a pirate wedged against a wall, slowly sliding down to the ground, while the monkey, now recovered, shook its head. The UA Sports Festival had just begun. And absolutely no one was going to forget it. The silence that followed the crash was unnatural. For a couple of seconds, nobody spoke. Nobody moved. Only then did the reactions begin. The professional heroes. Endeavor was one of the first to straighten up completely. Its flames crackled slightly, more by reflex than by intention. That wasn't an ordinary quirk, he growled, through gritted teeth. It wasn't even a normal energy release. Her eyes were glued to the screen where Jack could be seen slowly getting up. That was presence. Gran Torino, leaning on his cane, let out a dry laugh. Hey, it's been years since I felt something like this. It's not the body that pushes, it's instinct that pushes. He glanced sideways at Nezu. That boy doesn't race. Mark your territory. Mirko had a dangerous smile on his face. I wasn't uncomfortable. I was excited. So that's the famous Sparrow, he said, cracking his neck. HMPH. Now I'm interested in this festival. There was recognition in his gaze. And a desire to fight. Yukio, on the other hand, was serious. Very serious. Her hands were clenched on the railing. No. That wasn't a loss of control, he murmured. It was a failed containment effort. She knew it. Jack had always had trouble lowering his presence, not raising it. Nezu, the director of the UA, was not smiling. That, in itself, was unsettling. Her eyes sparkled as she adjusted her glasses and slowly closed the notebook she had been using. Just as I thought, she said softly. It's not just one student participating in the festival. He looked at the screen with absolute interest. It is a force of equilibrium, or of rupture. And he added, almost amused. And he hasn't even started to make an effort yet. The students. Todoroki. Todoroki was breathing with difficulty, but he was standing. Her heterochromatic eyes remained fixed on Jack. I didn't feel any hostility, he thought. But even so, it crushed me. For the first time in a long time, she felt something clear. I respect, and an uncomfortable certainty. If that guy decides to move forward, nobody's going to stop him. Bakugo. Bakugo was trembling, not out of fear, out of rage. His fists were so clenched that his palms were bleeding. TCH, he spat. Who the hell does that bastard think he is? He had been forced to kneel. Obliged. I was never going to forgive that. Her gaze burned with pure hatred when she saw Jack get up as if nothing had happened. I'm going to destroy you, even if I have to blow up the whole stadium. Izumi. Izumi had fallen to her knees at first, but now she was supporting herself on one hand. She looked at Jack with a dangerous mix of emotions. Brother, he whispered. No fear, no admiration, worry. She wasn't thinking about how impressive it had been. I was thinking about the price. You always do the same thing, he thought. You get hurt first, and ask questions later. Melissa. Melissa was completely still. I hadn't fallen. He hadn't spoken. He just stared at the screen with wide eyes, processing every detail as if his mind were a laboratory on fire. That has no conventional physical explanation, he murmured. Not even with external amplification. Then she smiled, nervously. Fascinated. Izuku, what have you become? Type. Momo had one hand on her chest, breathing deeply. That can't just be training, he thought. Not even an extremely powerful quirk would justify that collective psychological effect. He swallowed. It is as if their mere existence commands authority. And for the first time since entering UA, he wondered. Are we really competing on a level playing field? Mine. Mina was the first to break the silence among the students. Okay, she said, her eyes shining. Did anyone else feel like their soul left their body? She leaned forward, excited. Because that was brutal. That guy is pure metal. Then she smiled, amused. Definitely, this festival is going to be crazy. And in the center of the stadium, Jack Sparrow dusted himself off, the monkey settling back on his shoulder, completely oblivious to the emotional chaos he had caused. The sports festival was no longer a competition. Now it was an expectation. And everyone wanted to see. What was the captain going to do next? Note. Since I'm lazy, I'm not going to describe the other races, I'm just going to list the top positions they finished in. 1. Jack Sparrow. 2. Todoroki. 3. Izumi. 4. Bakugo. 5. Lita. 6. Melissa. 7. Tokiyami. 8. Pomni. 9. Kendo. 10. Monome. 11. Uraraka. 12. Tsuyu. 13. Kirishima. 14. Tensu. 15. Mine. 16. Type. 17. Article. 18. Kaminari. 19. Reiko. 20. Setsuna. At the end of the race, all the students who had participated looked tired, which is why Present Mike gave the following information. Present Mike. Those who have passed have a 30-minute break to prepare for the next challenge. As he said that, the sand began to tremble. Jack thought it was one of those tremors that had been occurring since he arrived in Japan. But this time he was wrong. Since he saw how the stands receded, leaving a gigantic space. Then we saw how the newly built obstacle course began to sink, little by little, until it left a hole 50 meters deep and 2 kilometers long with a width also of 2 kilometers. Then this was filled with water. Everyone present was in shock, except for Nezu and Present Mike, who exclaimed with great enthusiasm and happiness. Get ready for the ship battle. The first stage of the sports festival had ended and the students who had advanced to the next round had been given a half-hour break while the playing field was prepared. At that time, most of the students were nervous and had doubts, and the most visible or frequently heard doubts were: Battle of ships. Have I never been on a boat? How do you steer a ship? What is a ship? Well, that last one, no. That's the case with some students, but with others. Jack was lying asleep, with the tricorn hat over his eyes and the little monkey on his chest also asleep. The dark-haired man was lying on the cold floor of a dark hallway. Did the protagonist get depressed? The truth is, no. The pirate was making a plan to teach his future crew how to sail a ship. It is true that Jack learned to sail from one of the most legendary crews in the world. Just as it was true that he was the captain of an ancient ship. But it was also true that he didn't know how to teach. Because, why do something your right hand could do? That's why he always let Gibbs teach him how to move around the ship. But we won't just focus on Jack, but also on other characters. Todoroki. Todoroki was walking calmly through the hallways, unconcerned about life. Until he saw Endeavor, his father. He was standing with his arms crossed against a wall. He seemed somewhat annoyed, and that look didn't change even when he saw his son approaching. Which I completely ignored as I walked past him. Shoto, Endeavor said, sounding angry at being ignored. Upon hearing this, Todoroki simply stopped walking. And without turning to look at his father, he asked. And, in Todoroki's words there was no anger, no sadness, no joy, only sorrow. Something the fire hero noticed but ignored. Endeavor, you have to use your fire side. To win the festival, to beat that damn Sparrow. Number 2. When he said, Sparrow, said it with hatred, without trying to disguise or hide it. Todoroki gave a slight smile before answering. Wow, I didn't know defeat could affect you so much. Upon hearing those words from his son, the fire hero stood up straight, looking at his son's back. What did you just say? I already won, even before the festival started. Todoroki answered. Those words left Endeavor stunned, who had taken a step closer to his son. Endeavor, what are you talking about? Todoroki started walking while telling her. The day you lost to a 15-year-old kid. That day I realized that the great hero Endeavor was just a title. And that couldn't be further from the truth. Endeavor was enraged by his son's words. Therefore, he took a step forward, causing his flames to grow a little larger. Endeavor, what do you mean, boy? Todoroki, that day, half of Japan saw on the news how you lost and how you were humiliated. That day I understood that I shouldn't hate you because it's wrong to hate weak people. That was the breaking point. Endeavor clenched his fists as his fire spread down the corridor. But his fire didn't reach very far. Since Todoroki froze the entire hallway, extinguishing its flames. Endeavor didn't take his angry gaze off his face as he watched his son leave. Todoroki hadn't spoken much with Jack, nor did he know much about him. But the pirate had earned his respect by defeating his father. And that ignited a spark of friendship between them. Elsewhere, Izumi was walking through the UA cafeteria. She was looking everywhere to see if she could locate her brother. Izumi, hey, where did you go, Izuku? Izumi would have continued on her way if it weren't for a certain ash-blonde boy who was in front of her. Their eyes met, causing the blonde man to look away. Upon seeing Bakugo, Izumi approached him with a smile as she asked him. Izumi, Katsuki, have you seen my brother? Unbeknownst to him, these words hit the ash-blonde boy like a bucket of cold water. Bakugo lowered his gaze, his hair obscuring his red eyes, and as he clenched his fists he asked. Why? Izumi looked at her adoptive brother in confusion. Izumi, because I'm looking for him. What's wrong with you, Katsuki? Bakugo, in an outburst of emotion, spoke louder. Why do you treat him like your brother? Upon hearing the outburst of the walking bomb, Izumi took a step back, confused by the actions of the ash-haired boy. Izumi, why? He's my brother, right? Upon hearing this, Katsuki looked up, revealing her eyes, which had a mixture of pain, fury, sadness. Katsuki, he's not your brother. Izumi now frowned as she asked. What are you talking about? She said this in a serious voice, quite unlike her. Bakugo, he is not your brother. I am your brother, Izumi just said with a confused look and tone. They are both my brothers. He's not your brother. WHO helped you study. WHO spent time with you. WHO always protected you when they bullied you about your mother's death. Not him. It was me. I was always there. Those words were what exhausted Izumi's patience. He didn't have the chance to do any of that for me. I don't know what he's been through too. You saw his body too. It was covered in scars, full of memories that don't include me. And the reason is that I abandoned Mom and Izuku. And why? Because I was at a sleepover with my friends, and you were there. You're not my brother. A brother is happy for his sister. You're not happy for me. Having said that, Izumi walked past Bakugo, who was saddened by the green-haired girl's words, while she was angry with the ash-blonde boy. Just as Izumi walked past Bakugo, the bell rang. The bell that signaled the start of the second phase of the sports festival. A group of smiling pirates could be seen having a party. Their joy was contagious, and it was no small matter, since on their last excursion they obtained a great haul. Everyone was celebrating except for one black-haired man. He stared boredly out the window. Francis. What's up, kid? The gray-haired pirate with blue eyes and a scar running across one of them interrupted the younger one's thoughts. Jack. In all my life I've never regretted anything, ever. But now that I don't have Francis. The pearl, the man interrupted. Now that you don't have the pearl, you regret it. Leaning against a wall, the man continued. And that's why you're now hiding in the middle of a memory where everyone was happy. Jack, who now had his current appearance, did not respond. I just turn around and see everyone smiling happily. Amidst the crowd, he saw Yokuda and Kirasame. The first was a man of almost 1.90 centimeters. He wore oil-stained and somewhat worn trousers. On top he only had an open jacket, revealing his chest. The most striking thing about this man was a prosthetic metal arm. Kirasame was dressed in a white shirt, somewhat formal for a pirate, and his pants were ripped and worn jeans. This man wore glasses, clearly indicating his role as the crew's lookout. The two were playing cards, each focused on the other's moves. Jack looked at them, confused. Not because of what they were doing, but because one was missing. Francis. What? You don't remember what happened that time? That said, there was an explosion in the bar, not a big one but still worth mentioning. The pirates ignored this fact. This showed that they were already used to explosions of that magnitude. A black-haired man with a strange hairstyle emerged from the smoke. This consisted of 3 piles of hair, one directed upwards, another to the right, and the last to the left. The most striking thing about her hair, apart from the hairstyle, were 3 objects that were at the ends of her hair. A baby pacifier, a spring pointing upwards, and a small bag containing white powder. The dark-skinned man was wearing trousers that weren't quite his size and a white, sleeveless tank top. He emerged from the smoke with a bottle in his hand, not caring about anything. Everyone at the party was laughing. Jack gave a sad smile and asked, "Where is the captain?" The silver-haired man continued to look at the memory with amusement, so he answered in a nonchalant manner. "He's with you. We're all with you, Jack." But, the dark-haired man looked at his companion, confused by the pause he made. "Jack, you're out of rum. Or why the pause?" Francis. "No, it's not that, it's just that. We're all watching Jack Sparrow." Jack interrupted Francis just to say, "Capitan. Capitan Jack Sparrow." Francis rolled his eyes and said in a bored tone, "Well, size. We all see Captain Jack Sparrow. But there's also someone watching Izuku Midoriya." Those last words hit the green-haired boy like a ton of bricks. But when he turned to look at Francis, he didn't see him. He only saw David Johns. Jack turned to look at the memory, only to see a dark space where they had been celebrating before. "Jack, little octopus, what do you want now?" in his typical playful tone. David Johns just stared into space, something that made Jack uncomfortable, but that he wouldn't let on. The two remained silent for a couple of seconds until the former captain of the Flying Dutchman began to speak. "I always thought the Dutchman belonged to me. That Calypso had given him to me. But I was wrong. Calypso didn't hand over the Dutchman. Calypso handed my weapon to the Dutchman. Jack, you know, it's a shame about your life story, and it's not that I'm not interested, it's just that my attention is focused elsewhere. Do you understand? The octopus head ignored Jack. I thought the Dutchman belonged to me. But it was the other way around. I belong to the Dutchman. He used me. He used my hatred to fulfill his purpose. To transport souls. Jack was now really fed up. You know the truth. I don't feel like listening anymore. I have to win a rum festival or something. Jack got up from where he was and started walking towards nowhere in particular. And it was at that moment that David Johns finally turned to look at him. I have no control over the Kraken. Jack kept walking. But you branded me. But Will Turner won't take it from you. Jack stopped dead in his tracks and slowly turned around. Jack, what did you say? David Jones, you know that when a Dutch captain is no longer useful to him, he looks for another one. And Will Turner knew that. That's why I didn't remove the mark. He could have, but he didn't. Do you know why, Jack? Why? Because the Dutchman wants you as his captain. That's why he heard your call for help that time. That's why you aged until you were the right height to be the Dutchman's captain. That much became clear to me when I watched Barbossa. He has the same curse as you, and for much longer. But he hasn't changed. In contrast, you grew up, matured, learned to steer a ship, you know how to read the sea. Jack was about to refute David Johns. But I woke up, in the same dark hallway where he had started planning something. His eyes adjusted to the dim light of the place, and their ears detected a bell that signaled the next event of the sports festival. The black-haired man got up lazily. The moment he took the first step, his hand burned. He didn't know why, but it burned. At a quick glance, he saw that on the palm of his hand, the stain that had disappeared had reappeared. And that only meant one thing. The Kraken would come for him. The second part of the sports festival had begun and the tension was very noticeable. The audience and participants were impressed with the transformation of the terrain. From being a track full of obstacles, to being a canal. The canal was large enough to accommodate 2 wooden boats, ships that most people considered outdated, except for a black-haired man who admired both ships. Jack's thoughts. They built 2 ships like it was nothing, while I had to make a deal with a ghost ship. He was unable to continue thinking due to a small movement of the earth. It wasn't a particularly strong movement, but it was enough for the black-haired boy and everyone else to feel it. That he was confused. I turned to look at his hand. And her eyes widened. Midnight. Now for the rules of this second phase of our sports festival, he said, cracking his whip against the ground. The 20 students who advanced to this round will be divided into teams of 10, each of which will have to board their respective ship. Simple, right? But all students can use their quirks against the enemy ship to try to slow it down and reach the finish line first. Contrary to appearances, these ships are 100% replicas of those used by pirates of old, with working cannons, cannonballs, food, rum, and every detail you can imagine. After hearing these words, some students who knew the black-haired boy turned to look at him, waiting for some reaction after the announcement of the rum. But great was his surprise when he saw Jack, who was looking seriously at the ships. The students weren't aware of these things, much less the teachers, but Nezu. Nezu knew. He knew that something bad for Jack Sparrow was something bad for everyone. Leaving that aside, a large screen lit up showing the equipment. Team 1, Izumi, Todoroki, Bakugo, Lita, Tokiyami, Kendo, Tsuyu, Mine, Reiko, Setsuna. Team 2, Jack, Melissa, Panda, Monomiel, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tensu. Type, Article, Kaminari. The students' reactions were immediate. Some were happy and confident because of the equipment they had. Others were disappointed at not having met up with their friends. And in special cases, sad ones. Kaminari. Damn, we're going to lose. The other team has the best players, he said, looking up at the sky and running his hands through his hair. Melissa was happy to have been chosen by the black-haired boy, who had a defiant half-smile directed at Nezu. Izumi was sad about not making her brother's team. Bakugo was staring murderously at the freckled boy. Todoroki was disappointed that he hadn't met up with his self-proclaimed friend. Jack didn't wait for someone to tell him what to do. He started moving towards one of the 2 ships, along with the little monkey who was playing with the pirate's hat. His team members looked at him attentively. The pirate walked right through the middle of them all. I didn't speak to them. Nor even a glance. Just one light step. The students on his team began to move behind the pirate. Not out of admiration, if not because it inspired confidence. 4x. The pirate walked along the deck of the ship. It wasn't his pearl and he knew it very well, but the small movement of the floating boat reminded him of everything he was. Not a would-be hero. Not someone aimless. If not someone who was willing to fulfill their dream no matter what. And although the pirate tries to suppress the dream he has, deep down he knows what it is. Melissa, Hanmi and Uraraka looked at the ship with awe. It wasn't that they had never been on a ship before, but this ship was an exact replica of those used by pirates. Tetsu and Kirishima went straight to the cannons to see who was the manliest and strongest to move one. Abara stood with her hands clasped in prayer. Monoma was fighting with Kaminari. This was because the quirk captor had made some comments that the electric boy didn't think were the best. Momo passed her gaze over each of the crew members, Monoma and Kaminari, Abara Tetsu and Kirishima, Uraraka, Hanmi and Melissa. He saw and heard every comment and action his teammates had made. Until he turned his gaze towards Jack, who was slowly climbing the stairs towards the area where the wheel was. The dark-haired man reached the helm, observed it for a few seconds, and tilted his hand slightly to take it. But he didn't, he only kept his hand a few centimeters from the helm. It wasn't the Black Pearl and it wasn't its crew. Was it the right thing to guide them? The pirate thought. Jack looked at his fellow test subjects, unsure how to feel or how to proceed, which was very strange given how crazy and eccentric he sometimes was. Although her attention was diverted when she heard a voice she could never forget. Edward Newgate, you weren't family either, boy. But I still guided you and accepted you as my son. The voice was deep, inspiring respect and fear, though it held a small hint of confidence, one that Jack did pick up on. The black-haired boy didn't jump at the voice and didn't turn around to look around. Jack, it's my mind. I know you're not here, and I also know it's not time to see you again yet, she said sadly, lowering her head and clenching her fists. Although you're right, you weren't obligated to guide me, but you did anyway. It's time I did the same. Jack closed his eyes, took a deep breath letting the air fill his lungs, then opened them suddenly and grabbed the helm. He lowered the watchful gaze of a raven-haired girl, who had never seen this side of the black-haired boy. Although she was happy to have Jack's support for this battle. Type, what's the plan, Sparrow-san? Jack, who still had his hand on the wheel, replied. Jack, first of all, I am Captain Sparrow, he said, puffing out his chest with pride. Second, and much more importantly, gather the crew. A drop of sweat trickled down the back of Yaoyorozu's neck as a small twitch formed in her eye. Yes, Captain, his voice didn't sound the most convinced, but he would have to trust her. The raven-haired woman stood next to almost all the crew on deck, one next to the other. It wasn't a problem with most of them, except for Monoma, who wasn't in line because he wouldn't follow the orders of someone from 1A, or so he said. Everyone was intrigued by the black-haired man's plan. They knew he was a pirate who had escaped justice for a long time and that his plans were always improvised. But in this situation, it was their only hope of winning. The pirate went down the stairs from the bridge. His footsteps echoed through the ship under the watchful eyes of the students. Once downstairs, he walked ahead of the students. His previously unsteady gait now resembled a calm and normal stroll. The pirate, now standing before them, gave a half-smile as he began to speak. Jack, freshwater sailors pointing to everyone today, a duty has come to us. A mission, one in which we will have to defeat fate pointing towards the enemy ship. Everyone here knows that the crowd favorites are in the junkyard next door. They all nodded. Jack, but, the pirate slowly raised his gaze, his eyes scanning each of those present, one by one. It's not the favorites who win the battles. He stepped forward. They are the ones who know when to break the rules of destiny. Some swallowed hard, others clenched their fists. Jack, on that ship, he again pointed out that the rival team has power, talent, and fame. But here he placed a hand on his chest. We have something they don't. A short break, a crew. The silence was absolute. Even Monoma stopped complaining for a few seconds. Jack, I won't ask them to trust me. They are pirates. heroes, saints, and madmen all crammed into the same hull. That's enough. Melissa smiled with excitement, Uraraka nodded vigorously, Kirishima and Tetsu bumped fists. Jack, the plan is simple, a crooked, dangerous smile. Improvise. A drop of sweat trickled down Momo's forehead. The little chatter of the black-haired boy was interrupted by the shrill sound of present mic announcing that the second test had begun. Most of the students were nervous about the pirate's behavior. The confidence with which he moved contrasted sharply with the chaos that was forming on deck. Jack strode quickly to the helm and, without hesitation, gave a clear, strong, unignorable order. Jack, raise the candles. For a second, nobody moved. Then, chaos. Some began running around the ship, unsure of what to do or where to do it. The term seemed strange, old-fashioned, out of place at a sporting festival. Before the chaos grew further, two voices prevailed. Momo reacted first. Her eyes sharpened, the confusion disappeared and was replaced by determination. Type. Melissa, with me. The heiress extended her arms and activated her quirk, quickly creating makeshift pulleys, ropes, and anchors, adapted to the ship's structure. Melissa needed no further explanation. She ran towards the masts, climbing nimbly while adjusting the mechanisms with mechanical precision, guiding the ropes and ensuring everything was secure. Melissa, candles aren't automatic, you have to force them. Momo nodded and reinforced the structures, securing the stress points so they would hold. In a matter of seconds, the sails began to unfurl, one after the other, catching the wind. The ship responded. The wood creaked, the hull tilted slightly, and the ship gained speed. Jack, with a firm hand on the helm, gave a satisfied smile. Jack, that's how it's done. The wind lashed across the deck, the flags billowed, and for the first time since the start of the race, the crew understood something essential. They weren't improvising. They were sailing. Jack was about to shout another order but couldn't, because the other ship had fired a cannon shot that hit the hull directly. The crash shook the entire ship. Jack turned to look at his crew, some of whom were on the floor and others were trembling with fear. He turned his gaze towards the other group's ship and saw him. He saw Bakugo with a defiant smile. Jack gave a half smile. Jack, so you want to play? Well, let's play. Blondie, take the helm. Monoma, for once, did what the pirate asked. It wasn't an act of submission. Simply a feeling that made him follow the person in front of him. A leader. Once Jack had given way to Monoma, he headed to the deck where the others were. Jack, silver hair and red hair, throw the cannons on the left side out of the ship. Miss Horns, you and green hair, throw everything overboard. Absolutely everything. We need speed. Elizabeth, you and Momo reload the cannons on the right side, and get rid of the remaining bullets. Brown hair and religious, you with me. Once the orders were given, everyone took off running, prepared to comply with what they had been ordered to do. Jack saw the enemy ship and saw more cannonballs approaching, and with a simple glance towards Ibarra, he delivered a message. Create a wall of vines. The Catholic woman agreed and created a wall of vines, making the impact of the cannon fire lighter. Once Tetsu and Kirishima finished their mission, it felt as if the ship picked up speed. The pirate cruise ship was gaining a slight advantage over the other, so they began firing more cannon shots. On Jack's side, Jack had tied a thick rope around his waist, securing it with a firm, quick knot. Then he looked up at Uraraka and made a clear gesture with two fingers. Jack, oh, my turn. Uraraka swallowed. Uraraka, are you safe? Jack gave her a lopsided smile, one of those that never meant anything good. Jack, I'm never like that. Without further ado, Uraraka placed her hand on the pirate's shoulder and activated her quirk. Jack felt his body instantly lose weight. Jack, perfect. Now don't let go of me. Uraraka nodded firmly, concentrating intensely. At that moment, another cannon shot from the rival ship whistled past the mast, tearing off splinters as it grazed it. Jack narrowed his eyes. Jack, Abara, another wall. Abara extended both hands and a new network of vines emerged from the deck, absorbing the impact of the next shot. Jack seized the moment. He jumped onto the side of the ship, standing on the edge, the wind whipping his coat and hat. Everyone on deck turned towards him. Melissa, what are you doing? Jack looked at the enemy ship, now dangerously close. Jack, unauthorized boarding. Before anyone could stop him, Jack jumped into the void. But he didn't fall. His body floated in the air, held up by Uraraka's quirk and the rope that kept him attached to the mast. The pirate shot towards the enemy ship like a human projectile. Bakugo saw it coming. Bakugo. What the hell? Jack spun in the air and landed on his feet on the rival deck with a thud. The pressure of his aura exploded instantly. Several students from Team 1 suddenly stepped back. Mine. When does he teleport? Setsuna. He didn't teleport, he flew. Izumi. That was dangerous, brother. Jack took off his hat with an exaggerated bow. Jack. Good morning, enemy crew. Bakugo smiled, pure defiance. Bakugo. I was waiting for you, bastard. Jack tilted his head. Jack. Me value. An explosion rocked inches from his face. Jack leaned back purely on instinct. The shockwave ripped his hat off. Jack. Hey. No kissing on the first date. Todoroki created a wall of ice to block his path. Jack clicked his tongue. Jack. Classic. The pirate had to bend his body backwards. An instinctive but efficient action, as he saw a green beam pass in front of him. As he recovered, an explosion was waiting for him, which was stopped with a single flick of the fingers. Before the explosion could erupt from Bakugo's hands, Jack stretched out his fingers, reaching to poke the ash-haired boy in the eyes, preventing him from launching the explosion and causing him to clutch his eyes in pain. The pirate bent down to pick up his hat, but the moment he touched the cap, a tongue wrapped around his hand, and acid fell on his back. The dark-haired man winced in pain from the burning acid, but countered the person who had thrown it. He wrapped his arm more tightly around his tongue and began to spin in circles with all his might, causing Suyu to spin around him, taking a pink-haired girl and an orange-haired girl with her. The black-haired boy now bent down and picked up his hat normally. I look at him. I removed the dirt that was on it and he put his hat back on. This caused his body to release another wave, deactivating everyone's quirks on the ship, but not Uraraka's, since she was on the other ship. He snapped his fingers backward. The rope tightened brutally. Uraraka, from the other boat, gritted her teeth. Uraraka. Now. Jack was ripped from the rival deck like a living anchor, hurtling back towards his own ship just as a fresh explosion ripped apart the enemy deck where he had been standing. Jack landed rolling in his boat. Kaminari. That was the stupidest and coolest thing I've ever seen. Melissa, you're crazy. Jack got up, dusting himself off. Jack, did you see that? Because I won't do it again. He looked towards the enemy ship. Jack, but now they know one very important thing. Type, what thing? Jack smiled. Jack, that we're not playing to win. The ship creaked again as it picked up speed. Jack turned to his crew. Jack, we're playing at breaking them. Uraraka deactivated her quirk and Jack returned to his normal weight. Abara made the sign of the cross. Article. That man is not a hero, he is a biblical plague. Monoma, still at the helm, swallowed hard. Monomial, and he's our captain. Jack looked straight ahead. Her eyes were shining. Jack, everything's going our way. The ship accelerated again. The goal was already in sight of the pirates' crew. But Jack, acting as only he knows how, ensured victory. Jack, point the cannons at the enemy ship. Tensu Kirishima, at your service. The cannons were pointed at the enemy ship, ready to fire. And that's how it was. They fired with a simple signal from the pirate, who only shouted. To the rum. The cannonballs were fired, striking the wooden hull and destroying it, causing the enemy ship to stop working and begin to sink as the pirate's ship crossed the finish line. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.